bonus live stream. I'm here with the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge.
We're here.
Yes, we are.
Ready to go.
Yeah, so this live stream is game one watch along, or as I like to call it, Carlos getting fed up with FedEx non-delivery.
Again, or still.
Honestly, my it's a full day. Like I was literally just sitting there and I didn't turn on my music or anything because I was like, I don't want to make sure, like, they're ninjas. Whenever they want to avoid actually delivering, they're ninjas. So I was like, hold on, I'm not going to allow the FedEx ninja to get past me this time. Nope, still nothing.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that movie where what's it, Jim Carrey keeps calling, I just went out, I came back, I didn't know if you called. Okay, I'll call you back. Boom. Yeah, I missed my call? No.
It's ridiculous.
It is. And they have you on this string, and it's almost like they're doing it on purpose.
Well, the thing for me is that it's inconsistent because I've dealt with 3 different drivers that FedEx does in this area. 2 of them are very good. The third one is questionable. So if I get one of the other 2, literally one of them is the most efficient one. He'll knock on the door, boom, no problem, and he's got everything ready. He goes, here you go, I need you to sign for this or whatever. It's like, all right, and he'll be like, here you go, have a good day. He's super quick, super efficient, in, out, gone. And then
they leave it on they won't leave it on your door, on your doorway.
It depends on whether I need signature for it or not. If it's a package where it's a little bit, I tell them, make sure you get my signature because I want to make sure you hand it to me.
Yes. Yeah.
It's worthwhile. A little extra effort in that case goes a long way. I need to make sure that that's done properly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. If it was just a regular thing, then yeah, whatever. Go ahead, drop it off wherever. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, especially with all the thefts going on in and around Toronto, with all the packages being gone and stuff like that.
Yeah, for the most part, this neighborhood's good, so I can't complain too much. Like Amazon packages, they've been good. But you're better off not taking any chances if you don't have to.
Because if that one time it happens, you're gonna be pissed.
The only time I'm okay with it if it is Amazon, because Amazon will basically pay you back for it. You can literally tell them, hey, didn't get my package. And
in Amazon, yeah. I thought you meant card wise. Yeah, you want to get
no. If it's card wise, yeah, that would be a problem. But almost everything else is fine. As long as it's in the neighborhood. Most of the people around here don't care. I've been here over 10 years and like they're pretty good about it. They'll just leave it be. They're like, yep, it's your stuff. You mind your business.
Yeah, you just don't want that one time to be that one of one Medano you've been waiting 20 years to find, and boom, no signature, no package.
Dare I live the dream? Yeah. Okay, so what the hell is this? What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
I know what it is. I got it. I figured it out. I have the streaming with my package. I have various streaming options. I can actually.
Which one are you watching on a bigger screen?
No, I have Sportsnet as part of my cable package, so I can just watch on Sportsnet.
No, I meant your package too, because they have that route. The package route, is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking about the television package.
Television package, but I was just making fun of package because you've been tracking your package. Yeah.
And by the way, for the record, I timed it out, put a little extra time in there because it takes 45 minutes for them to start the fucking game.
It does.
They're literally still standing there like idiots. Hey guys, we got to do pregame festivities, and then we got to do one anthem.
They had a week off.
They're still standing there. It's like, if the game's supposed to start at 8 o'clock, why don't you start the pregame festivities at 7:40?
Well, don't they usually?
No, they at 8 o'clock. They're like, now we must begin. It's like, no, that's when the game should be starting. Drop the puck at 8 o'clock. Drop the puck.
Yeah.
Just start.
We don't want to be up late. Well, for them, it doesn't really matter. They're 2 hours behind, right? So,
well, I think they're starting in Edmonton, so yes. So for them, it'd be is it
2 hours?
3?
Yeah, BC's 3.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember though. I wonder if was Alberta far enough for 2 or 3?
Yep, 2.
2. Okay,
very sure.
So let me see here, David. Sorry, guys, I did see your comments. I wanted to make sure. First, well, there you go. You are first. Zach says, another live stream with no Eric. How is he getting away with this? Hey, listen, that's slacker.
We've told him the lives anymore.
Listen, we've told him. He comes up with all these excuses. First, it was his eyes. Then it was the drops in his eyes. Then it was that he had the wrong type of mayo that he put in his eyes. Like, what are we doing?
I don't know.
I don't know what to say. It's always something with this guy.
The surgeon made a miscut. Cut his eyeball open or some weird.
Yeah,
he probably nicked it of a millimeter.
You think he'd get the hint when the surgeon was like, "Die, Eric." It was it's like that's not subtle. That seems intentional. Yeah. That seems premeditated. Ovi Great Card says 3 beers in, 1 order of Chinese food, 2 extra egg rolls in my belly and in my underwear. Live the dream.
Wow.
Let's go Oilers. 4 beers
Yeah.
now. There'll be a box
Living
break of the
big.
cup tonight. Live the dream.
Mhm.
Dan here. Good evening. I feel like Florida man wins it in 5. So Dan, look, all I got to say is this, and I found myself between a rock and a hard place. I talked about this on the live stream. And here's the situation. Like, out of all the states, Florida is the one that, we don't really like Florida man. However, Edmonton beat my Stars. Plus, Edmonton's barely even part of Canada. So realistically, it's like I'm rooting for the Meteorite. Like, if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
the Meteorite would be my preference. But if we have to choose, then screw Edmonton.
It's coming. They're right behind Venus, 2 meteorites.
Yeah, like listen, as long as if the Meteorite wants to hit the arena and kill them all, it's fine. Sadler, good evening. So yeah, so I'm afraid I can't pretend that I'm rooting in this way, but it happens.
I think they're going to take the same posture as the Toronto Maple Leafs. They'll go in hot and heavy, win the first 2 games, and then we'll see what happens.
Yep.
They fall apart, or they just keep going. So
yeah,
tough call, because I have never seen them play against each other, and it really depends on the team that plays against each team. Because the Leafs tend to beat the best teams in the league when they're regular season, and then the worst teams they always lose to. So I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those or something different. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Well, in this case, we're getting a Stanley Cup Finals rematch. So traditionally, if we're going the betting way, traditionally a team that gets the Stanley Cup Finals and loses the first time, if they come back the second time, they tend to perform better. That happened with Florida last time. So Florida lost the first attempt, won last year. This would be Edmonton's second attempt in a row. So if you get back to back, usually these teams tend to do better the second time around.
How far did the series go last year?
7 games.
It went 7, eh?
Yeah, so they were literally within 1 win. So and Florida got up 3-0 last year.
That's crazy.
So Edmonton had to win 3 straight to force a Game 7. So they very much had a chance. They had their opportunity. So that's why I say, like, last year it was a hair's breadth right there, just a hair's difference between the two.
So is all this playoff series. Just so many overtime, so many extra. It's just amazing. I've never seen that many times we went into overtime.
Yep. Obi Great says Eric is on like with the Gong Show people. He's cheating on the Carlos screw. It's okay. We'll punish Eric in general. The way we always do. Stella says, Carlos, you got me back into hockey. Impressive, sir. I do what I can. For the most part, these playoffs have been decent. There have been some good series, although the conference finals ones were a little bit not great. The conference round wasn't great, but some of the other rounds, there were some good series in there.
So really good. Yeah, it was close. I think I won, didn't I? Yeah, that's unusual.
I think for the overall, I think you got the most series right.
Yeah, just by 1, I think, something like that. But that's okay. Well, this is the deciding one, is it not? Because if I only up by 1 and I lose,
I think it's down to whatever basically this last series goes. I think
but it was Eric, was it not? And who's he picking for the series?
Remember, we do have it on the record. We did jot it down on the podcast. I'll double check with him, but yeah, we do have it written down for the record. It is on tape.
You just can't read it properly because you can't see.
This is it. The make or break plateau for McDavid hockey market. It is true.
Honestly.
So there are, card implications here, obviously, because for McDavid, for all the great things he's done, this is the one thing missing on the resume. The one thing he's specifically looking for.
And it's huge for him.
Yeah. Well, not only huge for him, in addition, we've talked about it in jest, but it's true. Realistically, if he is able to win here and obviously performs well in the series to close it off and then wins for Edmonton, they'll build him a statue before the game officially is over.
It's already ready to go.
Yeah, like they're basically, they'll just roll the statue out and just position it basically. Let's just put it this way. There's a bunch of Albertans who will be happy to flood the McDavid market and just buy all the McDavid you got.
I guess.
So they'll throw some money at some of those ones, especially some of the mid-tier and lower tier stuff. There'll be a bunch of those they'll be able to move. No problem.
Oh yeah. Well, I think a lot of people are hedging their bets right now. McDavid, winning, and that really I don't know what percentage the increase would be, 15, 20% maybe.
I think on lower stuff you can get more. It depends on the item. Like if something's super high to begin with, then you're going to get a smaller percentage.
Yeah.
But if something's like $100, getting 140 or 150 for it might not be that crazy.
Nope.
Like it'll depend on the item. Like if something's really popular, somebody's really interested, sure. you can get a nice little boost on that.
Sure. Yeah, it's always good.
Yeah.
Wouldn't boost anybody else. Well, I guess I don't know. Would it?
So I think for Draisaitl to be good,
maybe.
I think it wouldn't be as significant, but it wouldn't hurt him. It wouldn't hurt him in any way. So he'd do well. I think that'd be great for him. I think there's a couple of the other Edmonton young guys. So 1-0 Edmonton. And Draisaitl is the goal scorer.
Wow. Okay. So
a minute and 6 seconds. A minute and 6 seconds.
Yeah. That is incredible. That sounds like a Leaf thing. Watch out after that.
I was gonna say.
I just draw the parallel. You got, Draisaitl and McDavid, and you have Marner and Matthews, and it's just, it's.
I think the only differentiator I would say, though, jokes aside, is that Marner, for all his talents in the regular season, he doesn't score goals. He actually racked up nice assist totals this year's playoff.
He is
but
good.
The goal total wasn't there.
No.
Yeah. Draisaitl, though, clean shot. He got it off a rebound. Bobrovsky gave up a rebound. Draisaitl got the rebound and clean. Beat him clean.
Nice.
So it's a good goal.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's about as good a start as you could ask for if you're Edmonton.
Yeah, first one to score is always a better percentage of winning. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. Actually, that was challenged through this playoffs. That's for sure. Didn't matter if you scored the first goal or not. It was just, you never knew who was going to be in the end, and then it would go in overtime, and then crapshoot. So, but yeah, it'd be good to see Edmonton win. I guess I would like to see McDavid get a cup. I think he sort of deserves it in a sense. He's such a great player. He's really changed the game in a lot of different ways. Not really changed the game, but he's super fast, great player, good kid. Never anything bad about him. So, like to see him get something out of it. And like you said, honestly, 2 years in a row, what are they going to go for 3 years if he doesn't win? 4 years in a row? I don't know. So like you said, this is the last good chance.
Yeah, I think I think you're going to have a tough time. And also it would depend on how it happens. If you get to 7 again, well, then, yeah, you can make the argument, make a tweak. But if it's shorter than that, then you're going to have the goaltending has been the weakness that everybody's identified. That's basically been the issue. So if goaltending basically is a weakness for them again, and it costs them, everybody's going to go look in that same direction. And go, why didn't you address the issue? Yep. Because again, you made it to 7 last time. You could have won with a small thing in your favor, like good goaltending. That might be helpful. Dan here says Edmonton in 5. Dan has flipped on this very quickly. He started with Florida Man in 5.
I know he did. Yes, I seen that because
that reversal, Dan. That was an impressive. That's like a McDavid reversal in mid ice, just shot all the way back. Orlando here. Good evening. Bad start for the Panthers. Yes, a goal a little over a minute in is a bad start for the Panthers. I'd agree. The good news is the Panthers are a veteran team. This is their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final, so they do know what they're doing. They're not going to panic over 1 goal.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Let's put it this way: they were down 2 games to nothing to Toronto, so they're fine.
Yeah,
yeah. One goal in a minute isn't going to bother them.
I don't think so. It is tough playing catch up. It bothers me when the Leafs get a down a goal. It really bothers me because it's catch up. It's not only 1; you got to get 2.
So that was the. So I don't know if you caught that stat. I was sharing it. I think with Brandon and with Eric. Dallas got to the 3rd round. And obviously they lost, to Edmonton convincingly once they got in there. But what was funny is they got to the 3rd round, but they gave up the first goal in 15 of 18 games. They were playing from behind almost the entire playoff, every single round, every single team they're playing. So
use those odds.
And they still managed to get to the Western Conference Final. So, impressive in that sense that they managed to keep coming back. But it is hard when you're playing from behind constantly.
Yeah. And that's been the Leafs for the last 50-something years. Yeah. It's catch-up hockey, and then they just take it and they dump and chase, and I'm going, okay, yeah. You guys can't take it over the blue line and shoot at the net. Even flick it at the net, bounce it at the net, anything. No, shoot it behind the net. Well, let's bring back Darcy Tucker. Let him fly into the boards and tire himself out. I was just, the Leafs, man. Anyways.
Senator says, it may be ketchup, but is it mayo? That's an Eric question right there.
They actually have a combo, do they not? Ketchup mayo, isn't it?
Listen, Eric will be the subject matter expert on this matter. But I was going to say that what's funny is it didn't make me laugh, though. Obviously, today is the release day of the Cup. As you mentioned, AMG did theirs. I actually downloaded the video, so that'll probably wind up on the YouTube channel. Little fair warning for everybody. But I'll say this. Obviously, with that, Gong Show is doing its thing with the cup, basically, the live stream over on that. And then also I saw earlier today, Billy was on a different podcast they had done for the cup as well. And I've already watched a couple of the breaks and everything. Some nice cards coming out of there already. I did laugh, though. Medano actually has a couple of things on the checklist. One card in particular is actually going to be interesting to see what that one happens. That one is one that I'm not even going to chase because the price point on it is going to be wild. There is a Gretzky Medano dual ticket autograph.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, so it's like with the Gretzky in there, it's like, yeah, that price point is going to be out of whack. I'm not even a player for it.
They did it on purpose for you. You know that, right?
Oh no, listen, I know I'm going to have Spicy Eye and I are going to have words.
Oh yeah,
we're going to have words because I hold him personally.
I can see him chuckling as he's going.
That's the kind of thing he would do. That's the kind of thing he would do. Now the other one is that they've got a six-sided jersey that they do. So sixes. And I think it's American themed because you got Medano, Roenick, Brett Hall, Austin Matthews, Joe Pavelski, and Matthew Tkachuk. So those are the 6 players that are included in it. But they've also got a different parallels for it. And already in the first day of release, they've already pulled the button version, which is a 1-of-1. So that's the 1-of-1.
Wow.
So that one is on eBay. If somebody wants it, it was available earlier for the princely sum of $3,500 US. Have at it. That's it.
Damn.
A pittance, I say.
Oh. Damn.
The release of the most innovative product in hockey card history. You got it, Dan. That's correct. Innovation. Hashtag innovation. They found out how to make a slab.
Yes.
It was innovative.
We've had that discussion.
Yes. Well, it was fun because the Upper Deck president actually threw that in a little bit as well on Sports Card Nonsense. He did a podcast episode. So there was 2 of them. There's Grant, who works at Upper Deck, but then also the president, Jason something, whose name escapes me, but he's the president of Upper Deck. And he was talking up the product. Obviously, they're going to talk up the product. But I'm just sitting there like, I still haven't heard a good argument for any of you guys for this being the most effective use. It's like, I was joking with the guys on the podcast that I recorded with them. I was like sitting there. So I found out that you can get a 1 terabyte account with Photo Bucket. That's probably enough for 500,000 pictures. A 1 terabyte account is enough that you could have just taken the pictures and put them on Photo Bucket. We'd have been fine.
Is Photo Bucket still around?
Yes, it literally is. Yeah, that's how I found that out.
Man, because I thought they went tits up like 2-3 years ago.
Not that I'm aware of.
Because they kept emailing me going, hey, listen, you got to renew your account. You got 10 days left or whatever. I had 10 days left for 3 years.
I think they did that for the free account. They did that for the free accounts, but they've still got like a paid version of it.
Yeah.
So you can, but it's just image hosting. My point was image hosting. I use Photo Bucket because that's one that I remember from back in the day. The point though was image hosting because one of the points that Upper Deck was making was, but image hosting is really expensive. It's like, well, not as much as it used to be. Like it used to be ridiculous. It's not that crazy anymore. Yeah. Unless you're taking like an 8K photograph of these patches, which you're not, by the way, you're not doing that. No. It's not necessary either. Like it just needs to be a clear image. We just need to be able to see what the patch looks like.
That's it.
Yeah, we need that, and we need the serial number. If you give us a clear image of the patch and the serial number, people will be able to identify if someone swaps the patch, which is the whole point. It's not rocket science. We don't need to go too far on this. Bob Jackson here. No, they just try to get people to pay. That is right. Good evening, Bob. But yeah, so shots are 5-4 in Edmonton's favor. A little over 5 minutes in. So I don't know if any of you are watching on any either streaming or television. I'd be curious at what time you got. Right now I've got 14:15 left in the first.
So 6 minutes, and they're getting them a shot a minute. It's not too bad.
Yeah, right now, so far so good. The action is moving. Both teams are moving the puck, so people are getting their chances. That first rush that Edmonton got in there obviously was good. The rebound was a great rebound for them. Bobrovsky made a mistake. He shouldn't have given up a rebound that wide. But Dreisaitl's too good to not capitalize on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he took advantage of. Basically, he had a wide open net to shoot at, and he's not going to miss that.
No.
Physicality is what I expect here, Orlando. With these teams, if you're Florida, you've got experience, and you are a physical team, I would hit Edmonton. I would hit them early and often, right from the beginning. Just find McDavid wherever McDavid is. Somebody should be hitting him. That's the move.
I don't think they want to wear out their players that early in the game. So wait another period or two.
Well, I don't think they want to go to 7 again. I think at this point, you just start beating down McDavid from game 1.
Yeah, but you tire out your players when that happens a lot, right? So, and that's another part that a lot of people don't look at is that the guys are flying around and you're wearing out your tough guys. Like, they don't have the best stamina in the world. Usually have a bigger body, so a lot more blood to pump around.
Yeah. At the
It does
beginning of the
tire
series,
them out.
anyway, they're as fresh as they're going to be. I did see one of the Florida
True.
players give Big David a nice little bump in the hip and the knee.
Oh, there we go.
That's how you do it.
Starting.
Yeah. That's all I was saying. That's what irritated me with Dallas' situation. I was sitting there like, hit him, hit the guy. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. I think I saw what you're talking about. Let's see here. Ah, Corey Perry getting the high stick. Shame, shame, Corey Perry. Corey Perry, by the way, I saw a stat. Apparently, Corey Perry's been to like 5 or 6 Stanley Cup Finals.
Oh,
like he has a lot of experience.
Was that a win?
Well, no, he won with Anaheim for sure.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe 1 or 2 other ones. I'll double check, but I feel like he's won a couple. Yeah, but he's been to a lot, like 5 or 6 is a lot of Cup Finals. That's impressive.
Yeah. If he won 5 or 6 and his name comes up and he's won 5 Stanley Cup. What? Guess it wasn't a bad pull. Okay.
Yeah. So right now, right now, he has won 1 cup.
That's it out of 5 or 6. Wow.
Yep. A lot of attempts.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he won the Maurice Richard Trophy. I forgot about that. And the Hart Trophy. Yeah.
Wow.
2010-11. Jeez, that's a long time ago.
Holy shit. Really?
Yeah, that was all the way back. Yeah,
that's dating back a long time.
10-11. Well, he's basically he's just about 40. So 2010-11, he was 25. Yeah, he had 50 goals for Anaheim. 50 goals for Anaheim that year, was the leading goal scorer. Won the Hart Trophy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it on that, but
yeah, he's one of those guys he's one of those guys who, over the totality of his career, he's put a pretty good career together. And obviously, like I said, he has already the Stanley Cup. And obviously he's gonna, he's got another shot here, another opportunity. So maybe get 2, but regardless, he's at least got 1.
And I think every player wants to retire with at least 1 Stanley Cup. And I feel that your job in the NHL is not done until you won 1. So many people go with that. There's a lot of big stars from in the past that never no Stanley Cups at all. So feel sorry.
Makes sense. Orlando's power play Panthers, yes. Saddles fan says, as much as I dislike Florida, who doesn't? I do like seeing the Canadians lose at hockey. Half the team are Canadian.
Yeah, true. Not
and for the record, Edmonton is not Canada. I think they're part of Belarus or something. I do not claim them. They're on their own.
Like the 51st state or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Edmonton at this point is I think
they're both American. There you go.
At best. No, listen, I don't even think America wants Alberta. I think Alberta at this point is part of Mongolia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're a protectorate. They don't even get to vote. Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the hill people there. It's too flat. Interesting.
Well, like I said, if it was me and I just had the ear, it's like, hey, I got a great idea. If Edmonton wins the cup, we should literally just move them to Atlanta. Just go, hey, Bettman, I got an Atlanta team for you.
There's an empty arena down there.
Send them over there.
Wasn't it a Saddle Dome or some sort of?
I don't remember.
Shaped like that back then.
Well, at this point, like the last time, literally Atlanta was playing in that. They were playing in like that college arena or something. Like they had literally lost the rights to the arena. Sorry, not Atlanta. I was thinking Arizona. I was thinking Arizona.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
Arizona was the one who was playing the college arena. Atlanta was forever ago.
Yes.
At this point, they might just have like a slice of ice somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of shaped like a saddle, I guess, but wasn't the Saddle Dome like in Calgary, but it was called. I think
Atlanta left what year though? Like at this point, that building's probably gone.
Oh yeah, it's long gone then. Yeah. I would say.
I don't think you would. I don't know. Is there any Atlanta like minor league team, an AHL team or anything?
I haven't heard of any, but there could be. It's not like we listen to the American. There's so many leagues out there; it's hard to tell. But Atlanta, it's so hot. I don't know.
It's the same. It's the same thing that they said in Dallas. You just get refrigeration as long as you've got enough.
Yeah, but for junior teams, I don't know. Yeah. Is it worth maintaining it at that point? I don't know. Like, yeah, if you have AHL or whatever, sure. But any smaller teams, they don't. I don't think they have anything AHL or.
It would have to be a professional team, yeah, in order to actually be of any value.
Otherwise, they would just say, no, sorry, no refrigeration for you.
Yep.
Then we could just run around and call it bandying, use a ball.
Yeah. So Florida, 1 shot on that power play. Not very impressive.
That's it?
Yep.
Wow.
1 shot on the power play.
So is Edmonton holding them back, or they just couldn't click?
Edmonton has still got fresh legs. They can still run. So I saw this quite a bit when they played Dallas. The problem is they have really fresh legs. They're very good skaters. So the reality is they can go get the puck basically, and the guys are actually very accurate in terms of putting the stick in the way. So it's one of those things where you can consistently mess with everybody. You're trying to get your cycle set up or whatever. The problem is don't get too cute because Edmonton's too fast. Like they can skate, put the stick in the way, and all of a sudden your wonderful passing play is broken up.
Yeah.
Get it out of there, and all of a sudden you have to reset, and then you got to reset again. And you got to reset. They can do this all day if that's what you want to do, and your power play is over. So it's like, okay, if you want to do that, that's not the way I'd play Edmonton. I'd probably just try to get a shot on quickly to see if you can get a rebound, get somebody in the way.
I'd throw it down in front of the net. So goalie covers it up, get another face off. At least if you win the face off, you can get a shot out to the net every time. So
yeah, you got to force shots because especially early, because right now, if you make it too easy for these guys, they've got too many good skaters. They can effectively slow the game down for you. And some of the guys, like it happened a fair bit when I was watching the penalty kill in the last round. If one of the guys gets it, they could try to skate down and try to suddenly do a hero play, but no, they'll just skate down far enough down to the other side of the rink and then let you have it back, but they just wasted a bunch of your time.
That's it.
So they're not trying to do anything crazy. They're just trying to basically kill the power play.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't matter how fast you are. I think that bouncing puck towards the net is always a good play. Nobody really takes it on. It's sort of like poke checking. No goalie poke checks anymore. So I think it's a lost art in a sense. Just flipping it and flubbing it towards the net. Either you get a face off or you get one of your guys hitting it. But then, the turnaround is you get a player gets it, bang, bang, bang. They can go up and get a 2-on-1 and watch out.
I just want the Ed Belfour thing, slashing the players, just attacking people. Good old crazy Ed Belfour.
Eddie. Oh my God. I didn't like Eddie anyways. By the time he got to Toronto, he was finished. It's the same thing with Cujo. By the time,
tie game.
Wow. Okay.
Florida
here we go.
Yeah, Florida man.
Did they flub it towards the net?
Yeah, so this one was on a regular play. I'm just going to check out the replay. It looks like he got a clean shot off, kind of from the middle of the zone. So let's see kind of the last moment there before you set it up. Yeah, so they got Sam Bennett there, kind of giving a mini screen, kind of making some, basically bothering people. Yeah, Sam Bennett was basically giving a little bit of a screen.
I think that's one thing that's really happened a lot lately is a lot of the defensemen are trying to block the shots, and they're really screening the goalie at this point. And they can't see it until it comes to them, right? So it's really tough. I've seen so much of that. Where before you'd kind of at least let the goalie see where it's going. You try to get your stick in front of it and whatever, but you trying to block it. It goes between your legs. The goalie doesn't know where it's going. He has no direction because he can't see the player, can't see the body movement. So it becomes very difficult. Tough to be a goalie.
So now they're doing Edmonton's coach is challenging. So they're going to take a look at it to see if there was anything else there, because there was a lot of contact going on.
In front of the net?
Bennett was right in front of the net. Yeah, that's why I say he was providing like a screen, but he was literally right there where Skinner was, and he did bump him just before the shot went through.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. So they're going to look at it and see if Bennett interfered with Skinner.
What's your call? Initial.
He bumped him literally at the last moment, but he also got kind of pushed into him. So it's kind of like
bumping to push into him.
So Edmonton bumped, and then he got onto Skinner.
Oh, okay.
So it's like basically a rebound effect. So does Bennett hit Skinner? Yeah, he does hit Skinner, but he gets bumped first.
But
so the question is, do you give credit to the Edmonton player for bumping him initially, or does Bennett's interference kind of turn it around?
Or does it turn into one of those Bundesliga football? Ouch! Oh my God, my knee! I fell into him a little.
Accuracy says the Atlanta Thrashers played at Phillips Arena, now State Farm Arena. So the Hawks play there. Gotcha. Went to the Omni a couple of times. Thank you, Dan.
Omni, that's what it was. That's right.
Panthers score, Florida on 5. There you go, Dan. I love it. Keep it up.
Which way are you going, Dan?
No, listen, Dan can flip-flop back and forth in the same game.
Obviously.
A real man. If this game goes to 6, he should still pick one of them in 5.
I think so.
Like, regardless. If it gets to game 6, he should still pick either Florida or Edmonton in 5. Doesn't matter. Just keep it up. Keep it doing. Keep going. Yep. The challenge, yep. I've been to several Panther games. The trick is park in the mall parking lot. There you go. Seen a break today in all Red Wings except for the RPA in the can. I believe it was GP Sports Cars. Yeah, GP did do a break today amongst a lot of other people. Then it got pushed. Yep. Power play Florida. So yeah, so it's goals good. Still it's 1-1.
Yeah, I assume so.
And then Florida on the power play.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see here. Like I said, I wasn't too concerned. Florida's too tough. You don't get to 3 straight Cup finals without having a little bit of toughness, some resilience.
Yeah. Then again, it's only the first period. That's what I would do with regular season is, if any time I would tune in, it's just in the last 10 minutes of the first period. And you see the score and you kind of go, okay, maybe it's worth watching. Otherwise, catch it the next morning. I don't have 3 hours to watch a game. I got other things to do on the computer, right? Keeps me busy.
True.
And where I'm situated, I can't really watch the game anyway, so kind of screwed. Because we only have one TV.
So they gave Bennett the credit for that goal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
because I think it went off of him. Like I said, he was basically in the way.
Oh.
So I think they ended up giving credit to him for it. All right, fair enough. Zach says Dan's going to call it when the series is over. That'd be the best way. Yes. You ever seen Airplane?
You'll probably
do the Leslie
right.
Nielsen thing. Do the Leslie Nielsen thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the end of Airplane, he goes, "We're all counting on you." 2-1 Florida, man.
Wow.
On the power play.
Oh yeah, power play. Too bad. So sad.
Mm-hmm.
It might be just one of those games. That's what happened a lot of the games. There was a lot of scoring in the first period, and then nothing in the second, and barely any in the third. A lot of the games went that way.
Right now, the team's got fresh legs, so they're moving.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Good passing play,
and a week off too. That's unusual.
Yeah, clean. So good passing play, and Marchand got it in the wide open net.
Not Marchand.
Marchand.
No, not for Eric.
Afraid so. Marchand.
Damn it. Anybody but Marchand. Anybody.
Yeah. Well, that's why they picked him up, because he is good in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just another player with a lot of experience. So
true. Less pressure.
See, I get annoyed when I'm looking at a package. Like I can hear sounds outside. That's why I say I laugh whenever they say they can deliver, because by proximity to the door, I can actually hear what's going on outside if anything's going on there. So when somebody drops off a package, usually an Amazon package, I can hear it. So I can literally walk out, grab my stuff, and I'm good to go.
I can usually hear the door slide close. One of those.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, I think that's them. Yeah, that's my sign.
Well, I always laugh because where my office is situated on the main floor, I have a window directly in front of me. So like behind this monitor, there's a window here, and then the door is right beside. So the thing is, the door is, if you put it right in front of the door, it's right there. It's 4 feet away from me.
You can't miss them.
So that's what I mean. Like if you breathe hard, I can hear you. So it's like, trust me, you're not that good at a ninja.
No.
Yeah, Sadler's saying Oilers power play. I'll double check on that, but yeah. Oh, we're getting the commercials that are hockey related. The CIBC McDavid commercial. Exciting.
Oh,
exciting!
Down 2-1. Oh,
they got to milk it,
I guess. I'll be right back. I got to tell my wife what I'm doing. She just thinks I'm in the garage talking to somebody.
You get to tell her you're talking to yourself. It works out.
Yeah, she might think something.
Yeah. For the record, I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream that I was waiting on an a FedEx package, and they're still saying it's out for delivery. I'm like, I'm pretty sure FedEx doesn't deliver that late. Good luck with that. At least update the tracking and tell me, hey, it's not happening today. Good luck with that. And by the way, there was no attempted delivery. Lies if they say otherwise. I'm going to watch. I refuse to accept their lies. That ain't happening. So outside of Orlando, obviously, he's got a rooting interest. Dan is in favor of whoever wins in 5. Doesn't matter either way. So I get it. I understand. Is there a rooting interest here outside of that? Sadler fan thinks the Canadians are going to lose, but again, there are no Canadians in this. It's only foreign nations. I think you got Florida and Russia. I'm not even sure Florida's part of the United States either. Not convinced. I'd be curious if there's a rooting interest. There is a card angle I did mention earlier with Bobby that that plays into it that I'm going to be watching very carefully to see as depending on how the series goes. I'll be curious to see if anything major we have movement wise, but it also depends on who actually performs. If you see enough in there, you could definitely see some movement. I don't think it's going to be too crazy. McDavid's already kind of expensive. Draisaitl is not cheap, but he could have a little more. Just depends. Wasted the power play, the man says. So I see tripping penalty, Corey Perry. Let's see here. 4-on-4. So now you got to 4-on-4 for almost 2 minutes. Wow. Okay. It's all the penalties, man. Sadly, you're a little bit ahead of me, but I'm seeing it now. Listen, they're all getting wild. It's the first game of the series. They're all crazy. It's a penalty, I guess. Yeah, technically it's a penalty. I'll give you that. Yeah, holding. Yeah, okay. I don't technically disagree. You could technically call that all the time. I like that one. Yeah, 30% power play in the playoffs, huh? You don't want Edmonton having a power play like that. 4-on-3? That's a lot of ice open. Interesting. We'll have to see what that ends up looking like. I'll leave that comment up. I think it's valid. What is even happening? The Edmontonians are not pleased. I always have the play-by-play muted because I don't really need to listen to it. You can make out what's going on in the game. It's not that difficult, especially now we've got all the graphics, so you know the time, you know what's going on. And to be honest, the commentary doesn't add much to it for me. But I do enjoy watching the crowd. So we'll see. We'll see. Allegedly hockey, but it's not a real sport. No, it's not. It's like mountain biking. It's fake. If it was legitimate, like professional wrestling, now you'd be talking. But unfortunately, it's rigged. Super rigged. Good evening, Philly Joe. How are things with you? But based on his lack of presence now that you know that Eric's not around, that's how you know he doesn't even like the Hockeys. So don't let him tell you otherwise. Next time he tries to talk up the Hockeys, tell him it's lies. Because they get the Stanley Cup final. Where's the bougie one? Nowhere to be seen. He'll come up with some excuse. Oh, my eye. Oh, my spleen. Man's just full of excuses. He's got nothing else to do. He's just eating caviar somewhere, paying for the like button, as he always does. Oh, yes. It was originally a rolling truck in Manila. So, I don't know what he's got going on now. The green screen hides it all. Zach says, I pay no attention to what the color guy says during the game. Yep. Now, like I said, the whole thing was a gimmick. Eric doesn't even like hockey. Never has. He only cares about the 1986 Boston Red Sox. That's all he cares about. Phil's Jays tied at 1. There you go. I've kind of been off and on. I've kind of loosely paid attention to what the Jays are doing. It's regular season, though. I don't really worry about it. I don't care. Just not enough interest for me. All right. Decent shot on the power play. Let's see. Well, I've got Edmonton up at 10 shots now. So I don't know, Sadler. You're probably a little bit ahead of me. So I've got him at 10 shots here. But it looks like another power play gets killed off. Considering they were 4-on-3, that's pretty good for Florida. Not bad. Not a bad kill for them. But you can still tell how much there is in fresh legs. These guys are still skating around pretty fast. They haven't been beaten down by a full series yet. Yeah, that probably sounds about right. You've called a couple of things that I see only a couple of moments later. So yeah, probably about 10, 15 seconds. Sounds about right to me. That's the only thing that's a little bit weird about the streaming versus people watching it on TV. Sometimes you're ahead and sometimes you're a little bit behind, but sometimes it's really pronounced. Right now, it's not too bad. I think it's pretty close. So still 2-1, Bobby. We're a little over 4 minutes, 4:15. And Florida Man, they had a couple of moments where everybody was losing their mind, and they were 3 consecutive penalties, and we ended up with 4-on-3 power play.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So Florida ended up killing it off. So we're still 2-1.
Wow, they killed that off.
Yep.
4-on-3 is tough.
Yeah. Well, especially when Edmonton has a lot of skill and a lot of speed. You give them a little extra room, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, that's for sure. A little extra space too.
And they're firing off a couple of shots there. A couple more shots for Edmonton. A couple of clean shots too. Bobrovsky did a good job stopping him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he settled in. I think that first goal, that first bad rebound, I think Bobrovsky settled in a little bit after that. Yeah, Janmark fired off slap shot, and then they got a second shot off.
I picked up a sticker for Eric. This is 1985
Strasbourg
Seoul Olympics for the cycling.
Nice.
And Puck was the rookie that year. She was.
Oh, that's the cyclist he keeps naming. Is it Puck Petizé or what is it, like something?
Yeah,
like that?
I know. Cap Anderson, something like that.
I was like, look, Wolfgang Puck. I know. Other than that, yeah, I got nothing, man.
There's nobody else with the name Puck, and not the first name too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, how do you hey, you got a little kid in a crib. It's like, hey, Puck. It's like, hey, oh. But anyways, another language, probably different scenario. But fuck is fuck and puck is puck, right? Just saying. We know Kathy's not watching today, so we're good. Or maybe we're not. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will. We will.
Yep, because everybody clips everything. Watch out.
Well, at least you know you're not getting it directly from them. Like I said, Gong Show guys right now are talking with Spicy Eye about the cup. He's like, hey, is the cup still the most expensive brand? Yes, it is. Do you still have RPAs in it? Yes.
It's the others we don't know.
Yeah, it's all the other ones we don't know anything about.
Maybe. Anyways, that's an old sticker from 85. It's sizable too.
But why does it say 80? Why does it say 85 to 88? Is it 85 or 88?
It says Strasbourg Seoul.
Yeah.
24E Olympique de Seoul. So 85. Why would it be 88 in there?
But that's what.
Well, 85 wouldn't have been a. What the hell? Why 85 to 88?
That was my question. Yeah.
And they got the Olympic rings and everything there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Olympics don't go on for 3 years. That's why I'm a little perplexed. It's like the Olympics feel long, but they're not that long.
Well,
what the heck are we doing? We do construction over there? Jesus.
No, I think it's an error card.
Yeah, it could be.
It's worth twice as much.
So for us, Philly Joe, we Sportsnet themselves actually have their own feed. They got their own feed with their own play-by-play commentary, so we're getting it directly from them. We got a million logos going on the screen and a lot of superimposed, but yeah, Sportsnet has got its own thing going on. Rogers has got a logo in the corner.
Yeah.
They're a sponsor, and we've got a bunch of ads getting superimposed onto the boards.
Yeah, it's amazing how they can do that and track it and, make the angles right and stuff like that. Kind of cool.
Yeah. I just like when they specifically cater it, you can tell where they're going with it. One of the ads for, I don't remember the brand, but one of the ads is like, bring the cup back to Canada. It's they're playing into the nationalism. Got to go for it.
Hey,
you pick your favorite. That'll be great. You're already 4 beers in. Pick your favorite. Is the Garage of Knowledge comfortable for viewing? So curious. I assume based on the fact you're talking to me on the phone, obviously. I don't think you're even watching the game, are you?
No, I'm living vicariously through your announcement.
Yeah, the commentary. I kind of figured that. I'm surprised you don't. I'm surprised you don't even put an iPad or anything in the Garage of Knowledge. That'd be funny.
We don't have an iPad. My wife has a little. It's actually a notebook. I could probably hook that in here and watch the game, I guess. Well, no, because then I don't have it on TV. I don't have the TV hooked in that way to the.
You don't. It doesn't have the streaming for the.
No, I think there is something there, but I haven't figured it out yet. So
yeah, that was the one thing that Rogers did that was good with the package we have is that the Sportsnet, they automatically give you Sportsnet Plus. So basically, since Sportsnet is the rights holder, Rogers is the right holder.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they can say, yeah, you can watch the streaming. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't mind.
You paid for the package either way, so you can watch it on TV, or just put it on the screen. So I just put it on the second screen. It works.
Yeah, the Garage of Knowledge only has books, no TV. We learned the hard way.
So 2:31 left in the first. Right now we got a stoppage in play. Shots are 15-5 in favor of 16-5 in favor of Edmonton. 2-1 Florida men, though. 2-1 Florida men.
It might just be one of those games. Like, I don't think we're going to see any scoring in the second period, and it'll all be about the last 10 minutes in the third. My prediction.
Yeah.
Just with the shots on goal, too, being as low as they are. Well, what are they at this point?
I said 16-5.
16-5. Oh, wow.
Yeah. But you know what the thing is? The time of possession in the zones, pretty even, all things considered. Like in the offensive zones, it's 4 minutes to 3 minutes. So it's actually pretty close. Like it's not like wildly in one direction. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, but the shots are, so.
Yeah. Well, what's happening is that Florida is getting quality shots. Edmonton is getting volume of shots. As for qualifier, I know for the Olympics, there are some sports that have like a year or two before in reference to the sticker.
Well, that's
not a bad guess.
3 years before.
I know this I do know for some sports, though, they run years of qualifiers. Like they do run years of qualifiers in some cases.
Yeah. So some sports maybe that's what it was.
Yeah. Which would make sense. That would make sense.
Because it was the 88 Seoul. I remember the Olympics was the 88. Yeah. So it was 85 to 88 qualifying up to that point. Maybe you have to qualify in so many different races. Maybe a Tour de France and you have to do this and that. I don't know. So whatever it is, it's whatever. Oh, I got to save that for Eric. Yeah, and give it to him for no apparent reason. He could stick it somewhere. I didn't say where. Next. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens in the second period. Second period is a good determination of how they're playing against each other. I think they're really going to hit the wall. First period, it's been a lot of teams that have really come out with a lot of scoring. Leafs did a lot of that, where they'd score bang, 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 and then nothing second period and no shots, hardly any shots on goal. And the play was just in the middle ice. It was, turn around, come back. It was just, that was the Leafs. So maybe very much the same with this team, because you have a lot of speed on one side and you have a lot of, I guess, experience on the other. So, they're maybe clashing a little bit, but they are getting quality shots, and that's good. And Edmonton's getting just lots of shots. And lots of shots is good too. It doesn't score the goals, but I'm just saying it gets you closer.
I've seen what happens when you don't take shots and it doesn't work out either. You
have
to get some shots.
It's called the Leafs, yeah.
It's not always the Leafs, Bobby. There are other teams. Sadler says if the conference are anything to go by, the second is where the motivation to play goes to die. We'll see. Game one. These guys are going to have to make some adjustments. There definitely is. It's actually been fairly free flowing. That's what I mean. Like both teams have been in and out of the zones pretty quick. So right now they are moving the puck. It's still early. They haven't leveled a lot of damage. 96 on Edmonton. I have to take a closer look. 96 on Edmonton actually took a shot off either his wrist or his arm, and he literally had to skate off with like his arm like this. So that could be something that, depending on how hard it hit him, it could be something that becomes an issue.
There's a lot of open space on the inner arm, right? And they wear those short gloves now.
Yeah, so I think they're showing the replay here. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, so a shot came up kind of high. He was kind of blocking with his arm. Let me see. So he either got it kind of high on the arm or on the shoulder. But it definitely hurt him. He had to skate off after that. He was clutching it. So we'll see.
There isn't that much equipment that you have on, realistically, if you're blocking a shot.
Oh yeah, well, especially if the shot, if it's high, because it wasn't even like a shot; it was almost like a pass that got deflected, and he was being defensive. I don't think he was actually trying to block the shot. I think he was trying to prevent it hitting his head, and then basically the arm or the shoulder kind of took the brunt of it.
Yeah.
All right, 30 seconds left. So let's see. By the way, one thing I have noticed in this playoff is that the official shot keepers do a lot of micro adjustments during the period. It's actually kind of hilarious. I've literally watched the shot totals go up and down by 1 or 2 shots in very rapid succession. So like they're counting it, but then somebody double checks and they're like, actually, that's not a shot. And then they'll take it off right away. So it was good. Yeah. So right now it's 15-5. So one shot got taken off of Edmonton. Yeah. So the shot was included, and then about 30 seconds later was taken off. So they keep adjusting on the fly really quick.
Yeah, probably a lot of technicalities when it comes to, the shots and whether it is a shot or not. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they got the replays. They can determine if they really need to. They'll put something on there and then confirm it and verify it. And if they say no, just take it off.
That'd be a fun job. Get to watch all the games.
I've seen they actually started posting roles for that now. Now you basically do it on like a laptop or a pad or whatever, and you can do it almost on the spot.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean you could work from home?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they probably want you in the building for that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Better coverage on TV. So you got 3 angles. Hey, what the hell?
What made me laugh though is when they did the challenge, the referees are literally looking at an iPad. And I'm guys, we don't have high resolution for this. Like, and now admittedly, some of the iPads are actually pretty high res. Yeah, but I'm sitting there and like, it's like, is this really the best technology we got? We don't have a monitor or something. Like, we can't. In the NBA, I used to love that they would actually use what looked like just a computer monitor. I was like, is that 480p? Like, how can you even see anything? What is this junk? All right, Eric. Supposedly you like hockey. What do you have to say for yourself?
I've been busy, so I'm
dousing yourself in mayonnaise, no doubt. You know what Eric has? You know what Bobby has there? That right there is an Olympic cycling bicycle garbage.
Yes,
for the Snow Olympics.
From the Seoul Games.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That's Puck's rookie. It's numbered too. It's numbered.
Mom.
It's numbered out of 24.
Yep. Sadler, he had to set up the green screen so that Eric could continue this live. That even
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like it's been an exciting game. Seems like Edmonton scored really quickly, right? And then
it's just over a minute. Yeah.
And Florida has come back. So we need to make our predictions.
Oh, yes. Oh, we wanted to go to the past predictions. Where do we stand there?
You're winning. You have 9. Carlos has 7.
Okay.
Brandon has 2, but he started late. And I have 8. So you're
so right now you guys are the only ones that can resolve this. And in reality, for the record, Bobby, you basically seal the win if you just follow whatever Eric says.
True enough.
Like, it's strategically, in terms of strategy, it doesn't matter whether you get it right or wrong.
You pick first, Eric.
Yeah, you literally just
I'm going with Florida.
Florida man.
Who do you want?
I'm taking Edmonton.
All right, he's being bold. This could risk the tie.
Carlos,
so look, out of sheer bitterness, the salt factory is still there. I'm going Florida man.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I don't win or lose anything one way or the other. 7 is the worst I can do, which is fine.
So we will see how it goes. You know, all I know is I did not repeat my offer from a couple of years ago.
Well, Eric, statistically, it would have actually been nearly impossible for you to completely whiff on it with a 50-50 chance in each series.
Yeah.
The odds, literally, I think the odds are astronomical, especially astronomical for you to do it twice.
Yeah, I don't know how I did it once.
Yeah, that's like, you're already beating the odds the first time. Like, by accident, you should have gotten one right.
Yeah, so I'm feeling a lot better this year, you know, with 8. So I'm doing
lottery ticket odds. Wow.
Well, you just have to think, like, especially since we're talking about, like, overall, how many series does it end up being? You start off with 16 teams. You got 8 games in the first round, and then you just go down to 4, so 12.
Yeah.
2,
12,
14.
8, 4, 2.
Series? It's 15 series total?
15 series collectively, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, total series. So if you're guessing each series.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Isn't there 20?
Or you're starting off with 16 teams. The first round only has 8 games. 8 series, I should say.
Okay.
And then you cut it in half.
I went too far. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I said I think it's 15. Is that right? It's 15?
Well, there's only these, but I can't open the damn things.
If only you had not knives.
A knife.
Put one near your eye. It'll fix it.
What are those?
Peanut M&Ms. They're my favorite.
Of course they are.
The worst
They're
area.
supposed to go in the Needham Cup.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Is it clean? What's his
Little
name?
dusty.
No, it is 15
Blower.
series. It's 15 series exactly. It is 15.
15?
Yeah. So bottom line, to go 0 for 15 or
That's
15 and 0
it's
is like
impossible.
statistically very difficult. And to do it twice in a row, virtually impossible. You'd literally be going 0 for 30.
It's like
Yeah.
guessing every team's right, honestly.
Yeah. And again, each series technically is 50-50. Even if you were blindly guessing, you should still technically
Yeah,
get
I have
one
no
right.
idea how I went for an offer. That was crazy.
Yeah. So either way, it was very difficult.
Mhm.
Philly Joe says you guys should pick the winner for each game to break the tiebreaker. There you go. That'd be valid.
Oh,
No,
sweet.
you know what actually would be a good tiebreaker for you guys, because again, statistically, you two, I'm behind either way. So even if I get 8, it's not going to be enough, because one of you would get one more right if I was correct anyway. So why don't you pick Conn Smythe winner? Because you can base it because Bob, if you're saying Edmonton, then I'd be looking at McDavid, most likely somebody like that. So that would be your Conn
An easy
Smythe.
pick,
And
yeah.
for Eric, if you're going Florida man, then you're probably going, Marchand.
Maybe.
He shows up for big games, boys.
Well, he scored right now. Right now, as it stands through one period, right now the game-winning goal is Marchand's goal. Right now,
he shows up for big games. He always has. I mean, you can love him or hate him, but when this guy goes into the Hall of Fame, which he is going to go, they're going to talk about how many times he showed up when needed.
Yeah, I'll be listening for those conversations. We should, definitely. We could do it per game and just have a little sub series and do it that way. Or
if you like, you guys. Right now, Eric is the keeper of the record. So if you guys want to go for it, you can go for it. Like I can't be involved in the tiebreaker because it's not going to go.
You can just involve. This is sub series. So we're just doing this on the side, but the other two will just remain the same.
Why don't you just go with the amount of games?
Okay. So let's
just
be clear. I said this earlier. Maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Bobby is winning.
No, I understand, but I'm saying right now you do have the ability to tie because you pick different teams.
Yes.
Like I said, if Bobby had just picked the same as you, he would have won no matter what.
Yeah,
but because he did pick a different team, he opened the door, the possibility that you can tie. So we need a tiebreaker. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're talking about. Yep. So in the event that you should tie, then we're looking for a tiebreaker, basically, between you two.
But we can't pick the same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I would say is you can go number of games.
Yeah,
you could go Conn Smythe winner.
Go Conn Smythe. Who do you think's going to win the Conn Smythe this year?
Yeah, I would have to say I can only go. You can't go dry side. I can't go anybody else. No.
Yeah. Your options are limited. If you go with Edmonton, it should probably, my guess would be McDavid would be the logical.
Wouldn't it be funny if I picked somebody from? No, I wouldn't do that.
Well, last year McDavid won the Conn Smythe and they lost.
Yes, true enough.
Yeah, so it is possible. Like technically, it is still possible.
But will they give it to him another time? Is the question.
Yeah, I doubt that, but I'm saying in your case, if Edmonton wins, then McDavid logically
and he gets it by default. Sure.
Yeah, logically would make sense. It would stand to reason. And if Florida man wins, it should be different.
Playoffs.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I'm saying like the amount of candidates now were narrowed down pretty down.
I'm going to go with goalie Bob. I'm going to go with Bobrovsky.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable choice. Okay. Florida wins and he stands on his head a couple of games, then
yeah, I think I could
see it.
So there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. We've got one option in case of a tiebreaker.
Sure.
And if worse comes to worse and that isn't good enough, then Thunderdome.
I'm gonna find that movie again. Ah, damn it! I keep.
Well, considering the movie gets nothing but bragging rights,
yeah,
I'm not overly concerned.
Well, right now, Eric. Right now, our like button budget, we have to increase it again. What I'd like to do, actually, jokes aside, what I would love to do next year, since we've now done this a couple of years in a row, next year I would love we start off at the beginning of the playoffs. We get Bobbles in right from day one. We get Brad in. We get a couple people in.
And I'm not doing it if Brad's doing it.
I think you will because you want to beat Brad. This is your opportunity to best Brad in something. I think if we do it again next year, we can organize it. We got time, so we can figure it out. Maybe we come up with a little trophy or something. We actually give something to the winner because you would be doing it over all the rounds. So you get a couple wrong in the first round. That's not necessarily the end. get them right in round 2. Get them
But
right
the
in round 3.
trophy has to be something stupid, like one of those
Like
phone
Reggie
hats
Lemon,
that's like
right on
says
top of it.
#1 dad on it. Or
That's
something.
at the dollar store. Yeah, those ones. Yeah, just
Yeah, I
we'll
want
take that off and put.
Yeah, it has to be something unbelievably stupid.
Well, do you want me to make a couple of calls? I'll see if Marcel has any trophies left over from his hockey
He
playing days.
does still have a few.
We'll just hand out that.
He's coming to a show on what was it, the 22nd?
Eric said we needed something stupid, Marcel. Give me some of your shit.
There's actually a big show coming on the 22nd. It's going to be rated.
Bobby, if Carlos was with us the day we saw Angry Marcel, do you think he'd be making jokes like that?
No.
Eric, I have a Latin American mother. I would make jokes in stereo.
Yeah, but Angry French too. You got to watch them.
I'm not concerned.
Angry Marcel is not a good Marcel.
My mom would literally murder him. It would be like Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat, and his spine would be hanging like this.
The old Colombian necktie.
She's a very angry woman. Trust me, Marcel wouldn't stand a chance. He wouldn't last 2 minutes.
There you go.
And I piss her off. So I fear nothing.
Obviously.
You're making some good points.
But still, you don't want to see Marcel angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
No, I don't.
He almost turns green. Almost.
Almost turns green. This would probably basically poison himself.
And I'll tell you this, even at his age, he's got a little bit of a belly and stuff on him, right? But that dude is a rock, right? I've pat him on the shoulder and stuff. I'm solid. Absolutely solid. I wouldn't want him. He's like a bull. I would not want him coming at me.
He's got no neck.
He's just solid.
Just like one big, yeah. Anyways, that's Marcel. And like I was saying, there is a show on the 22nd of June. It'll be up at where is it? I think Jane Street and right beside good old what's it? FedEx, UPS up there. Jane and Steels or Fitch, something like that.
Yeah, probably something like that, yeah.
120 tables. There'll be quite a few people there. Dealers set up. There'll be a lot of different dealers set up there. And I don't know who's going to show, but there'll be a lot of good dealers up there. Anyways, way. I think it's just poorly advertised and bad timing to have a show on.
Is he working the table or is he signing, or both?
Well, he might be doing both, but I think he is as a signer. I think they got him in as to sign. So I'm sitting there going,
I got Mike Madano signing around here this weekend.
Yeah, so Dan actually told me that there's a signing in Dedham, and there's a show in Dedham. Yeah. I saw though, like the price they're asking $69 US. And I'm like, scandalous.
Oh,
I was
like that's $100 Canadian.
It's very high. Like the last signing I did here was 75 Canadian or something like that. Like way cheap. It's actually way cheaper.
I mean, he's never been around here before.
Maybe that's the thought process, but it just seemed kind of high. Is all I'm getting at. It just seemed a little bit high for an act.
And I would love to get something signed by him and get an autographed Madonna card. But
all you got to do is go to Dedham.
I have nothing. I could go through some.
If only you worked at a card shop.
Yeah.
Like 50 million cards.
Went there, was like, hey Phil, can I borrow a Madano card? He goes, sure.
I haven't been to work in 3 weeks.
Well, then maybe you should go to work.
Yeah.
Go to work and go, hi, stranger. Can I have a Madano card? Sure. I'm sure he could hook you up with something.
I'm sure I have some of those rookie cards kicking around in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just get like a 90-91 Pro Set card or something. I'm sure they have a lot of them.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be too difficult for you to get your hands on something appropriate.
But I don't have, usually when I'm actively thinking about this, when signings are coming up, I go and I buy cheap, jersey cards from back in the day, right? For only a couple of dollars. And then I have them sign it, and now I get a signed game used jersey card. I got tons of that stuff.
Wow.
And I just didn't get on it. And so I let that one slip. I'm sure there'll be stuff at the show to buy, but they'll be overpriced.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I would literally just stop by the store and be like, hey, can I grab some, cheap jerseys or something? There should be lots of stuff there.
Can I go through those 50, 20,000 count boxes? Yeah.
Yeah. There should be plenty of stuff. It shouldn't be too tough. Obi Great has not a bad idea here. Trophy
Or
can
actually-
be an empty tin of the cup with the winner's name written on it. Imagine a tin of the cup and we engrave the winner's name on it. A tin of the cup with the winner of the Stanley Cup playoffs, guessing.
Well, that's where we can house the cup. Anyways.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, regardless, like Brad probably has extra tins after his escapades.
Yeah,
opening,
he just opened 2 or something today, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad suggestion. I got to be honest. It's not a bad suggestion.
Yeah.
Saddler fan. That's how Eric makes his money, perhaps. Zach says, so what's in those boxes? Eric always claimed he doesn't have cards if a player comes up. Well, listen, Eric's got a lot of, again, that's a lot of CGI back there. It's wild. It's a lot of CGI going. But he is right. You always have cards of miscellaneous players all the time, and it's like, no Medanos there? That's shocking.
I think you should have a Peachy Premier. You should get one of those.
No, I think I have
Rookie card. Why not?
Let me
It's cheap enough. I think
you can get them by the dozen.
think I got 1 or 2 even here.
hold on.
Well, I was laughing because Eric was literally talking about like a cheap game used. Like I'm pretty confident on the desk. There's piles of cards on the desk. I bet if I randomly went into a pile, I'd probably find a couple. Because the other ones are in the box, but occasionally I'll get duplicates. So yeah.
There's a Madonna.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the there's the rookie and then there's the subset card. So that's a subset card. That would work. Yeah, and there's the rookie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell happened to the rookie text on it? What the hell did you do to that top loader?
I don't know. It looks dirty.
Didn't care, obviously.
Looks dirty.
Actually, it made me laugh, Bobby. I didn't realize it until I saw the post on social media. So do you know when the next CSC show is?
No.
July 12th.
I
was like, hey boys, my birthday. Good job.
Wow.
So I might actually attend that one. That'd be all right. Apparently, so they're bringing WWE wrestler Santino Marella.
Oh, all right.
I'll get an autograph for Eric Santino.
Did you hear how the last show went? Last weekend? There was a show last weekend, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you hear any reverb on it? Nothing?
Nope.
No.
Pretty regular stuff. Like there's nothing too crazy. I just like the fact they're doing it on my birthday. I'd pop in. There's a wrestling pay-per-view in the evening, so maybe I'll go to the show during the day for a little bit, and then I'll watch the pay-per-view in the evening.
Sure.
It's not Eric. No dark sunglasses. It's back. They're back, Dan.
Backstreet's back.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot better. So, I haven't had it on much today.
Well, Eric, few people can be doing as well as the FedEx driver that will never deliver me my goddamn package.
Nope, he ain't delivering it.
Well, then update it and say you're not going to deliver it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the tracking still says scheduled by the end of the day. By the end of the day, so you're bringing it at midnight? Like, when are you bringing it?
Don't do me any favors. Don't knock on my door at 1 a.m. I'm not interested.
I should get this sign. This is it's one of those golf towels. Unfortunately, it's Bob Probert.
No.
Yeah.
Nice.
Still in the package.
Very nice.
Different, that's for sure.
I bet you his stuff's expensive.
I don't know if it is really. I know his autograph on his rookie card. I do have that too. So I have one from a set. I had a set of that year, and the only card autographed in there was Bob Probert. So it was like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind one of those for my collection, but I would think that they're probably pretty expensive.
I don't think they're that expensive.
I mean, everything's relative. I mean, I don't
say it's still Bob Probert. You know,
I don't want to pay over $50 for it.
It'd probably be a $50 card, sure. I would say at least that, right?
But the guy's a legend. He died young, you know. I mean,
yeah.
He wasn't able to get in on this, you know, the new, you know, collecting trends with, you know, Upper Deck having, you know, game used jersey patches, autos, you know, all that stuff. So there's not a lot out there.
Yeah, all those things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So there you go. John Mangini's here. Carlos, guessing you're family oriented and like the water. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
You lost me in the first part and you lost me in the second part.
Hey.
Other than that, I got you.
All I know is cocaine.
Other than that, you got
Bobby, like you lost me in the first part and you lost me in the second part. Family oriented. How dare you?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. It's a hell of a drug.
Maybe he's answering to one of the other messages or something.
No, this is Carlos guessing. It starts with Carlos.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Saying.
I don't tell you. Let's see here. It's like don't do Brad like that, Dan. Don't do Brad like that. PSA guy. Psh.
PSA guy.
Yeah, I know.
He's opening boxes and packs and stuff all night.
Yeah. Did anyone hear anything about the whatnot breaker? Forgot to turn the camera off and bragged about scamming his customers. Eric, stop it.
I know that was something that happened
Every day.
Well, yeah.
On
But,
what?
I hope it's not David.
Narrow it down, please. Narrow
I
it
hope
down.
it's not
Please.
David.
Narrow it down just a little bit.
I mean, I remember seeing one about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sure. Listen, if I ever want to check, I usually, if you check Rattle Pokemon, he usually compiles them. He'll have a series of them. Like if you actually want to keep track, like he actually goes in and he usually will show off like 4 or 5 of them at a time, and you'll be able to. It's a similar kind of thing though. It's whatnot.
Every 3 or 4 days. Every 3 or 4 days, something's going on. Yeah.
Boston, what is it? Boston Card Hunter, I think, is the guy.
He's one of the guys that showcased something as well.
Yeah, he was doing this woman on whatnot that was complaining about how much the cards were going for, and saying we don't do that here. You know, that's no good. And and it's like, wait a minute, you started the bidding at $2. Someone put the first bid in, and then no one else did anything, and she's like ripping.
Do you have that pink hair?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember.
I was going to say, now you're asking for specifics on whatnot scam thing. It's like, good Lord.
No, I saw a video where she says, I bring the stuff, I list it, you guys are all in the thing, and then you don't bid. I'm not doing this anymore. There's no fucking way I'm giving away anything. It was like, whoa.
It might be the same thing then, because she's yelling at the
people. Yes.
In the chat that came to her whatnot site who are looking to spend money, and she's browbeating them and dressing them down that they're not spending enough and upbidding.
And you're only here for the free giveaways and
so that one also happens all the time as well. There's actually multiple people that have done that one. I know there's certain ones that get featured, but there's a bunch of people that complain.
If you want $10 for the card, start the bidding at $10.
And I believe that
at $2 and then get upset. I mean, it's ludicrous.
If the card's $5, start at $1. If it's $15, $20, start at $8, whatever. At least start the bid. If you get one, then you're not totally disappointed. Any which way, everything's $1. Actually, you know what happened? Dave's on last Friday, he went till 1:30 in the morning from 8 o'clock. He beat us.
I applaud his determination.
Yeah, he did pretty good.
At least he's trying to get paid for it, so I'll give him that. Okay, so John clarified here. July birthday, those are the traits you sign. Yeah, I don't know anything about the traits of the signs. I don't pay attention to that, but fair enough. I acknowledge my family's existence. Does that count as family oriented?
Well, July your birthday, you're a Cancer, so you're water, crab.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But no, saying one of them is like family oriented. Say, well, I acknowledge their existence. Does that count?
Are crabs family oriented? I don't know about that.
Show once a year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Carlos Senior appears on the show, so that counts, I guess.
That's right. Yeah.
I saw the guy that swapped the Pokemon card. There's a lot of people that swap Pokemon cards, yes. So 3-1 Florida man, and it looks like it's 3-2 now. So Sadler is a couple of seconds ahead of me. So right now I haven't seen the other goal yet. Now I have.
Okay.
It is 3-2. So 3-2 right now, Florida man. 3-2 Florida man.
Please tell me the goal. How it happened. What went on?
So the second goal for Edmonton was on a slap shot. Arvidsson.
From the point?
Almost, yeah. Very close. Yeah, he fired off a good shot. It was a good shot. I'll give him that.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like, clean pass, skates it down. Yep, he sets it up. He does have a little bit of a screen, but not too crazy. It was a good shot. Yeah. It's really what you want, like the goaltender. Bobrovsky almost had it. It actually bounced off his arm a little bit, but he wasn't able to completely slow it down. It was a good shot.
I think
What was that?
I think Arvidsson used the knuckle puck. It got by Bobrovsky.
Well, I think it became that once it started going. It was moving. It was
one of those.
It was actually smart for him to fire off the shot quickly because it allowed Bobrovsky not to get fully in position. So it was wise to just fire it off at that moment.
Yeah, and those off-speed pucks to throw you off, right?
Yeah, he was able to get a piece of it. Otherwise, if he had been able to get a little bit more, it would have been a stop. But he was only able to get a little bit to slow it down, but it still went past him.
Okay, 3-2. There we go.
Yep, 3-2. So right now, shots until pending an adjustment. Right now, shots are 16-9. So Florida has gotten 3 goals and 9 shots, which is very efficient.
That's good.
They've been very efficient. They're getting good shots off. When they fire off a shot, it's a clean shot. So if I was Edmonton, I'd be kind of eyeing Skinner because you don't want to give up another one with very few shots. Like it's not your way. Right now, you're 3 goals in, and you're not even 5 minutes into the second period already.
Yeah,
it's already 5 goals have been scored. So you guys have started firing away.
That's how the first period started. So let's see how it goes.
Yep,
it will be interesting.
Like I said, right now everybody's got first legs for the most part, so they're skating quick. They're moving back and forth. So
I think one of the commentators said, he goes, yeah, maybe that's too much rest and it'll get cool. I'm going, they're enjoying the break. Everyone's playing 7 games in every series. So yeah, the week off probably did them a lot of good.
Yeah. Right now, that's why I said that that's why my suggestion was Florida should take advantage of it, because that means they're also fresh enough to be able to, they don't need to chase down McDavid, just kind of corner him and bump him a litlittle bit, because it'll add up over the course of the series. You start bumping him a little bit now, you can start accumulating some punishment.
And then we'll bring in Probert.
Probert, yes, from beyond the grave. Zombie Probert might be very effective as a checker.
True, yeah.
Well, he could play too when he wanted to. He was a good player, and then
but I refuse to scout Zombie Probert, Eric. We don't know what his skill set is currently.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Zombie Probert might be a different story.
Possibly, maybe he's a good guy in Zombie Probert. I don't know.
Who knows, man? I don't know. By the way, I don't know if you saw it, Eric, in the comment section. Copernicus got a good Corey Hart reference.
Sunglasses.
Yeah. So it was
at night.
Yeah. So Copernicus says, I wear my sunglasses at night, so I can. Eric, the Corey Hart of Boston Wade.
There you go.
Copernicus is on it, man.
I would gladly give up my sunglasses to have my eyes right, but they're getting better.
Yep. So based on this discussion, though, are you going to go to Dedham and get the autograph? You know where it is now, so it is there.
Can you drive yet?
It's I haven't driven now.
To get your chauffeur to do it for you. Tell your chauffeur to take you over.
Well, my chauffeur is flying out again.
So Eric, what if I offer you one more enticement, one more thing that would make it a little extra? So first, you get a Modano autograph, so obviously that fits in with the collection portion of it. So we'll get great. Second, you get a night outside of your cell, so that's nice. You get to leave the cell. But think about this: if you were able to get a picture with Modano, you could send it to Amanda, and she may have a meltdown.
Oh yeah,
that would be good, wouldn't it?
So I'm just saying, Eric, if I was to think of Schadenfreude, this would be the kind of thing that I would do in your position.
Yes, I would do that. And I would get an inscription which would say, wishing you were here, Amanda, and signed Mike.
There you go.
XXOO.
Yep. So I'm just saying, like I said, Eric, if you need more enticement, I feel like that's a pretty strong argument.
I feel like I'm being enticed.
Philly Joe says it was 89 degrees in Philly area. Celsius must be my American education. Too hot for hockey. It was in the mid-90s today. Feels like.
Yeah, it was hot.
I was checking it out earlier in terms of I checked out the Fahrenheit for you Americanos. It was in like the mid-90s. It was hot today. It was nice and it was pretty warm.
Yeah, it is 85 here, and tomorrow it's going to be in the 90s.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we cool down a little bit because we're gonna have some rain overnight, so that'll cool it down a bit. But yeah, today was definitely the warm day for sure. Today was basically the day that I actually turn on the air conditioner and also do the dehumidifier, because I'm like, all right, let's make sure we don't get too much humidity out of there. Yeah. We want to dehumidify and make sure we get the humidity, because that's the killer. The heat's the heat, but the humidity is the one that is uncomfortable.
Yeah,
that was no fun. Yeah, that was no fun.
Go Edmonton, go Edmonton.
Yeah.
It's on the other side, Def Leppard.
Yeah. Mangina says, I love Modano. He was my guy, Mangini. I got almost 2,800 cards for Modano. I've been collecting the cards for 30 years. Yeah, 30. Yeah. Nah, I started in 95. So yeah, 30 years. Jeez, it's a long time. Good Lord.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's a half a lifetime for me. Yeah. Not bad.
It happens.
Yeah, I saw Def Leppard when they first came. The drummer had 2 arms at that time. And,
Wow.
The drummer had 2 arms at that time. That's usually
That's
good.
impressive.
Well, that was their first concert in Toronto was 82. So I went and saw them, me and my friend.
Yep, before the crash.
Yeah, it was well before that. I remember there was a guy who was stoned out of his mind. Me and my friend Rob went, and he went up to this table. They had all these shirts sitting there, and this guy grabbed a whole bunch and flung them back. And me and my friend grabbed one, put it underneath our jacket, went right in. I still have that somewhere. I gotta find it. It was one of those cut off Pyromania. Yeah, it was cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
They were good.
I like
Crocus?
I like Dan's comment. Dan says, and Eric can't get one auto for you. Dan, I have hold on. I want to make sure I want to get the number right. Hold on. I want to get this right. I have 358 certified autographs of Medano.
Yeah.
And that's just in cards. Just
Eric
certified cards.
Eric has
just
none.
certified.
And I have none.
I don't know how that works.
And there is so this Detroit is a 16 by 20 when Medano was in Detroit. That's autographed. There is an autographed Medano puck right about there is where the end of my finger. And literally at the desk, and I don't even have a place for this.
You don't have a place.
I may go if I go. The only thing I'd probably get signed is that I'll get a Hall of Fame puck signed.
Yeah. So in terms of autographs, Dan, I'm good. I'm pretty well stocked. I still like to collect the cards, so I'll still chase after them. But yeah, in terms of autographs on stuff, and I got a Medano autographed bobblehead somewhere. I don't even remember where the hell I put it.
Somewhere.
That tells you it's somewhere. It's probably in storage, that one, because the bobbleheads are not very convenient unless you have a shelf to put them in. Like you got to have a spot. I think I have one if memory serves me. I might be mistaken, but I know I have got a bunch of other merch. So it's like after a while, it's like we don't need more merch.
If when Dan was in Boston, did he get a chance to go to Sports World and check?
Oh, true. That was a good question.
I think
while I was recovering, so I couldn't go and meet him. I was in pretty bad shape at that point. But
by the way, kind of as an aside, since we were talking about July and everything, I did indirectly talking to. I've got semi-solidified plans in terms of it. I think we've got the scheduling for Hobby Palooza in July.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, so I think we got that figured out.
Nice.
So I will figure out on my end basically how I want to do it. So I may just do like a little simulcast or like a split between 2 different spots, because you can actually do simulcast streaming. So that might be something we can explore. Or maybe I'll just cut the first, the regular Friday Live a little early. It will cut it early, take a quick breather, and then turn around and finish it on the other channel, because it's the charity one, right? So
yeah,
we can do that. So that's fine. It can be fine. We can do that. No problem. Philly Joe says, damn, the Jays won 2-1 in the bottom of the 9th. Hey, good on the Jays, man. Good on the Jays. Sorry for you, Philly Joe, but I'll take it. Dan says, a drunken Brad Park once signed my sister's shoe. You get Medano to sign Eric's shoe. True.
Shoe.
I was drinking with Brad Park last fall.
Eric, that'd be actually a great idea, what Dan is kind of inadvertently alluding to. I think if you did that, number one, you should take the picture with Medano so that Amanda has a meltdown. That's first.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But second, if you did have Medano sign a shoe, you could have Medano sign the shoe, but inscribe it comfortable shoe. And then at last, we have discovered the comfortable shoe that everyone speaks of so much.
Yes.
Clearly labeled. That would be nice. Just saying. We got ideas, Eric. We got ideas. Josh, good evening, gentlemen. And Eric. Thank you, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
Hobby Palooza sneak peek. Facts. And Zach with the correct statement. Eric is charity. Facts.
That's true. Oh, look at that.
Somewhere out there, Carlisle is like, damn it. Why?
I don't know. I'm just going through my card box looking for Medano. I'm just looking for Medano. Oh, here's my favorite card. Could you chew a little less loud?
Hey, listen, Eric's got to chew all his M&Ms.
Yeah, it's American Ball Breakers. It's This card certifies that the holder is a honorary member of Ball Breakers League. There you go. It's from 1969. Go figure.
Shocking.
It is. The weird stuff that I have is just incredible. I'm just looking for an Edmonton thing. Maybe I can put it on my cheerleader thing. No, Blackhawks.
All right, 7:45 left in the second.
Wow, only one goal, eh?
Yeah. So right now, shots are 9-2 for Florida Man in this period, and they've actually tied it in shots, 16 all, 16 all in shots now. Dan says, I was in Sports World for about 30 minutes, had some Vietnamese soup a few doors down first. There you go.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, there's restaurants right there. Good. I hope you had a good time. I hope you got something nice. Did you mention to anyone that we were acquaintances?
I was going to say that might not be why. Dan is still alive, so probably that would strike me as a no.
Well, I mean, if you told them that we were acquaintances, maybe if you wanted to buy something, maybe you get a little, friendlier deal.
I got a question.
Real quick, Orlando says exciting game. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, ask your question.
Does anybody remember this?
Nope, I got nothing for you. What year abouts would that have been?
It looked familiar.
Maybe early 80s.
Yeah, so too soon for me. It's all you, Eric.
So this is the popsicle sticks they came out with. And you could stick another popsicle stick through it on the side, so you can get a bunch of these, and then you could build stuff from it. Like not of wooden, but this is plastic. These were really cool.
I do remember. They
probably had
them. I know I've seen them.
See, that sounds accurate. That sounds about right. Brought up Eric's name and they manhandled me out the door. You're lucky that's all they did.
Yeah, you're lucky to still be alive.
The game's boring, so I figured I'd go through my card box.
I like, for the record, Eric, I like that the game is boring. And Bobby's not even seeing the game.
I'm listening to it through you guys.
Yeah. Well, right now it's so. Let me be honest. If I was going to give play-by-play on this, you've got two skilled teams that are going back and forth. There's a handful of good quality chances. There have been, but it's also some volume shots. That's why you're getting volume shooting right now.
Yeah.
It's really, I think the only thing, the difference maker is going to be if they can actually get like that rebound, the rebound that started the scoring. That's the kind of thing I think you're going to be looking for to really be able to break
minute.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying that's the kind of shot you're looking for. You're looking for screens. You're looking for something off a rebound. Basically, that's the kind of shots that are getting through, because almost every shot has been contested or screened in some way. Or the first one was off a rebound, and the rest of them are all kind of set, at least screened or semi-screened.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so that's really all it is. That's what it comes down to.
St. Louis Spirits basketball. Who remembers that? That's old.
I think they actually sell some of those retro jerseys even still.
Yeah, they're very popular. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. I got a bunch of schedules here. What is that? I don't even know. 78 football schedule. Jeez, where this stuff comes from. 87 football schedule. There you go. That's in your era. It's one of those slide out schedules. I like the schedules. I really do enjoy them.
You know what would make me really happy, Eric? It would make me happy if I somehow found out that the FedEx driver was like watching the hockey game or just being lazy.
He's watching this. He's watching this show.
Yeah, he's watching this, and it's like, oh yeah, just like, don't you have packages? The thing that's making me laugh, Bobby, is that normally at the end of the day, they update the tracking, and it's still not updated. And I'm sitting there like, you could at least write down and say.
Did it say out for delivery though?
It's still out for delivery. It's been out for delivery all day.
They do that all the time. It's kind of crazy.
Even in a case where they did the fake, we tried to deliver it. By the end of the business day, they had already put in, we tried to deliver it. They gave me that whole BS, but they updated the tracking with it. And I'm sitting there like,
that drives me crazy when it's out for delivery. If it's kind of pending,
like that's what I mean. It's been out for delivery this entire time. It's still out for delivery now.
There's a cello sealed set with Patrick. Wow.
Good old Patrick Roy.
It's in the cello sealed pro set. Like, what the hell did this even come in? I don't even know. Who's on the back? Mike Madano. No. Fred Couples. Fred Couples, he's a golfer. No.
Yes.
Maybe it's one of those back. It's called the Gazette. I have no idea what that is, so whatever.
What Rangers card was that? I can't.
Oh, Tim Hortons.
Oh, all right.
Timmy H.
Nice. All right.
Timmy H.
Yeah. I got lots of weird stuff. Oh, this is when I went to that first movie. I love Kick-Ass. Yes. Got to keep entertaining people. So this was actually, here we go. This is really good history for Toronto Maple Leafs. So there was a place called the Mutual Street Arena. It was called, it was a rollers rink. And we went there. I went there roller skating all that time, but I never knew it was Mutual Street Arena where the Leafs played back in the 20s and early 30s. So I was at the hollowed ground, which was kind of neat.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, to have something like that, that's cool. So much crap in here, but I haven't hit him. I haven't hit the cards yet. I got all this other weird fun stuff. I can't
Billy
show
Joe says,
any
roller
Boston
derby
stuff.
rules.
Derby rules?
He says roller derby rules.
Oh, roller derby rules, yes. What time is it? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm good. Lacrosse. Who likes Vancouver Voodoo Roller Hockey Club? It's signed by somebody. I think it's Medano. But anyways.
So this is what happens, Eric, when you leave Bobby to miscellaneous boxes of stuff.
Yeah, I could only imagine.
Well, this is the card box, so to speak. I haven't hit the cards yet, but, I'm just looking for Medano. Just
There you
saying.
go. Sadler says, Bobby, do you have any cutoff for history things you won't collect?
Yeah, anything past 1995, generally. I won't do those. But anything else prior to that and anything else that's weird and wonderful, sure. I don't get into everything, but anything that's documentable rather than just a one-off kind of thing, those things I don't really like.
If it catches his fancy, he'll grab it.
It's so true.
So speaking of catching fancy, I did see a couple of posts about it. I was listening to some podcasts discussing it. I'm sitting back waiting, but I don't know if you caught this, Eric. There was a rumor mill that was kind of throwing some stuff out there post the loss, Dallas and everything. The first day or two, everything was talking about Ottinger and DeBoers and the relationship. Is it okay? What's going to happen with that? But now the little mini rumor that's circling around is with the cap situation they're going to have next year and trying to figure things out, they may sign Jamie Benn, but if they do, it'll be at a big discount. That'll help to a degree. But they're looking at something. But one of the things that was thrown out there is like, would the Dallas Stars trade Jason Robertson? And I was like, oh, if this happened, we'd hear bobbles from here. We'd hear him. His head would turn like The Exorcist.
Yeah,
it'd be amazing.
He'd be sad.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. As soon as I saw it, Eric, I was like, this feels random, but at the same time, I'm amused. Go on.
I am not amused.
Manjini says, my friend was a roller derby chick in Pittsburgh. Hung out with the three of them this past weekend. There you go.
Wicked. Roller derby. Wow.
Classic roller derby. Well, I laugh because there's like different distinct eras of roller derby.
I'll be
there's
back.
Like
I've been beckoned.
You've been beckoned. There's like, what I like, Eric, is that there's like these distinct eras of roller derby. There's like the OG roller derby. And like I said, my favorite one that I like to invoke was obviously more WWE style, but I enjoyed Roller Jam. What was funny though for me when they did the Roller Jam thing briefly was that even though it was like, WWE style with the characters and the gimmicks and the whole thing, you still had a couple of OG roller derby folks there. Like there was a couple of players that were like from the original, like in the heyday of the 70s and 60s, who were actually still hanging around as participating in it. And they were playing up into it as much as anybody else. They had their own characters and gimmicks. And it was just very entertaining because you had the younger ones who were participating in it, but then you also had the more veteran ones. And I think Sean Atkinson, who was part of the Los Angeles Quakes team, his father was one of the OG roller derby guys.
Okay.
So like you still had the connections to like the OG roller derby involved in it. And like I said, there were a few, like 2 or 3 people that were actually OG or back in the day roller derbies that were actually participating in it.
Yeah, I remember in like the 80s, 90s, late 80s, early 90s, they tried to bring roller derby back, and it was very WWF kind of thing with characters.
So the one that the roller jam was late 90s. And there was also like a roller games. There was another one that they tried. So there were a couple of different attempts, a couple
I
different
remember
iterations.
the ones in the 80s that they tried to bring it back. And, they're all wearing colorful uniforms and, cutting promos and stuff. And I'm going to get this person. And, it was very wrestling-esque. And as a young kid, I was entertained by it.
That's really all you're looking for. Like for me, it didn't matter as long as it was entertaining. That's all that really needed to do. As long as you could provide some entertainment, that it was I laugh because it literally played as part of a block with ECW wrestling. It was part of a power block that they had programmed back then, and it would be you'd have wrestling and then you'd have this where it'd be like, oh, but is this it's like, guys, all the games go in the exact same way. One team gets out to a gigantic lead, and then the other team chips away at it, and then at the very end, literally comes down to the last play every single time.
Yeah, I didn't watch it at that era by any means. I don't even remember it being around during ECW time. I like I said, I remember it in the 80s when they had it was very sticky.
That's what made it hilarious. I got such a kick out of it. It was just, and it was hilariously absurd. The whole thing was hilariously absurd. But it worked for its time. It had its fun. I think it probably would. And what's funny was they brought in a commissioner in like the last season, who was actually he was actually a known actor. He had like an IMDb page and everything. So like he was there to play a character. That was it. He was the evil authority figure.
Oh well, yeah.
So you got to have an evil authority figure.
I heard that was big in wrestling at one point.
Yeah, and they borrowed the exact same tropes. That was basically what they brought into it. They said, "Oh, we're just going to borrow that." So yeah, bring in somebody who's an actor who knows how to do it, and basically play that role for them. And then the players were antagonistic towards it, and they played out a whole storyline over a whole season. And that's basically how you did it.
I like when Bischoff was kind of the bad guy, but then he went too far with it and became, I don't know, overwhelming. But there was a period of time that I really liked it when Bischoff was the bad guy. And
I'd argue Bischoff's still the bad guy. He still finds excuses to defend Hogan to this very day. He's tied to Hogan at the hip to this very day. Yeah. It's hilarious. He looks for any excuse. It was always hilarious to me. I was sitting there like, dude, you're both old. It's fine. You don't have to suck up to Hogan every 5 minutes. It's okay.
If he somehow is still making money off of it, he's going to keep doing it. When the money dries out and he's not making any off of Hogan, he'll turn his tune, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's basically what happens to a lot of those little guys. Right now, the little mini thing is that Ric Flair is up in his feelings about everything, basically. But he decided to try to pick on Jim Ross, and then everybody's going like, listen, stop being a piece of shit. Ric Flair is messed up. That guy, and it's like a battle between him and Hogan for who's most messed up. And it's like, you're both losing. This is horrible.
Yeah, they're I don't think either one of them are really good people. I would think that if I had to say which one was worse, I would go with Ric Flair as a worse person.
It's a tough one because Hogan is racist and Flair is a jerk, so they're both pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out with either one of them. I've literally gone out of my way to avoid Ric Flair. A couple of years ago up in Toronto.
He wouldn't sign my thing in 1973, so screw him.
Oh, listen, Bobby will always hold that against him. I think though what's funny is that it's like I can't even say not swell fellows because let's be honest, it'd be much easier to hang out with Favre than either one of those guys.
I would rather hang out with Favre.
Like you can sit down and have a beer with the guy. He's not a swell fellow, but at least you can sit down and have a beer with the man without necessarily causing an incident.
No, those other two,
Carlos.
Yeah, so we went standouts. Is that like one of the McDonald's cards? Is that what that is? Or Tim Hortons?
I think Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons, yes.
Yeah, Tim Hortons. I thought so. Yeah, design-wise, it looked like something along those lines.
Yeah.
So here it is, Eric. Just while we were talking about it, I found one of the things. During that run with the roller gym, the one I was talking about, they actually got on Jay Leno. So they were actually on Leno as part of the interview to promote the league. And see, Eric, this is difficult. So you got to use context clues. Tell me if you can figure out why they use these people to help promote the league.
Huh. Because they're really good at skating. They're professional skaters.
I think that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So these were 3 members of the Los Angeles Quakes team, known as the Bod Squad.
The Bod Squad. Gotta love it.
Indeed.
How they ever came up with that name, I don't know.
Well, like I said, it's the people were watching. People were watching the show, Eric, for the plot, and I just showed you the plot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though, the fact that they basically hired ladies that look like models. I would say what's funny though is all 3 of them actually played roller derby prior to auditioning for that show. So they actually did play roller derby on their own. So when they started doing it, they actually could do it. So obviously you're doing a WWE style presentation. So you know that.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, so you're getting good looking girls to do this, but at the same time, they actually can skate because they actually have played the game. So you don't have to teach them how to play it. They actually know how to do it. The end goal was you obviously you're setting it up in a way to make it exciting to the end. You're playing to the live crowd. You're playing, that's the audience, but you also have it on TV. So you got promos and you got all this thing that has to be part of it. So when you're doing it though, you still have to be able to skate. Otherwise it's not going to work. Like you still have to
at least skate. You can't.
Yeah, you got to create in order for this illusion to work, and in order for you to have signature moves, Eric, and things to pull off, you got to be able to skate well enough to be able to. So they all could. So that's why they were able to do it.
I got a Gretzky card.
Yeah, so that would have been 95, 96 collector's choice.
Was that Brent?
It's Brent, yeah.
Yeah, but that's 95, 96 collector's choice. I want to say that's the first year of collector's choice because I remember from the font on the front of the card.
Yeah, it's very distinctive.
No, Keith never made it to the NHL. He didn't even get a game, right?
I think so.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Did Keith get into the NHL?
Oh, Keith, no. He never played.
Yeah.
He got the juniors, something like that.
I know he played for the San Diego Gulls and like the International League or something, but he never even got one game in the NHL, I don't think.
That's got to be worth something. It's out of 6,000. It's 2102.
Practically short printed, man.
I think so. I was thinking.
All right, we approach the 10 o'clock hour. Is my package still out for delivery?
No.
Hitting refresh. Here we go.
Baltimore baseball.
It is still out for delivery Wednesday by the end of the day. Technically, they've got 2 hours.
Yeah.
For Dan, we got Tippy Martinez.
That's ridiculous, Harry. Like, that's the worst. And there was no attempted delivery. Like, I've been here all day. I've literally been here all day. You're not even close. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is the point of paying for courier service if you're not even ridiculous?
How many days did it take in general? Like,
no, well, it's overnight. Literally, it was
wow.
Yeah.
And you didn't get the overnight? Oh my God.
That's what. So for me, whenever Ship My Card, no, it's not. Whenever Ship My Cards sends it, the one they're using is 1 day. So like it's out of Arizona yesterday, and it was in Canada today, this morning. The problem was that here's the thing. I would be less annoyed about it, except FedEx had no problem calling me this morning to let me know, hey, customs and duties in the amount of whatever, so that we can release your package. So AKA, they have the package, so they want me to pay for the customs and duties to release it. Fine. So I did. It was done this morning, no problem. So I've taken care of my end of this bargain. It's already paid. Literally, they just got to bring me the damn box.
They just don't want to.
Yeah.
There we go. Eddie Murray. Oh, good old Ernie Witt. Can't have a good card without Ernie Witt. Look at him there.
Gotta have that 87 tops.
Yeah. Dante Bichette. Oh my God.
The part that annoyed me the most is that I was hoping that if I had gotten it earlier, I was going to record the pickup video.
I would be pissed right now. Yeah.
I was planning on recording because, like I said, I've been here all day for it, and it's literally was on the truck this morning. So, like, where's your excuse? Get it over here.
No excuse. Kurt Schilling too. Wow.
Yeah. So that's 90 Donruss.
Yeah.
Another swell fella that I'd rather hang out with than Ric Flair.
It's a low bar, but yes, it's a low bar, but sure.
Yeah, we could take that. Like I said, there's random everywhere, but no Medanos yet. We're gonna hit it soon.
Yeah, so we're getting a little highlight package. So both teams are getting a couple of shots off, some decent chances, nothing too crazy, but we're getting block shots. We're getting the whole gamut. So that's it through 2 periods. I think it's still 3-2. I'll double check, but I think that's right.
For Eric.
Iraq.
Oh, that's the Terry O'Reilly
Pro
Pro
set.
Set card. Yeah.
Oh, I do have a Wayne Gretzky. Okay, there we go.
Oh, assist man. Yeah, yeah.
Sixth man, yeah.
Well, that's it. So that's the Players Club. That is actually a parallel.
Oh, there you go.
It's not a particularly exciting parallel, but it is a parallel.
Yeah.
So that, Bobby, would be like the perfect thing for ComC. Because
Yeah.
because basically I'd give it to them and be like put it for like $5 or something. Here you go, take $5. Done.
Yeah, it's not a very look at the holder. Oh my
Yeah, it's
God.
yellowed. Yeah.
I don't know where I got this, but anyways. Yeah, it's a nice actually looking card. In a fun way. It's kind of a fun card, you know.
I have it somewhere. In my
You
Gretzky
don't.
collection.
You think you do, but you don't.
I don't. Oh, damn it. Thought I
Probably
did.
signed by Brett or Keith.
Yeah, Brett, yeah.
Maybe. You never know. Jesus.
They have that one upper deck card with the 3 of them on it. That would be good if you get all 3 of them to sign it. I bet you there's
Is there enough room to sign it on there?
I bet you there's a handful of them out there somewhere, you know.
I did like this issue. And the nice reflective helmet.
Oh yeah. Look at Bobby having cards. Wild.
Go
Sadler
figure.
fans, right? It's like, you guys are doing this wrong, showing cards. No one does that. I know it's illegal.
It is illegal, especially after the series is finished.
Eric, I might have to go find one of the vintages. Otherwise, our candidacy, your chance to be YouTube Hall of Fame adjacent. I might have to find the vintage.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll show you. Here's something that's always interesting to talk about. How much do you guys think this would be worth?
Buck an inch.
Let's see here.
Oh, have he signed it?
It is signed. It's
Oh, did
just
he actually?
it's faded.
So you're asking if he re-signs it?
And I bought it that way. Cheap.
Yeah. Are you asking if he re-signed it?
If I ever get a chance to meet him, I'm gonna say, could you just go over this with this blue pen for me, please?
Yeah, go over it. Yeah, that'll really go over well.
But it is signed.
I can't believe I have this card. I cannot.
Brad Marchand.
Oops.
But that was my first Gretzky auto because I couldn't afford anything else. So
These are nice cards, actually. They're kind of embossed a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of that's the Tim Hortons as well, isn't it? It's a different year, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, for an inexpensive card set, the Tim Hortons ones are good. Like they're actually pretty good. My problem with them has always been like I can't get behind the Tim Hortons one the same way that I did with the McDonald's one back in the day. It's not the same. Yeah. Oh, you can buy a coffee. It's like I don't want to buy a coffee and some damn hockey cards. I want to buy some McNuggets and some hockey cards, or some fries and some hockey cards.
Yeah.
Like what are we doing here? Eric, does that card have own appeal? Hey, listen, Dan's trying to pitch for the trademark on own appeal. So it might. Maybe.
Well, it's Gretzky autograph Gretzky cards are pretty expensive, and
autograph, yeah, for sure.
And that one I got pretty cheap because of the fade on it. Somebody left it out in the sun.
I think I mentioned to you that once upon a time I did do the 600 goal scorers project. I decided I wanted to collect an item from all the 600 goal scorers at the time.
Yeah.
And for the Gretzky one, was funny is I got lazy by the time I got to the Gretzky one because it wasn't at the end, but it was close to the end, and I got lazy, and I just bought a dual auto of Gretzky and Messier. I'm like, screw it, I'll get them both. I'll get them both. That way I don't have to buy them individually.
True enough. Save some money.
Yeah, well, it worked. I did get it was a nice card, and then once I kind of finished it, it's one of those things where like the project itself was challenging to get. I tried to find different pieces, but I wasn't that attached to it. So once I went and did it, I was like, all right, I did it, and then I just started selling off the pieces. I've kept a few, but the main one, the only one, the main one from the original that I still have is the Gordy bobblehead. That's still right there.
You don't want to sell that though.
Yeah, so that one I have from that expo. I'll keep it. The other ones can go. It's not a big deal.
No.
That's not a bad project to do, though.
There
With
wasn't
all
a lot
these,
of 600 goal scorers, and now there's definitely a
there's still
handful.
not a lot though. Like I think from the time I did it, I think Crosby has been added to that. Ovechkin was already there by the time I did it, so
Was he?
Crosby's been added, but I think he's the only one. Like he's the only one who's been added to that original list. Like I did it years ago, but not that many years ago. So you basically had more or less the current list of 600 goal scorers. 600 is still a lot. It's still a tough list to get into.
Respectable, for sure.
Yeah. So to me, that's still like elite level goal scoring. And they're all top tier guys that have at least managed it, either with longevity or with just putting up a ton of goals. So if you're at that level, you're good.
You should start with 700.
It would be easier actually, because to be honest, with the 600, I had all the 700 guys anyway.
Yeah.
So regardless, 700 would just be a streamlined version of it. So you could totally do that.
Mm-hmm.
And for that one, I'd have Gordy, obviously. And then I'd still have, I got Esposito, right above this Raleigh Fingers picture. There's an Esposito autograph on an 8x10 there. So I've still got that one.
That's good.
So 700 is totally doable.
Oh yeah.
We could probably get you a Marcel.
I literally have one sitting on a pile of crap over here.
In a good mood.
I'm telling you, you're gonna get angry Marcel if you keep it up.
Yeah, well, angry Marcel is gonna get hit with his own goddamn card. It's gonna happen to him.
Oh, I'm telling.
Boom.
I'm telling.
You're gonna see. Eric, what do you do if I get angry Marcel and all that, and I throw the card at him, and he's like, "My eye," and I go, "Fuck, take that."
You missed it.
In the eye.
Yes.
With your own autograph card. Now you and Eric can be twins. My
Yeah.
eye. My eye. That's right. Take that. Don't mess with me, Eric. Not when FedEx is screwing me over. Angry Marcel, an army of angry Marcels. I will crush them. I will crush them like a bug.
Yeah. Damn.
It's like I already love Schadenfreude to begin with. The suffering of others I'm already into. So do not give me extra motivation. I don't need this.
No.
I did like the Opeaches. Me and Steven opened a bunch.
Yeah, their pictures were nice. And those ones are like the parallel, so they got a little bit of shine to them. Those are good ones.
Yeah. They all have that little bit of a shine.
Philly Joe says, there's a story with the Raleigh Fingers picker? Yes. So that was at Expo. The Ferguson Jenkins Foundation used to have a booth. They would invite different baseball Hall of Famers. And I've collected over the years a couple of different autographed baseball. So it was a charity thing. It was the Ferguson Jenkins Foundation. Yep. So they'd bring some players, but also they'd bring signed stuff that the players had signed for them to. And if you buy it, you're basically contributing to charity. So you could buy something and then, you're still contributing. You get, so I got a Louis Tion baseball, or Louis Taint, as it's correctly pronounced.
Yep.
Gaylord Perry, Andre Dawson, the Gaylord Perry, the Raleigh Fingers, 8x10 there. And there's a handful of other ones, and Ferguson Jenkins, of course. So but
yeah, I think I got it at the same time you did because all those guys were there. I took my dad actually, and he got all the autographs. I got them for him. So
it was to be honest, it was a great deal because the price on a lot of those autographs were super cheap. Honestly, it was very fair. Because again, it was charity, so the guys signed for him, no problem, and it was available. So those are good because you got the Dufex. So that's that's the rink collection. It should be on the back in there.
Very nice. Yeah.
So the rink collections are actually what I like about those is they're not too expensive. If somebody wanted to do a set of them, they look really good in a binder. Not a project I'd take on, but they look really good.
When you move it and his face comes to light and then it goes dark, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the Dufex foil that they put on it. And to be honest, here's the thing, Bobby. I would love if now that technology is totally still available. Dufex is literally a type of foil.
Okay.
Get Spicy Eye on here. Like, give me some goddamn Dufex. Okay. How about some Dufex? All right. Let's just do that. Eric, it worked in the 90s. Dufex is good.
It does.
You can make some of those cars look really nice. And if you give them a proper Dufex treatment, the people would be into it.
Even Muhammad Ali.
There you go.
Nice. Yeah.
That was a Topps product. Very difficult. It was through M&Ms. They had backpacks. It was like crazy issue.
Isn't that like from 1984?
Yeah. There's all the American. 1980. I think all the American winners of the Cup were there. I mean, for the series.
So 80, 81? No, well, I just look on the date. Yeah. 1981. Yeah, there's different years. Like some went through M&Ms. Some were on the Coke cartons, which are very difficult to find. But they had all the winners of the 80 Cup on there, or the series. Interesting. I've been trying to document it, but it's just all over the board. It's everywhere. It's like, everybody. Stamkos. Holy crap. I got a Stamkos. Is he still around? That's a nice card, too.
Nashville.
That's a nice card, too. Very well done.
Yeah. Well, that's
Tim
again,
Hortons.
still following the Tim Hortons, right?
Yeah. I like the Tim Hortons. They were cheap. I'd get a coffee and then boom. Get a pack for $1 and say, hey, whatever. I got a whole bunch of Tim Hortons somewhere. It's just like, just keep throwing them in a bin somewhere every time I would get a coffee. So no more of those. Ooh, there we go. Signed jersey card above who? Nobody. Congratulations. Yeah. Silver version, 1 of 40. Oh, that's in the game. Oh my God. Look at that stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Yeah.
You could actually get some players cheap depending on who was pulled in those.
Yeah. Jersey, no. Nice looking card.
So I'll share the story on Friday. I'll save it for Friday. But so remember I mentioned I did that whole video where I talked about that wrestling 1 of 1 and the guy that reached out to me out of the blue and asked about it and everything. So he ended up being a tire kicker. But what was funny for me, there you go, Gretzky in there. What it was funny for me though, Eric, is that the character that was playing in it, I'll tell the story a little bit more. I may do like a follow-up video and do it as well. But anyway, so the character themselves became the recipient of an opportunity because of WWE shuffling the deck chairs. They decided they wanted to move a couple of the characters up to the main roster. So Stephanie Vaquer, so one of the ladies there who was the NXT champion in the developmental territory they've got there, they decided that they wanted to bring her up right away. Like they had no like plan, but they were like, oh crap, we should get her into this thing. So they decided, okay, so just have her drop the championship. So they did a thing where randomly JC Jane, who's the wrestler there, got a title shot, and then she won the title basically on a random NXT episode. And so, and now the other one is off on the main roster, and she's going to be at the Money in the Bank and do all this other stuff. Okay, fine. So this character who has been at NXT for years now, there's really no prospects necessarily of her going to the main roster anytime soon, but she's literally been there for years and she's led these stables and done all this stuff. But now all of a sudden she's the NXT Women's Champion. And I was just sitting there like, and as soon as that happened, I started laughing. So I was like, all right. So I listed the card on eBay for 4 times what I paid for it.
Why not?
And I ended up getting an offer from somebody, Florida man, offered me double what I paid for mine originally. So I literally doubled my money and I sold it, and it's in the envelope right here, and it's gonna go in the mail tomorrow.
Just give it to the FedEx guy when he comes. Ask him if he can mail it for you.
Well, this one's UPS, so FedEx is not getting this one. I decided to make the what's it called? The label from eBay. Canada Post though, I'm still a little weary on. I don't know what these guys are doing, so I was like, you know what? Let me use one of the other ones. And since they paid good money for the card, I go, I'd rather pick one of the other ones just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
We still get tracking, we still get the rest of it. Let me use one of these other options just to be on the safe side. Right now, as far as where nothing changed, they're just not doing overtime, but they're still delivering the mail. So that hasn't been affected yet. But I would rather, especially if somebody's paying good money for a card, I would rather not take the chance. Let me just, and with eBay, you still get, I still think I got like 40% off the normal price. So it ended up being like $15 shipping on like a $400 item. Yeah, I'll pay the $15. It's not a big deal.
That's an amazing 3D card. Wow.
Oh, you got a 3D on that one? Nice.
It's like really deep. Wow. I've never seen that before.
Solid.
It like goes almost an inch back in my eye purview, right? Wow. It's incredible. You can't see it on there, right?
I couldn't see it.
It's like the depth on it is unbelievable. Too bad it's a junior. I don't even know who it is.
Well, at least you got a pile of cards there. See, Bobby, see, if you did make the content, the video could literally be Bobby goes through boxes of miscellaneous stuff.
Yeah. Miscellaneous is right.
Just go through it. It's like, I thought this guy was dead.
Most of them are. The other ones, the older ones. I got another box that's got a lot of vintage. Where that is. Might be in the storage locker. I'm not sure. I think
though, if you're going to do that line, Bobby, you should like accidentally come across a Ray Borgo and dead guy.
Yep.
And Eric's like, no, he's not
80,
a zombie.
That's 81 crap, right? Yeah.
He came into the store, I guess, a week or so ago to do a couple of things that we needed him to do, but I wasn't obviously there.
Zombie man.
Good old zombie man. So, Eric, how many tins of the cup are we getting you to open?
Oh, at least 7.
That'd be nice.
Yeah,
I mean,
a
little over a case.
Brad. It got to be Brad's numbers, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like if you're not going to do at least 7, then it's not worth your time.
What are you doing, honestly? Yep.
And then I'll decide. But once I hit 7, if I got a good haul, I'll stop. If I got skunked, maybe I'll open up 3 more.
Maybe.
So if you get a chance to watch the AMG podcast, Eric, you get a kick out of it. I was looking in the checklist, and I was telling Blair that so there is I showed Bobby earlier one of the one of ones. So Medano isn't in a lot of the subsets. He's in a handful of things, but not in a lot of them. There is a 6-sided jersey piece that he's in with other American players. Okay. The one of one got pulled right on day 1.
Wow.
So I was sitting there going like, all right. So it's the buttons version.
All right.
So that's the one of one. So that's already been pulled. It's sitting on eBay for the princely sum of $3,500.
There you go.
Oh, good luck for that person.
That'll cover 2 boxes, right?
Yeah. Well, you're going to need to put in a custom holder because since it's buttons, that means the card is going to be like this thick.
Right.
Because you need the extra space to fill the button in because those cards are always super thick. So it's like, well, good luck. And $3,500. Good luck to you, man.
It must be off the fight strap, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I get it. Like hey, listen, if you're going to do the one of one, 6 buttons on that card. So that's there's a lot going on there. But I was just like, I was like, okay, interesting. So that one's been pulled. The big one is that there is a Gretzky Medano dual. I think it's a dual ticket auto booklet. And I was like, huh.
Oh.
And I was like, is that all? Is that all? And I was like, well, I'm not chasing after that one.
Now, listen, I'm a Medano fan, and the guy's had an exceptional Hall of Fame career. But other than they just can, why would you put Medano and Gretzky together on a card?
So there were 2 times that I've seen it done. I think this one, I'll double check. If I ever see it, I'll confirm fully, but I believe so. There were 2 times. One was Be a Player did it because they were both on the same all-star team. So that made sense. So you got jersey pieces from the all-star jerseys, and they were on the same all-star team. It was Team North America. Makes sense. All right, I get it. You're good, Aaron? You give me a thumbs up. What's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good.
Hey, Lapper, what's happening?
How you doing, Eric?
Just try to get through another day, my friend.
There you go. Bobby, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good.
Well, this one's for Eric. I don't know how I ended up with this. New England, WRKO was the charts, the big 3.
Okay, there you go.
You literally do have a box of miscellaneous crap over there. Like,
this is 1970. So what was the top song in 1970? I don't know. War, Edwin Starr.
What is it good for?
Yeah, nothing. 25 or 6 too far, Chicago. It's not Boston.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, Aaron, what made me laugh was that I was talking to guys, obviously, since it's Cup release date. I was looking in one of the, I always check the checklist to see what Medano's in it because that's all I'm really looking for. So one of the one of ones got pulled. It's sitting on eBay for $3,500. And I was like, well, unless Eric doesn't need one of his kidneys, that ain't happening. But the big one is there's a Gretzky Medano like dual, I want to say it's like ticket dual auto booklet. And I was like, so I was explaining to Eric, there's only 2 scenarios I've seen where they've done the Gretzky Medano combo. One of them was when they were on the All-Star team. Okay, I get it. You're on Team North America. You both have All-Star jersey pieces. Be a player did it. I get it. Makes sense.
Sure.
Right.
This one, I think it's based on a ticket. So probably it's a game where they played against each other, and if the two teams played, then there's your combination. That's why you did it. That's the only reason I could see doing it. Otherwise, it's just random, and it's literally just Billy messing with me, which is possible too.
Oh, I can see that.
That's lucky to have Modano even have a card with Gretzky though. Like that's pretty cool. Not a lot of people's favorite players are gonna have a card that's a duel with Gretz.
Yep. Reber Duggan to Logical Canadian say hi. Hi to you. Logical Canadian. I like it. Hello. Yep. Sounds good. Appreciate you. But yeah, it is good in a sense. But yeah, it's, you're talking the cup and you're talking that combination. It's like, yeah, that's not in my price bracket. I'll look from afar. I'll admire from afar.
Yeah.
Do you have many in the cup, Carlos?
What's
Sorry,
that?
but
Do you have many from the cup?
I have an entire 2-row 1,600 count box full of cards from the cup. I've got plenty of cards from the cup over the years.
Yeah.
But especially since he's been in pretty much all of them since the get-go. So, and I've got a lot of nice pieces from that. That's why I keep them in the box. They're like literally on the desk. There's the cup. There's a triple patch from the cup.
Oh, wow. Nice one.
Yeah. So I got a crap ton of stuff from the cup. That it's not an issue of having stuff from the cup. It's that there are limits. Some of that stuff is just super expensive. But then as soon as you put Gretzky on there, like, good Lord.
Oh, yeah. You're in trouble.
Yeah. Like, because the Gretzky, so the problem is it's out of 5. It's a booklet and it's out of 5. So you're going to have the Gretzky guys are the ones that are going to drive that price into the stratosphere. So it's like you're not even going to compete with those guys.
No. You'd be. What price line would that be at?
Appreciate you. It's going to be pretty hefty. You're talking about a Gretzky if they, any kind of memorabilia.
How many Gretzkys are in there? Like,
it doesn't really matter for the Gretzky guy. You're talking cup and you put Gretzky auto in there, like they're all about it.
Yeah, it's expensive stuff.
yeah, I mean, you'd be starting at about probably $800 US on any Cup Gretzky auto, and then it just goes up from there depending. So
Yeah, and then you're taking a booklet. You're talking out of 5. You're comfortably into the mid 4 figures. For some of that stuff.
Yeah.
So like at that point, it's like, yeah, again, I'll admire from afar.
Yeah.
I'll leave it to somebody else. So anyway, so Aaron, how are things going with you? How are things going?
Oh, it was a busy day. Sorry, I know I planned to be here earlier, but
Yeah, no worries.
yeah, it was a busy day.
it's-
But when it's tough when life or work gets in the way of the Stanley Cup final.
I know.
It's horrible.
I know.
Yeah, but my big thing is I decided today would be a good one because Friday I do the live stream anyway, so can be kind of a semi-watch along with it anyway. But then we got the weird schedule after that. So you got the Friday, and then I think they push all the way to the Monday.
Monday, correct?
Really? No,
Yeah, so game 2 will be like the normal live stream. I'll incorporate it in, but it's not going to be the main focus. Monday, Eric, if you like, we can do like a semi-watch along with the podcast episode. We could just kind of combine the two. We're going to be watching that
Fair
anyway.
enough.
So
Yeah.
So like it could actually still work schedule. I don't know when game 4 is though. I don't remember that. But the first couple of days are like set up like that. You got Friday and Monday.
It's a big travel day. It's quite a distance from Edmonton and Florida. So
It's a plane ride. Whatever. They're not taking a bus or a boat. So
you don't know that.
Well,
You don't know
listen,
that.
I
Hey,
don't
listen,
know
man.
that.
Eric,
You don't. No, there you go. Just making blanket statements again with
I know.
no research. You have nothing to back that up with.
are you
Just-
questioning the Burrell?
Just throwing it out there.
Eric,
seeing what sticks.
Are you questioning the Burrell?
I
He's in
think
the
he is.
garage of knowledge, man.
I think then we're going to have to give them oars to row in that boat.
That's right.
Good Lord. I
From
was gonna say-
Chicago, those oars were from Chicago. You know that.
Well,
Oh, stop
listen,
it.
the only oars that matter from Chicago.
Just saying.
Stop it.
Listen, Eric, see, the problem is we keep trying to educate Aaron. We try to educate Eric on this hockey thing. He likes to be a poser and pretend he knows something about hockey. The thing
don't
is,
know.
and I've been trying to teach him, like, Bobby Orr spent years toiling away in this Boston minor league team. Trash, no one cares. And then finally his NHL career started. He built his NHL Hall of Fame resume in Chicago, where he finally became a real player. It was one of his heartwarming story.
Yeah.
The Blackhawk legend.
Yeah, and I showcased it in
Even
one of
he
the
knows.
expos. One of the expos, I gave him a Bobby Orr rookie in Chicago Blackhawks uniform, and not only that, I spared no expense. I went to KSA and had them grade it.
I saw that.
So it was chef's kiss. And this ungrateful swine over here didn't even appreciate it. It's unbelievable.
Oh,
I saw that. It
appreciate
was a pretty smug response on the. I watched the feed after that.
Yeah, it's
And
tough.
I don't know.
This is what happens. This is why they're called mass holes. This is just atrocious.
That's a long list of reasons why we're called that.
Just lack of respect for hockey history, Eric. We're talking about a legend. Chicago Blackhawks Bobby Orr, legend.
They made a pinball machine after that. Like,
I'm
honestly,
saying.
I know.
they
it's
didn't
not
do
the
that
best
for
picture.
like Boston. No.
Well, like I said, listen, he had to mature from his Boston days. Eric likes to celebrate. You know, he's got that little picture there of when Bobby Orr took a dive. You know, there are NBA players who don't dive like that. Like this guy is like going,
Yeah, he went straight LeBron.
Yeah,
Well, he predates LeBron. LeBron learned it from Bobby Orr. That was the
Maybe.
problem.
true.
It's cowardly, is what it is, Eric. Cowardly.
Sure. Yeah.
Have you guys covered any? Like, who are you guys? Is anyone cheering for anyone or just watching? Or
Well, I'm a salty Dallas fan, so you know my allegiances are clear. And
Right.
I also denounce Alberta as an actual Canadian province. As far as I'm concerned, they may as well be part of Uzbekistan. They might be Russian. How do I know they're not actually part of Russia? This might be two foreign countries fighting for the Stanley Cup. It'd be nice if we had a Canadian team here.
yeah, that's true.
So you know, we do what best we can. So you know, I'm going Florida, man, and I don't even like Florida. Florida is like my least favorite American state. So
Your
I like
second least.
this is a problematic. This is problematic here.
It's your second least favorite. There you go.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
going with Florida.
You're
I'm
Florida.
picking Edmonton.
I can't ever root for Edmonton. I've
Why
had
can you never ever? What, you don't like
because,
McDavid?
because of Peter Klima. That's why.
You know how far that goes back?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
What the
Eric
hell?
was a
Talk
young
about a
we-
grudge.
Was a
Ah,
young.
yeah.
Talk about a grudge.
Jeez.
All right, tied 3-3. So
Yes.
Yep. there you go.
God damn it. That's why Peter Klima. I said his name. They scored. See what happens?
See what happens?
Damn.
You had to.
Look, Bobby, your disdain for Ric Flair goes back to the 70s. I feel like
That's-
Eric's reference is more contemporary.
I
Yeah,
think it
mine was
73.
1990.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
It was se-
So
73,
am
I
I
think.
guessing that you're rooting for the pseudo Canadian team? Is that what's going on, Aaron? Is that the direction we're going here?
Me?
Yep.
No, I'm a little bit indifferent. I have a bet this game, a small one. I bet for
Okay.
fun, but
All
I have
right.
a bet for Florida to cover 1.5 to win by 1.5. So
All right.
that was looking good, and now not so much. But no, I'm just hoping for a good series. I mean, it'd be cool, I guess, if Edmonton won for McDavid, but I like Florida. I don't know. I just hope it's good.
So that would we were talking a little earlier. We touched on it briefly, but that would be kind of the interesting angle from the card perspective. So like obviously we're watching the game and everything, but there is the card angle. Like McDavid's already well priced, but that extra thing is like the exclamation point that people were looking for. And they'll build him they'd roll the statue out in Edmonton for him. Like the statue would be already rolled out immediately, and they'd begin before the cup has even been put down.
Gretzky's down and put McDavid's in its spot.
Yeah. So for him, the legacy play is huge. I don't think his price is double overnight, but they would definitely get a nice little boost, and then the floor goes up from there because now he at least would have that. So that'd be big for him.
I don't
Then
know if it does very much.
That's what I mean, though. Like I'm saying, you'll get a little bump initially. Some cards will definitely, but I think the floor goes up on him going forward because he's got that extra piece to his resume with the other stuff.
Yes. Very crucial.
Draisaitl, I think, might get a little bit of a bump too if he performs well and has a good final as well. I don't know. Is anybody else on here you think would benefit from having a good series?
No. Not really.
Yeah,
It's really because after Ovechkin, you got McDavid is the only.
A lot of the Florida guys, some of the Florida guys who were already there last year got their cup last year. So for those guys, they've got it in their resume as it is.
Sure.
So I don't know if it does anything for those guys.
Not much. Superstars, not many there. McDavid, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, Barkov, I guess, would be one of the guys who tends to get a little bit of attention if he was to really, have a great, this goes to game 7 or Barkov has a good game 5, 6, and they get to 7 and he's a big piece, he would see a bump too. But again, it's nothing that I think moves him. Like it would move up and it's not sustainable and it would likely come back down. I mean, we just see that all the time. like the prices fluctuate, everyone gets, emotional and they buy, and then it just comes right back to exactly where it was. See it all the time. So something like that could happen. But
yeah, I think so. I'd agree with that. That's why I say, like, as a series, it's interesting. Like, literally, McDavid and those guys are the only ones who really have anything to gain from it, even a little bit. It's not going to be monstrous, but it would be something for those guys. For the most part, though, it's pretty. Basically, you're just rooting for good games. That's really all you can root. If you don't have a legitimate rooting interest, you're just like, all right, just make it entertaining.
True enough. I don't like to see a 4-game skunk out. It's not fun to watch that. I've seen many of those over the years. I'd rather see a good competitive game, even for the Leafs. Well, I think the Leafs need a skunk out just to get it over and done with. But anyways, most other teams, it's just good to watch good hockey.
Yep, I agree.
Because one team's so much better than the other, and just walking all over them, then why even watch it, right?
Well, if it's your team, you want a 4-game sweep and get it over and done with.
That's true.
Team.
That's true.
Yeah.
Screw the Leafs.
If you don't, if it's not your, your main team, then you want to go to 7.
It's just not my team.
So you missed out on. So you missed out on it, Aaron. We had we basically as part of the live stream and everything, we did picks for the different series, and right now So Eric and Bobby are the only ones who can win. I ended up getting 7 series right. So even if I get this one right, that's 8 maximum, and then these guys, one of them is going to get one. Because they each picked different teams. I did say Bobby, like, strategically, he could have just followed Eric and then he would have won no matter what.
Well, I mean,
not about winning.
If Bobby loses and I win, he and I are tied at 9. So
technically, we push the envelope in case of a tie. Yes. Yeah. Otherwise,
we do have a tiebreaker just in case.
Just
shout out to everyone in chat, including some Carlos. Keep the good work in the channel. Appreciate it. Shout out from South Bronx, brother BKL. Thank you very much, sports entertainment guy.
Bronx, they had a hockey team in 1930s. The Bronx Tigers, they were called.
Wow.
Who knew?
I know that.
Everybody is the freaking Tigers.
I know.
Tigers, the Bronx Tigers. There's a lot of Tigers, man.
There's so many Tigers.
There's a lot of Tigers on teams, even though this country has never had Tigers.
People have them in their garages and
and in the Bronx. I mean, if a couple of years ago, they found a guy had a tiger in his apartment and an alligator.
Yeah, whatever. It's the Bronx. What do you want?
Yeah, that's what
New York.
There was some complaints about noises. The police went to investigate, and they had a full-grown tiger in the apartment, and they had an alligator in the bathtub.
No wonder where all the small dogs went.
It is Stu. Okay, guys, got to be original, like the Kenora Thistles. That is original.
They won the Stanley Cup too, I think.
See, Eric, you're complaining. You're saying that you got all these teams with Tigers, and then you're a guy who complains about the Rough Riders. I bet if you had the Boston Rough Riders, you'd be all over it.
No.
Maybe.
Hey, listen.
Depends how you spell Rough Riders, though.
No, but here's the thing.
Right.
Listen, Eric is an astute student of American history, which he's not. You would know that Teddy Roosevelt rode with the Rough Riders. So why are you not showing respect to Teddy Roosevelt, man?
I'm well aware of that.
Well, then what about the Boston Rough Riders? Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go.
There's history, Eric. History.
There's history.
So what's happening in the game, guys? Tell me.
So right now you got 10:40. So I don't know what you got, Aaron, on your end. I got 10:38 right now in the third left.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. But my daughter cheered. I heard her about 25 seconds before that last goal went in. So they're
wow.
Get in there.
That's why I always laugh. I go, the stream is kind of on a weird time zone with the TV stream. It depends.
Yeah.
And I was telling the guys
I got the exact same. I'm to the second with you.
Yeah. So then you're probably watching the Sportsnet live stream.
Correct.
Sportsnet feed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then, so we're synced up. But what made me laugh was that the joke of the night has been that I got to ship my cards package from FedEx that is still out for delivery, and it is 10:33 p.m. my time. So maybe, Aaron, could you check and see if the FedEx guy has dropped off my package over there, because maybe that's where it is.
Oh boy.
Do you still have a little bit of hope, Carlos?
Well, here's the thing, Bobby. I actually don't care if he doesn't want to. If they don't deliver it today, I can have them drop it off in the drop-off spot. But I actually want the tracking to be updated. It still says out for delivery. That's the part that is actually pissing me off.
Yeah.
I'd rather you just say we're not delivering it today. I don't know what excuse you can have given it was on the truck this morning.
So generally FedEx, when you ship up from the States, it goes through about 50 scans. And then when it gets here, it scans once.
It's one scan.
and-
It's one scan.
One scan. That's it.
Yeah.
And then it's, wait, what happened to all
But,
the
that,
other
but
scans?
that's why I said what's annoying me is that there are 3 distinct FedEx drivers that do this area. 2 of them are very good. If it was one of those 2, the third guy is a wild card. I have no idea what happens with that dude. Anytime there's ever an issue, it's always the third guy.
Game.
Yeah, every time there's ever a problem, it's always that third guy. Because one of the guys literally would have had it here by lunchtime, would have knocked on the door, gotten the signature, and handed it off. It'd be done already.
You know what pisses me off is when this happens on a Friday and you go,
Well, that's why I was kind of happy that they said, "Hey, we actually got the tracking for you on Tuesday." I was like, "Oh, good. Then maybe I get it by Wednesday." Or worst case scenario, you say you're not delivering. The problem is, I don't know what recourse I have with these guys. It's like, number one, you didn't even try to deliver it. You're not even saying you tried to deliver it. That's what's worse. Like, what are you even doing?
Guarantees now or something.
Yeah, anything like
on or about whatever day.
All right, that was a good chance for Edmonton there.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I was like, did that go in?
No, it didn't.
That was nice.
Yeah, I was saying to the guys earlier today. I was saying to the guys earlier in this area that you know, both teams, you can tell the legs are fresh. These guys are moving pretty quick.
Yeah,
still early in the series, like refreshing. But that's what I was saying. Like, one thing that pissed me off that Dallas didn't do, I would like to have seen them bump McDavid. Like, I don't care if you lose, but like at least punish the guy a bit. Don't give him so much space.
Game's not over.
Well, now it's Florida's problem, and these guys shouldn't have any qualms about hitting. Like, bump the guy.
Yeah.
Well, it's still tied, so there could be overtime. It could be who knows.
He's just really fast. It's not that easy. I mean, I just think of myself on the ice, and you know, like, obviously I'm not at this caliber, but I still skate. I play a lot, and sometimes things aren't. I always remind myself I have to, you know, be a little bit humble and say, yeah, you know, shit's not as easy as it sounds. Like, in theory, like, yeah, hit him like that. That's good, but when dude's going whatever he's going 20, 23 miles per hour, like, he's flying. That's not many people can go that fast. And hit him.
I don't disagree with anything you're just saying. But what I was joking with the guys during the live stream and everything. Again, the salt mines. I operate the salt mines now. They belong to me. Mm-hmm. I was saying, it's like, listen, as soon as we were in the deciding game, it's like, yeah, Dallas isn't coming back and win this. I'm like, JB Bet, I have you here for one job. Listen, man, you're my other PC guy. I have you here for one job. You're telling me that you can't accidentally, on purpose, cross-check McDavid in the head. Accidentally, like, possibly put him in the hospital. You can't do that for me.
Mm-mm.
He's good at that too.
Aaron, this is what I'm saying. Like, This is what you do at this point. Like, give me this. Give me this one thing I ask of you.
I only ask one thing.
I don't feel like I'm asking too much. I'm literally going into his strengths.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm asking for some goonery here. Like, all I'm asking is for a horrifically inexcusable cheap shot. You will get suspended for it. Just do the thing.
It's nothing he hasn't done before, though. I mean, he didn't even get suspended for the last one. Yeah. Didn't he have one of those in the Colorado series too? Didn't he get?
He definitely. Like, listen, at this point, Ben doesn't have really a lot. At this point, he has hands of stone. He doesn't really like any skill he had at any point. Like, he does. His contribution is physical. He's got to hit people. Yeah. That's basically what he has to do. And if he can do that, then he's still useful. Like, he still contributes. That's his game at this stage. You know, he'll be back. Yeah. I think likely I will expect he'll re-sign for like a very, very team friendly, because he made out like a bandit at the end of his contract.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing up to that level. So he's gotten paid well. And I think, I think he'll be able to get to 400 goals, and that'll be at about the end of the milestone, because he's literally like a goal or two away. So he'll get for the 400 goals. It'll be a good career. It won't be a Hall of Fame career by any stretch, but he'll be the longest tenured captain in the team's history already. So.
Is he UFA this year?
Yep. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like, I would expect if he wants to come back, and it sounds like he does, he'll probably sign a super whatever is close to the minimum. So which will be fine. If that's the case, I have no issue with that. That's perfectly okay.
What's the shots on goal again?
So right now you're at 27-26, slight edge for Edmonton.
Did that ever catch up, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yep. They've been putting some shots here and there.
Yeah, Florida's pressing.
It's a wise thing to do. That's what I was begging Dallas to do. Just put some shots on that.
Yeah.
You're not going to score any goals if you don't put any shots up. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
Or you can put $1 million up like Carolina and not score any too. They're good at that too. So,
But at least you feel better at that point. Like if you put 0 shots, then you have no chance. You know you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, true.
Zach says, when I play basketball this evening, I'm getting to the age where I have the wow, I just don't move like I used to moments. There. So I don't know if you caught this, Aaron. I was chuckling because after the Ottinger and DeBoer controversy kind of died down briefly, then the rumor mill went like, would Dallas trade Robertson? And I was like imagining Bobbles losing his mind,
wouldn't that be?
And it would be like the greatest thing of all time. His head, I said his head will turn like The Exorcist. We'll hear him from here. It'd be amazing. After the J-Rob pump, the shameless J-Rob pump, all of a sudden he's like, no, you traded my boy.
No way they would do that.
I don't know. I actually was listening to kind of the pitches. I go, you know what? I can see where you're going with this, because I think he's got another year left, and then he'd be a restricted free agent after that, and he's gonna demand a pay raise. I think he's like $7.75 million per year, so he'd be getting a pay bump. They got about $5 million in cap space right now, so it'd be kind of tight. I don't know, and they've got no prospects, so if they want to refill the cupboard, that'd be one way you could do it and still give yourself some flexibility.
Yeah, but Dallas is in a situation right now where, they're the same as Colorado. There's no need for draft picks. You trade all the draft picks away for players that can play right now, because like Dallas is in the same window as Colorado's in. Colorado's a few more years. Dallas definitely has a little bit wider window with the young guys that they have, but I'm not looking to get draft picks. Forget that. I want to pick up the best player who's like, Sam Bennett, whatever. He's just right in front of me. But you know what I mean? Like,
I think that's the thought process. Like, I think it comes down to this. Do you think, and this is basically the question they're asking, Jason Robertson obviously is very talented, but do they think he is 35 goal, 80 point Jason Robertson, or do they think he can get closer to that 100-point season?
Right.
Because if you're getting the 35 goal one, and he's going to expect a pay raise, which certainly deserves that, but you don't have a ton of cap flexibility. So if you do it's not about having the draft picks for the draft necessarily. It's if you do want to make that move and get some. So with this team and Jason Robertson, you got the 3 straight Western Conference Finals, but you couldn't get over the hump. So as it is, running it back, there's no reason to believe anything changes. You've got what you got.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the question they're asking. Again, I just thought it was kind of an interesting random rumor on there. I'm just kind of hoping that Brandon, that Bobbles eventually hears it, and then his head explodes, and then I get to laugh. So either way, it entertains me.
Yeah, well, they could get somebody who actually would help him out a little bit better on his line. Maybe feed him a little bit more, sort of a Marner type of kind of.
What was funny is Marner was a name that was like, I'm sitting there like, all right, we're hearing all the names right now. It's fascinating. I'll say this, it's fascinating with people playing out the scenarios. And I go, yeah, right now I know that what they've got, I have no reason to believe that running it back is going to work. So you got to tweak something. So the question, what do you think is the most logical place to go?
Well, here's the thing though, too, is even today, Colorado, I don't know if you saw the signing. Colorado signed Brock Nelson. So,
I heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, so my buddy was saying that Colorado has 1.2 million cap space left. Like, that's fine. I said, for them to have Landy under cap now, and they signed Brock Nelson at like 7.1, and they still have 1.2 million, so they have a few nickels in their pockets still. That's actually a really good spot to be in. So what I'm getting at is with Dallas, they still got like $8-9 million to play with, so they're going to be able to pick someone up.
Good.
And now would be the time, since there's such a huge jump in the cap, is to sort of spend that money now, because slowly, obviously, the players their pay is just going to increase, and so you're not going to find that value that you can find today on day one of opening up, $9 million of cap space.
Yeah. Well, that's really what it's going to be, the question that we're going to have to figure out. What I think will be interesting, Eric, and kind of playing into this idea is, if you're the player though, how many of these players are going to get offered like these 8-year deals or high, in terms closer to that, and the players are going to say no.
Yeah.
Because they're going to look at the cap going up and they're going to be like, yeah, how about 3?
Yeah.
Especially some of the younger guys that are like, by the time this deal's done, you're in your late 20s or your early 30s, and if you're still playing well, you've got another good contract in front of you. Why would you lock yourself down for 7 or 8?
Yeah.
Especially with the cap possibility. If you're playing at a high enough level, a 3-year deal, you play well, you're still young enough that they could offer you another good deal with a cap increase.
That's why you pay for an agent, right? To factor all that stuff and to know all the ins and outs of the cap and how it should work, so they can advise these young kids what to do. But yeah, if you know the cap's going up, you don't want to be locked in on a long term deal with low money when in 2 years you could have gotten something bigger.
Unless you're just an average defenseman, you're locking in for 8 or 10 years.
Oh yeah, if you're a fourth line defenseman, they're trying to give you an 8-year deal. You're like, yes, please.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, this is basically the theory that I go with on the live streams. Eric's like button rate it changes actually hourly. Like, honestly, even during the live stream, I just increase it all throughout the episode. I don't even wait till the end of the show. I've already jacked it up 3 or 4 times. Can't do long term on these, man. You gotta be flexible. You gotta be willing to move with the times. Oh, yeah. Bitcoin went up. That like button fee's going up.
Yep. Stock market, just like it.
This is why I only have one kidney.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, Eric.
I think.
Right.
Pay out the big bucks. Mm-hmm.
Listen, we can't have these kind of production values without getting the sacrifices from the.
Who did you sell your kidney to again? Oh, sorry. In what basement did you go to in Boston that they took you of your other kidney? What? To say?
It wasn't a basement. It was a back alley.
Back alley.
Ooh, going classy. I like it.
Yeah. In Bangkok, of all places.
Again, would still be a step up for Eric.
Oh man,
just saying. What's the countdown? We had 7 minutes.
We got 5 minutes left in the third, a little over 5.
Wow, so 5 wins. Yeah, it went fast.
33-26 Edmonton shots.
So is Edmonton pull out the last second goal?
All right, so prediction with a little under 5 minutes left. Do you think they actually get to overtime, or does somebody get the goal here to?
I think someone gets the goal.
All right.
I don't know who it is, but I'm just saying someone's getting a goal.
All right.
Because the hustle starts into around 4 or 5 minutes left. So.
Yep. Sadler, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Right now, you're in the future. Don't spoil this for us.
It doesn't feel like these guys right now are like trying to get like they're both still going pretty hard.
Yeah.
No.
That's why I always want to see game 1 is interesting because they are still relatively fresh legs. So the question is, how do you want to approach it? You think of it as a marathon, or do you try to sprint out of the blocks and try to get ahead in game 1? You can.
Oh yeah.
But you have choices. How do you want to approach this?
Well, Florida being on the road should go as hard as they're expected to lose.
Yeah, I would think honestly, you want to steal one. You want to steal one. Yeah, steal one. See if you can while you're on the road.
The home advantage. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Be right back.
There's no pressure on Florida. Like Edmonton has all the pressure. They lose the first game. Now shit, they're sitting there looking at game 2. It's like you better win that game too. You can't go back to Florida down 2-0. Like Edmonton will have all the pressure. So this sort of sets up for that, where Florida's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, but then Edmonton's home arena, so that kind of helps too.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one takes away from the other, sort of in a way, indirectly. But anything can happen in any game anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of who really wants it. And I think the last turn on in the last couple minutes is just going to be heavy and hard, and they're going to be changing fast and getting people in and out real fast. They need to get shots.
It's definitely exciting. Like they're moving. Sometimes you see these games where teams get so defensively structured and it gets pretty shitty pretty quick. And these guys aren't. Like they're both pressing. They both look like they want it.
So one's usually locking down and doesn't seem like it's happening.
No.
So it's end to end, back in, back out, no setups, nothing. Just kind of dump and chase kind of thing. They're running.
They're going, yeah.
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 Be interesting. Edmonton's good because they're fast, right?
Yeah.
So they do that dump and chase. They got good opportunities. They just need somebody out in front to shoot it. So Florida, another story. They're more structured, I think. Maybe a better team player. I don't know. Yeah, they play well like a team. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Edmonton is more about McDavid and more about it's kind of.
I was throwing it earlier. If we give credence to the whole theory behind teams that make it back to the Stanley Cup lose the first one and then make their adjustments the second time around, because Florida literally did this.
Mm-hmm.
So Edmonton, now this is their opportunity. Second shot after the last year's.
Mm-hmm.
Do they get over the hump? Because now they know they can get that close. So do you make that adjustment?
Anybody pulling the goalie?
Not yet. 2:22 I've got, so not yet.
Well, they've been pulling them at 3 and 4 minutes now, but I mean,
right now the problem is these teams are
nobody
tied.
can.
Like you don't do that when you're tied.
Well, you will close to the end if you have a face-off in their end. You might pull the goalie. That's it. In the last, 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
You try to get the win if you can, but otherwise you can play for overtime because right now you're in that position.
Yeah.
Surprising technical game. Flames Nation go Panthers. Shocking.
Wow.
What? Calgary not in for the Edmontonians. I see.
Sorry.
I'm shocked.
They
I
beat
am
each other.
shocked and dismayed.
Calgary hates Edmonton. Edmonton hates Calgary. It's just the way it's
It was funny because, of course, Eric's favorite Paul. Paul's been smart enough not to send me too many things, obviously, because I am running the salt mines. But of course, he's bragging about his team, and I was literally like, apparently the song they've adopted is Pink Pony Club, and I'm like,
what?
I hate you even more. Now it's like I was already bitter, but now I despise you. Pink Pony Club, how dare you?
I don't even know what that is.
Katy Perry.
Eric, it doesn't matter. It's a song called Pink Pony Club. On principle, I'm angry.
Doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in listening to.
On a regular basis, you mean?
1 minute left.
Yep, 1 minute left.
1 minute. It's the final countdown.
It's end to end. There's
That song I know.
Yeah,
I was waiting for the do.
Yeah, Chappelle Roan is the name of the artist. I'm not familiar with them, so I don't know too much about it. I know it's a younger artist, but yeah, I know that song exists, but I haven't really heard it.
McDavid's going to score with 10 seconds left.
I was going to say, you want to go with the 10 seconds left, or you want to go with overtime?
Well, I can do both because if I don't get it right,
you're predicting McDavid for the game winner regardless.
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so 49.7 seconds is what we got here.
You don't want him walking in the dressing room yelling at everybody again.
Kamikaze's here. Good evening. Pink Pony Club, best song out there. Of course, you'd like Pink Pony Club.
Never heard of it.
It'll be on your workout playlist by Dawn.
Why?
By Dawn?
By Dawn.
Oh, you got it.
Tony Orlando and Dawn?
That'll be the same time that your package arrives.
The rate we're going, probably.
Maybe
if my FedEx, delivery guy would stop playing Pink Pony Club, I'd get my damn package.
Yeah, he kept driving by your place. Pink Pony Club's on. We're gonna have
right there between the delayed delivery of the package and Pink Pony Club. That's when the hockey fight becomes me and the FedEx guy. I'm gonna pull the shirt over his head and I'm gonna jersey this man. He's getting it. The package thing just annoyed me, but the Pink Pony Club thing, that's it. We're throwing fists.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone too far this time. Too far.
We got a face off.
18.4. Yeah, we got a face off coming.
Where is it?
Checking right now. Referees are conferring.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think Marchand was trying to say that the puck went out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think they're trying to determine.
Yes. No.
Yeah, still figuring. Right now they're explaining to the coaches.
It went out.
All right, so we're getting ready for the face-off here. It's about to come.
So it should be neutral zone, I think.
Not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, if they would zoom out, I could actually see. Like, you give me close-ups of every player's face. Could you just tell me where they are in the rink?
They're on the phone now.
Yeah. No, that's in the zone.
Yeah, it's the Florida zone. Yeah, it's a Florida zone.
Okay.
So there's enough time. You can get a shot off for sure. Maybe you can get a rebound if you set it up right.
Ooh,
so you got a chance.
Like the first goal. Yeah.
Oh, and they moved the clock back to 7 seconds.
25.3. So
yeah, okay. So they are ruling that puck went out, but I guess they must be ruling that it went off of a Florida player.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 25.3 has plenty of time. 25.3 is plenty of time to get a couple shots off if you want to.
Oh, Florida can go down and score too.
Yep.
Well, it depends who wins the face-off. Very important.
Well,
Yes, Florida had it, and they're just moving back and forth now.
Okay, so it's going to time out. All right.
Stoppage and play, 14.5.
14 seconds be neutral zone face-off.
So shots are now 36-26 in favor of Edmonton.
That's amazing. Wow. They were ahead, they got tied, and then they went ahead again.
Mm-hmm.
Not for trying, not for lack of trying. 36 is a lot of shots.
And by the way, quick aside, they got the most ridiculous 50-50 draw over there in freaking Edmonton. Like, when are they actually giving away the money? It's like $3.2 million.
It's crazy. I know.
Can I get in on this shit?
Yeah, exactly. You can buy a ticket.
Like, honestly,
you have to be an Alberta resident. But last year they went up to 37 million. They said that was the total.
How long did they keep it going though? Like the 50-50.
They kept calling a guy and he wasn't answering or something, right?
Yeah. How long did they keep the 50-50 going for though?
I'm not
until
sure.
somebody wins.
They said it was 37 million, but I thought they still did it nightly or after each game.
So we're going
after
overtime.
Each game.
Overtime.
Yeah. But you can get tickets online. So, but you have to be Alberta resident. Because I was going to go on. I'm like, well, this is absurd, these 50-50s. But yeah, you have to be Alberta resident.
Sadler here says, from the future, I'd like to report the like button rate went up. Thank you, sir.
Jinga.
Bam.
Right back.
Love it.
Was I sleeping there? Is the game over?
Overtime.
Was I yapping there? Yeah.
Yeah, overtime. It was close enough. Nobody was going to be overly aggressive. Nobody was going to overcommit there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they were smart. Once you got to that point, you just play for overtime, reset, get back out there, and see what you can do.
Well, I think I'm gonna head out. My eyes are on fire.
All right, just make sure to put mayo on it. You'll feel better.
That's the key.
Absolutely.
That's the key.
We would never steer you wrong.
No. All right, you guys enjoy the rest of the game. I'll catch up with you later.
No worries. Have a good night. And Eric, find my FedEx package. Bring it back to me.
All right. I'll get on it. I still have an hour.
Go for it, man.
Okay, have a good one, Eric.
Take it easy.
Seeing you, bud.
Yeah, man.
Good seeing anything.
In your case, yeah, probably. Sounds about right.
All right. Good night.
Take it easy. That Eric finds ways to hurt himself in ways that we didn't even think were possible. Zach says, the basketball fan, some of the rules blow my mind. They go to the locker room before overtime. Yeah, each period is basically you get a break, you get a breather, because they're going pretty much all out. Realistically, they give them a chance to quickly take a quick refresh. A lot of the players, sometimes they'll rehydrate, they'll take a moment, and then the coaches will also give them a couple of quick pointers and go, hey, this is what we're seeing at the end. It gives them one more chance here in between periods. Every period is a little breather, but there's an opportunity for them to be like, hey, make these corrections. They're going to come out, they're going to do this, or we think they're going to do that. It gives you a chance. It's like a little mini halftime, but it's not as long.
I mean, comparing the output physically for basketball versus hockey doesn't seem relatively comparable at all. Like these guys need they do cut the intermission though. I believe from normally it's either 18 or 20 minutes, and they do cut it down to 14 or 15.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It gives everybody a chance to quickly reset, because once you played 3 full periods, and each period has a small break in between, but once you reach 3 periods, they want to give you a chance to reset. Yeah. It gives everybody a last chance to go grab some concessions too. Listen, the arena doesn't mind. Sell a couple extra drinks or something. Also, got to remember it's Alberta. So I keep forgetting, Aaron. So is it 2 hours or 3 hours for Alberta?
Alberta would be 1 hour behind me, so they are 8:58, and you're
so 2 hours. So 2 hours.
Yep.
Yeah. So for them, it's it's not even 9 o'clock over there. So
yeah, exactly. No, then Vancouver's 2 hours for me, so 3 from you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
So what were you expecting in the package there?
So I get shipped my cards, so it's consolidated of a bunch of different eBay stuff. So I've actually got a couple of Medano cards that are coming, which is good. Lately, honestly, my collecting wise, for the most part, my fun has been a lot of the wrestling cards. Honestly, I get a lot of fun with them. They're fun. Obviously, I still collect hockey cards. Like literally, I got a pile of miscellaneous shit. This was a new edition. This one came in the mail.
Oh yeah, what is that like?
So that's from Be a Player Portraits. So if you remember about 0607, give or take. Okay. So what you happen is you have the single player. So inside basically the packs, you'd have an 8x10. Most of the time it was a single, but you also had doubles and triples. So Medano had like a Medano Turco and stuff like that. So the triples though are numbered to 25. So this one we got Sakic, Sundin, and Medano. So you got 3 Hall of Famers numbered to 25. Pretty solid.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's very neat.
I've never seen those.
Yeah, that was about 0607, give or take. Upper Deck produced that product. Very nice. Like, actually, you can still find boxes of it. It's very cool. Like, if you can get it for a reasonable price, it's one of those things where, like, if I was at Expo and they're not charging too much for it, I'd open a box of it.
Right.
Just because it's kind of a neat product. But you're basically getting an 8x10 auto in every box pack, however you want to put it.
Right.
So, and obviously there's good players in there. And if you get a triple, like I said, you're numbered 25. You could do worse. Those 3 guys, pretty solid.
Yeah. Have you seen the any of the Fanatics Emanate?
Yes, I think some of them look pretty neat. I think I like them for what they are. But some of the guys at Expo had them, and they were trying to charge way too much. I was like, no, it's not worth that to me.
Yeah. No, I mean there's a bunch depending on the player. I mean they're good for collectors because you can pick up if you're not talking about the big boys. If you like even me with Mikko Rantanen, I could probably pick something up for $40, $50 for his out of 50 signature on that one. And out of 50, I believe, is the highest print. Like they have a 50, a 25, a 10, 5, 1 or something.
Yeah, they got a couple of different parallels. I just enjoyed the audacity of Fanatics doing that. It's like, it's not a card set. They're 8x10s. It's like, well, you're right. It is on photo stock. It doesn't technically count.
I actually had never thought of that until you pulled that 8x10 out right there. And then I thought of Emanate. And then I was thinking to myself, well, who makes that? And I was like, shit, that's Fanatics. It's like, that's pretty interesting.
The way they got around it is it's on photo. So this is actually cardboard stock. This is regular cardboard stock. So the same as you would get in a normal size card, that is the same stock. The Eminent is actually an 8x10 basically, but it's like on photo stock. So they're kind of treating it like it's photographs, even though it's double-sided. It's got a little right up on the back. I'm like, it's got parallels. And it's like, but it's not a card, you see. And I go, technically not, but you're stretching it. You're really pushing the boundary there.
Yeah, I would be with Fanatics, though, that it's not a card. Like, I'm just thinking, because I used to collect just, I still do. I just haven't bought them in a while, but just 8x10 autographs.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of them from, like, NHL auctions. And, it's a photo. And, I guess this is, it's clearly a photo, yet it takes on all the characteristics that the hockey card hobby has come to, expect.
Well, that's why I said, man. The fact that it has parallels, the fact that it's double-sided, it's printed on both sides, and it's got a little write-up on thing on the back, and it's the cards are numbered, so it's like it's got all these elements to it that are like it feels very cardy.
Well, they gotta wait. The beehives were like that; they were a little.
You get right up against the line. The
beehives were bigger; they were still a card, technically.
Yeah, but that was the thing. So that's why in that example I gave, that was still cardboard stock. It still followed the same conventions as a regular card.
Yeah, hell of a pack to open, wouldn't it?
It was a large pack. Yeah.
It's like Charity Bear kind of packs. Yeah.
It was interesting. Like back in 97, 98, Donruss did that with Studio. Studio was an 8x10 on cardboard stock.
I remember.
And those were gigantic packs. But what happened is you had the gigantic pack and then you had the little mini pack inside of it with the regular size card.
Yeah.
But they were cool cards. I will say it was fun because they actually used studio portrait photos.
Mm-hmm.
They were a little unique. People would look at them and go like, why is this player wearing a turtleneck? It's because it's literally a studio photograph. It's, genuinely, it's what it's called. It's on a studio.
Yeah.
That's the upside and the downside, Aaron. It's like, yeah. Because I collected a player who played in the 90s and I started collecting him in the 90s. Like, no, I actually still remember all those series. I can visualize them in my mind. Just, Donruss Studio. Yeah, it looks like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There were some
Donruss was Donruss Studio the set that had they're sort of like the original platinum portraits, like the Patrick Waugh and the Forsberg that were like the
one where they did a little pinhole of the player's silhouette.
Yeah.
So they were actually contemporaries of each other. They were right around the same time period because that was 97, 98. So they're very close. If you look at the years they were produced, they're almost identical. They came up with a very similar idea. And then Pacific also did EO portraits, which is actually almost identically the same thing too.
So how would that be? Just like they all discovered this card technology or creatively came up with this idea at the same time?
I'll speak to Pacific. I know Pacific was trying to throw stuff at the wall to see what stuck because they wanted to try different stuff because they actually controlled the manufacturer. They could be like, hey, now what tends to happen, again, this is my theory based on just observation of what happened. Because they had, different manufacturers, that didn't mean that somebody that had the materials couldn't come by and pitch you on an idea and say, hey, we've got this material, you could use it in this way. Well, the thing is, if you're the one selling the material, wouldn't you pitch it to everybody?
Right.
So you could all like look at the material and come to, oh, I bet we could do this with it in this way. But you're starting off based off the same material, same, concept. And then basically 1,000 monkeys and 1,000 typewriters. And there you go. You wind up with the same thing kind of by accident, but you started from the same thought process that gave you the same idea.
It sort of happened in the 30s when all in 1933 that you had 5 companies come out with cards at one time. It wasn't them all having that epiphany. It was basically, it must have been a salesman going around going, hey, listen, your competition, they're doing cards. You got to do cards too.
Yeah.
So
if you got the right at that time, a lot of these guys were in an arms race looking for materials. So if you're the provider of the materials, you're the Dufex manufacturer. You provide Dufex. Okay, hey, and all of a sudden, all these guys came out with Dufex cards. No, not a coincidence. Yeah, the EO thing. I think at that moment they all said, "Well, we tried this, we've tried that, we've tried mixing acetate, the see-through, and we've done this, and we've done that.
What's next?
What else can we try?
Yep.
Let's try this. Give it a go.
Couldn't hurt.
Made for cool cards, but I also understand why they don't do it now because now the price point on trying to replicate it is quintuple 10x for the same thing. Just to get it back to the same standard would cost them 10 times as much, and you don't want to pay it.
Right.
So I don't blame anybody. I get it. I know some people get frustrated, but I'm like, guys, to reproduce some of those sets, it costs you $1,000 a box. You don't want it.
No.
You have no interest in it. I guarantee you don't want it.
That's why they didn't go back to the moon. They lost the technology. Just saying.
And I bet you what would happen if you tried? It'd be like, oh man, but it's exactly the same as it was in 1997. Yeah, it costs that much just to replicate to get back to the identical standard. No better than the identical standard. And then you're going to be like, but we did this in 97. Exactly. So you want to spend the extra just to get back to the same level?
Yeah. Well, things change. Machines change. Everything happens. So, producers change. Maybe they don't make certain things.
I saw a YouTube video actually, and it applies to this. I saw a YouTube video actually that fascinated me. I've talked about before the idea of vinyl records and kind of the concept of they were about to go out of vogue and they shut down the factories. They got rid of, the people that knew how to do it all retired and all that because obviously it was on its way out. The CD was taken over. It was gone. And then there was the resurgence. They brought it back. But then here's your problem. The problem is the machines all got disassembled and were shredded and gone. And then a lot of the people that knew how to do it, they were retired or they were old or they were dead. So you still had people that could do it, but the amount of people that could do it was a fraction of the amount that originally could do it. So all of a sudden it became more expensive to produce the same vinyls. Well, something happened apparently, and I saw a YouTube video where they were talking about this. Apparently we were down to the point that there were 2 major manufacturers of the vinyl that is producing the vinyl for everybody. And one of them had a fire and they weren't able to rebuild the factory. So now the entire production of everything is based on one manufacturer where if something happens, they can't make vinyl records.
Well, there was the artesian kind of guys who, were doing certain
little small runs and print runs and stuff like that. I did see another special on that. It was kind of interesting.
Yeah. But just imagine, though, the entire industry is now based on the backbone of one producer, where if anything happens, a fire like the other one, nobody else is producing it. What do you think happens to the cost? And then if you try to rebuild and do something else from scratch, well, the cost just skyrockets through the roof. So who's going to do that?
I don't know.
It's not that we can't. We had already literally done it. The problem was everybody that was doing it now to rebuild from scratch and start over, which just costs so much money. Nobody wants to do it. So now you're down to basically the entire industry is on the back of one major manufacturer that's taking care of it for everybody.
Yeah, but it isn't that popular as it was when they were producing them. So
no, but it's way more popular than it was when it was on that decline. So now all of a sudden that production is actually running overdrive because they're trying to keep up with the demand for what they have.
Sure.
Back in the day, we had all these factories that would do it, so we had more than enough capacity. Now we don't have enough capacity, where even though the demand is smaller, it's still big enough that it's forcing that one factory to run overtime.
Not a bad thing for the company.
For the company, it's good, but it's like your entire thing is based on that one company basically keeping the industry afloat.
Yes.
So I'm picturing, though, a lot of those car technology. So bring it back around. What I'm picturing is that car technology. A lot of these technologies are in the same boat. The people that could produce it are either gone or they're so niche that, we can make like 100, we can make you 1,000, we can't make you 1,000,000.
Or they just don't have the machines. They'd have to
exactly.
Retool them,
that's what I'm saying.
Them to what degree? To what price?
They turned it over to somebody else.
Yeah.
So I'm putting the comment on there. Let's hear some overtime picks. Some of y'all in the chat, go for it. So Bobby's already got the McDavid. He's going for the McDavid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go since I'm picking Florida, man. I'm gonna go with Marchand just to stick the dagger in Eric and twist the knife just a little bit.
You can go
like that, Bill. He would like that.
I'm just saying.
I don't know if it's dagger.
I can see it. I can see it.
I'm gonna go Bennett, and Perry with the emphasis on Bennett.
That's fair. It's totally plausible. I can see it.
2 picks. You're allowed 1.
Well, you got one for each team if you want.
Usually in my Discord, we do 1 from each team, guys.
Okay.
Do 1 from each team. If it was my team playing, I would only pick a player on my team.
Aaron, question. I know. Obviously, I participate in here and there, but is the Discord open ended? Can anybody join the Discord?
Yeah, pretty much, as long as they're not a tool.
No, that's fair. No, what I'm saying is, for anybody checking out the replay, I'll put a link in the description if you guys want just to have the Discord, and then if you'd like to join in on it. Obviously, I know Wes from obviously the other Discord that participated. I pop in here and there occasionally when somebody needs something on grading. I was like, why am I answering all the questions on grading? I don't even work at the damn company, but I guess I have to answer.
TSA guy.
I guess I have to answer for it. This is what I get saddled with. I'm like, this isn't even me. I know people. I can ask the question for you, but
no. But it's a good group of guys there or people, and lots of hockey chat, lots of card chat. Casual stuff. Some guys are in other sports. It's just a good group. So as long as people are good people, it's all good.
Yeah. So I'll include it in there. I know that yours. I know that's busy season for you. So, but are you going to be doing some YouTube channels things coming up or in the next little while? Obviously, after you get a little less busy.
Yeah, man, Florida should have had like 3 goals already. They were close. I don't have any plan. The summer, it's just gotten too busy. With my business right now.
Makes sense. It's all good.
So we'll see. I'll definitely get back at her. What I got into a little bit was doing some TikToks, like some shorts and some reels. Those are sort of interesting because you don't have to like a video generally from front to back, depending on the level I put into it. But on average, I would say I can get out, something reasonable in about 4 hours. That's with the editing, recording, all that stuff. But a TikTok you can throw together and you can do it in 8 minutes. So
that is true.
Sort of interesting.
I'll give you that.
I was just messing around with it. It wasn't anything. I was like, I do these things for fun. I'm not a creator for, monetization or I have no interest in that. So I just do talk about things I want to talk about.
I think that's fair. Yeah. I kind of cheated at this point where if somebody gives me an easy prompt on it, like literally one of the videos this past week was just me getting tagged on it. Hey, this is a good topic for you. Yeah, sure. Why not? I just go on there and I just go, all right, Hit record. Let's go. I can do it. I'm not. There's no shortage of opinions, so I'm willing to go there. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the entertainment value for me. So that's fun for me.
Carlos has an opinion.
I know it's wild.
Surprise,
I will say
surprise.
though, and this is maybe where some people get confused. I have many opinions, but I don't have an opinion on everything. Some people insist on having an opinion on literally everything in creation, whether it's warranted or no. There's some stuff like, you know what? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, and it doesn't move me enough to care enough to look into it. So you know what? I don't have an opinion on that.
Then otherwise you would know.
That's okay. Like it's by the way, that's allowed. You're allowed to not be moved to have an opinion on that. I have an opinion on many things,
Brian
but
Gray
I'm not.
has opinions
But I don't have an opinion on everything.
Brian Gray does.
Well, that's different. That's a different story. But the reason I'm saying it, Aaron, is that some people, I literally watch some people like, you don't know anything about that. Why are you even?
Yeah.
Why? You don't have to. No, there's no gun to your head that says you must have an opinion on every single thing in creation. It's okay.
Yeah.
There's no shortage. There's plenty of things you can have an opinion on that I'm sure you at least looked into that you can discuss. There's plenty of that without adding extra stuff that it's like, dude, you don't even know step one. Stop it.
So how's the game going there?
So right now we're at 16-45, 3-3, 36 shots to 31 in favor of Edmonton. Back and forth right now. Teams are still flying around.
Back and forth. There could have been like 5 goals scored. Like this doesn't feel like it's
the guys are flying around still. Still lots of still fresh legs, even in the overtime period. So they're still moving. Josh says I go back.
Minute, Florida had 3 chances where they could have scored. They're just buzzing.
Yep. Josh says he got back, but Eric hurt himself and need to leave. Eric always hurts himself and needs to leave.
Yeah.
Happy Couple Leafs Day. Let's go Oilers. There you go, Eddie. Sounds good. Good evening.
Well, I'm gonna go watch the rest of the game.
Go for it, Bobby.
We'll see you on Friday.
Sounds good, Bobby. Take it easy.
Night, guys.
Okay, Bobby. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
Nice chatting with you.
Ciao, bye.
It was actually my favorite thing, Aaron, the running joke. Bobby has literally not watched 1 second of this game. He actually is in his garage, and he's literally, whatever he is going on is whatever we tell him.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was like,
No, that's that. He literally means watching the game. It's like, no, I gotta say. So then the aliens came, and they challenged all the NHLers to a hockey game for the entire fate of Earth. It's actually very fun when Bobby decides to join in one of the watch alongs. Like, you're literally not watching the game.
Yeah.
Bedard's out there flying out of the boxes.
And keep you company though.
Yeah, well, I think it's a situation. The reason I like doing these, I mentioned to you when we were chatting on the side.
Yeah,
I don't have to do it, but look, I'm watching the game anyway. I've got my microphone and my setup here anyway. I'm like, no, I'd rather just BS with you guys. If you guys want to talk about, we're literally talking about other stuff anyway. Yeah, there's so much downtime in these games. Like I can see what's going on. It's not rocket science. It's a hockey game.
Yeah.
So it's like, but no, we'd be talking about other stuff anyway. Whatever.
If it was my team, like if Colorado was in this final, though, there's no way. Like I like when Colorado won the cup in 22, I was just in the basement. I got to my spot. It turned out to be my spot because every time I was down there, they won.
Sure.
And I would just go down in the basement. It was just me and the TV, and that's it. Like I could never do this if Colorado was actually playing. I'm too batshit crazy. I had a punching pillow.
Sure. But so that part I get, but I'm saying like if you don't necessarily have a horse in the race and you're just kind of casually watching it anyway, like where I tell everybody like where I am, this is in my main floor of my house here. This is kind of my office. Literally, I got my desk and all my stuff here. But it's like I've got a 27-inch monitor right here. I've got this 27-inch monitor right here that I'm talking to you guys on and looking at, but I've literally got a full but I'm also like 3 feet away. So I may as well be a big screen because I'm looking at 27-inch screen and I can watch the game, no problem, and be doing other stuff and chatting with you guys.
I think that's what these are too. Actually, no, these aren't 27s. Or are they? I don't know what size these are. I have 3 monitors as well.
Yeah. It's just for work and stuff. This has always been easy because I can just plug in my laptop, but then I've got my also home office. So it's all here. I'd be watching it anyway, just sitting here chilling, eating popcorn, drinking my beer or whatever. So then why not just hang out and chat with folks?
No, for sure.
Yeah. So that's always been kind of my angle on it. If you don't have a horse in the race and you're just watching it casually, then yeah, let's just hang out and chill. It's like hanging out at the bar without having to leave the house.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a good deal.
So Eddie there's talking about Bedard's. I'm gonna have to check this out after.
There's been a lot that have been pulled.
Yeah, I haven't looked at this checklist at all to see what's in it or like what combos, like you said, the Gretz and Medano. I haven't looked at this checklist at all.
Yeah, so that's going to be a monster card. I'll generally be curious what to see whenever that surfaces. One of those, I'd be curious to see. It says, question: what would you guys pay for a Bedard RPA? Can't wait to see what the first one sells for. So I wouldn't be necessarily be a buyer for it. He's lost a lot of momentum, but it's interesting. Like, so let me get your take on this as well. But I'll just say this: I've watched a couple of YouTube videos on this, and one of them was a guy who did a very good job breaking down Bedard from an actual, video X's and O's kind of situation.
Is that hockey psychology?
Maybe.
You remember?
I know I've watched a couple of different ones, but I know,
Okay.
It's possible that that's one of them.
Okay.
But I know that he made some very valid points. That obviously, given that Chicago is horrifically bad, a lot of other teams understand that, hey, they're not very good. Honestly, you could just surround the kid with players, and he's forced to basically dump the puck away, and it prevents him from being. So basically, the thesis was that with the video, he went in and he's like, in his rookie year, he was shooting from here, and now in his second year, he's actually shooting from further away because the other teams are like, oh, these guys suck. So you know what? Just basically drag him into the corner, force him to dump the puck away, so he's never going to get a clean shot off anyway, and the rest of the team sucks. So who cares? So everybody's just cheating to get rid of to stop the one guy. So his stats will not look good; they'll look pedestrian. But at the same time, it's like he's still leading the team in scoring. They're just that atrocious.
I don't think he did lead the team in scoring though.
I'll look at what Chicago ended up at, but he was leading them for a while. Let me just look here.
I thought it was Donato, I believe.
I'll check. But I know for a good chunk of the season, he was still up there with those guys right at the top. Let me check. Let me see. Stats.
Looks like I'm racing, yeah. Oh, no, he's there. 67.
Yeah, I thought so.
Donato, 62.
Yeah, which is AKA this team is trash.
Yeah, wow.
So there's no way to I can't sugarcoat this. This team is trash.
Yeah.
So if everybody knows, so here's the thing. The kid is literally not. Maybe he's 20 years old now, barely. If he is, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
So am I going to murder this kid because he's not producing 100 points on a team that he's still leading in scoring when they're garbage? It's asking a lot. It's asking a lot.
We see this in hockey all the time, though, and I mean, everyone's the next McDavid or the next Crosby or Lafreniere. We had that too, especially in the hobby. I think the hobby is even worse with it, and Upper Deck may be a part of that. Of they're highly incentivized to tout these kids as being the next one, and you don't want to miss out on this. So I completely understand that, but. Oh my word. Yeah, but let the kid play. Like you said, he's 20. Who knows? I mean, it's clear coming into the league, he was super skilled. He's having a tough go. He doesn't have a great team, but neither does Macklin Celebrini, and he's doing just fine. But it's just taking time for Bedard. It's a huge difference going from 18-year-old kids. These defensemen they've been the best player their whole lives, so they're the best player on the ice their whole lives. They've never ever played with anyone who's better than them, and this is the first time that they step up, and everyone is as good or better than them. So for them to just be doing what he's doing is pretty. All these guys, it's incredible that these kids can step in and do it.
Yeah, well, I said though, that's why I'm willing to give him some grace because realistically. Again, I'm not asking for all-stars. I'm just saying, how about competent NHLers? I don't think that's asking too high a bar. And because remember, if you're talking about a player who one of his skill sets is being a playmaker, well, what if you pass and nobody can actually convert?
Yeah.
You're not getting assists if nobody can convert anything. So that's not going to work. And then, all right, well then shoot. Okay, cool. But the other team knows none of these guys can convert. So why would they let you shoot?
Yeah.
So it's a chicken to the egg situation. Like even if you have one other guy who can bury the odd goal, that would immediately force the other teams to at least consider an alternative option.
Well, and again, when he was a junior, you look at his whole highlight reel and it's just him. It's just him dancing around people. And it's not going to happen in this league. You have to figure out other ways. And, it took Nathan MacKinnon 4 years to sort of figure it out. Although I will say there's a massive difference between Nathan MacKinnon and Connor McDavid in that Nathan MacKinnon dominated from day one with his skating. So he was doing the exact same things that he's doing today. Just he's doing it a lot better today. Bedard looks like he has a lot of learning to do to figure out what it is he is, who he is as a player, what he's going to be. And the hobby back to the Cards, the hobby's putting a lot of money on the line, whoever the hobby is. There's a lot of money going into this kid. So, good luck to those people.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think though it's a little difference when you're talking about a kid who's comfortably under 6 feet and $185. He's not going to push his way through people. Like
No.
he's not going to be able to create his own space right away. That's where having a little bit of assistance is going to be helpful. That was a real good chance there.
Jeez, yeah.
But so like I said, my expectation, I'm not going to put too much on him because realistically, I can literally see how bad that team is. So I'm like, all right, you look like, again, I'm not talking about all-stars. I'm talking about competence, like basic competence. How about anybody who can bury a goal once in a while?
Yeah, I mean, that's what their job is right now. So we'll see what happens. Could be a interesting offseason. Yeah. I mean, we talked about the cap space earlier. They got some extra bucks to work with. So see what happens.
In a way, it could be beneficial, though. Like, 2 years of quote unquote disappointment could temper, cool people down a little bit. And if you believe that the talent is there down the road here, if they ever get that corrected, that could all of a sudden, he'd suddenly have a breakout. And it'd be like, what happened? Well, the kid got a little older, a little more seasoned, and then he got like a fraction of help.
Florida's got to get off. Did you see that clock? They're into about 1:20, coming up to 1:30 here. Oh, it looks like they're going to get a couple changes.
Yeah, they'll be all right. I think right now they're good.
Well,
right these teams are still firing away, but they're settling in a little bit.
I'm surprised it's gone this long already.
The way they were firing early, they had their chances, but they let Edmonton back into it. Florida was controlling it, but this is what happens if you let people hang in.
This is a great game, though. Like this is wild.
Wow, well, strong for game one. We'll take it
for sure.
Yeah, it says 100% not going to be McDavid's lever, but he'll be really good. I think he'll be good. I think once we get a chance to see a better version of the kid, I think he'll be all right. But it's about expectations versus what the reality ends up being, and that's right now. A lot of the hobby value is driven by expectations. You want it now, which I get. And some players can provide that if the situation is right, and some players are like, no, you're not going to get it now. You're going to have to be patient, I'm afraid. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. And there could also be some other players that might surprise you. So we'll see what happens next.
Sure.
I think, though, we would be remiss if we didn't touch on everybody's favorite topic, though. If you're talking the Cup, what about innovation, Aaron? What about innovation?
Oh, man.
Look, today's release day, and I've heard the word thrown out a few more times. I'm like, oh, kids. So good.
I saw Billy was doing a live earlier.
Yeah. Well, listen, this is around. He's got a live with Gong Show. He was doing things with the guys' names are escaping me right now. It's one of the other hockey card guys. I know it's Hammerhawks and Center Ice. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Center Ice. They've done that. So that's and listen, I don't blame them. This is a big release for them. It's one of the major releases of the year. Although it comes really fast after Ultimate, like, geez, give people a breather, man.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Well, and it wasn't extended like yesterday or the day before?
Well, it would have been this week. I think it was last week, actually. Extended was last week.
Was it last week? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Extended was in between Ultimate and Cup.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically 3 consecutive weeks. You had Ultimate, Extended, and Cup. Those are 3 straight weeks.
Yeah.
I don't want to be running a card shop, man. If you have to buy that stuff and pay for it up front, like, that's rough.
It is. For sure. I mean, I talked with a guy who runs the main LCS here, and I don't know how much I should say or not say, but let's just say there's products and dollars allocated to products that they have to buy. That I won't say him. I'll say a lot of people aren't too happy about, like, CFL game use. How do you think CFL, like, SP game use does?
Yeah. Well, look, you can leave them out of it. You can leave them out of it, but I've literally had fun, and I've kind of poked, tongue in cheek. Obviously, I do, a podcast and things with AMG, over in Nova Scotia, but we have very candid conversations. And the thing is, to their credit, they're willing to have candid conversations.
Right.
One of the running jokes for the longest time was that AMG for a bit was basically, you're trying to keep everybody happy. You're trying to make sure you can do what you need to do, but they get products like that. But one of the products that was like that was the various Upper Deck AEW products.
Okay.
And here's the thing. I'm a fan of AEW. I actually go to the shows. I'm a fan. I enjoy it. And obviously I like the product. I won't say, Aaron, where that product wound up. It might have been with me. I don't know where it wound up. It might have been with me, but I'm saying that it wound up somewhere. But all I'm saying is that it might not have cost retail. That's all I'm saying. Allegedly, there are rumors out there that it may not have cost retail. But at the time, they had to take it. So it is what it is. At least someone will take it off your hands. But that's not a good way of running business, though. If you're paying for something and it costs you X, and you're basically selling it for X minus, I don't care what the number is. Even if it was for X, it's still not great. But if it's any minus from X, not great. That's not a viable business for anybody.
Yeah.
So imagine you've got a ton of products like that. Now, at this point, they're in a position they can push back on some of that, so they don't get it anymore. Much sadness for me. Much sadness. It was working out great for me, all I'm saying. But the point is that, there are tons of products like that. The CFL one is another good example of that, though. It's the same. It's the same idea. Look, there are some hardcore CFL folks that legitimately like that product, and for them, I'm happy for them. The majority of us are not those people.
Yeah.
So the product sits and it catches dust, and then what are you going to do with it?
I mean, I can understand an AEW product if it's, sort of a, what would you call it? Like closer to a flagship product. What I don't understand is a premium CFL product. So, it's different if you're talking AEW, the Cup AEW. Versus,
oh no, we got Black Diamonds, Aaron. We got Black Diamond.
Okay, is that a premium AEW?
It was $300 a box when it came out. I would consider that, or $350 actually when it came out. Okay. I would consider that premium.
Okay,
I would consider that premium. Yeah, it's kind of expensive.
For sure.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, that would qualify in my world, especially if you're talking about, like, WWE obviously is the number one player in that space. But if you're talking about the second tier from that, and then you're talking about $350 per box.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. And shockingly,
sure.
When EPAC came out, that started off at $350 US. So shockingly, not a lot of it is getting open there. And I'm shocked. I couldn't believe it. I was scandalized. Shockingly, it wasn't flying off the shelves. It was weird.
Well, it's hard to think things on EPAC aren't getting opened when there's a new release every day and a half, every 36 hours.
There are plenty of, so on my other YouTube channel where I just talk about wrestling cards specifically, because I look, it's niche. I enjoy it and I have fun with it. And you know what? There is actually an audience for that. There are people that do enjoy watching videos on that, and I have fun interacting with them. So it's a lot of fun for me, separate from this channel. But the thing is that I gave the analysis on. I just said straight up, look, there is an audience of us that do like the cards. And honestly, genuinely, there are some of us who collect cards. But there is a price sensitivity to it. There's only a certain point that people are willing to go. So so to your point, is there people who buy into EPAC? Yes, there are whales who buy cases and cases and cases of EPAC. But if it's so far out of whack with the retail price of the physical boxes and the achievements and incentives are not good enough, you're not going to get those whales to just dump money for the sake of dumping money. There's a limit.
Well, yeah, and even being just priced in USD for us Canadians, now you're generally paying a premium for a box.
Yeah.
Then, either of us could go and pay at our LCS right down the street. And then on top of that, my buddy's always quick to point out, we have to ship it home. We have to send it to ComC and ship it home. So now we're going to pay, some decent portion of a box price, to ship that home. So, yeah, just things you got to consider. But
yeah, so that's the challenge. So easy analysis for me. I just said it's way too high. It's now been enough time that the product's been out. It's out of whack with the current market rate because the product sat for a while and people were opening it, but not at the rate they would have wanted. That means the prices started to drop. LCS has started reducing the price to move it. They started making a clearance price. Well, guess what? The LCSs have got a clearance price and EPAC still has it at original MSRP.
Right.
Way too high. You're way out of whack with current market reality.
EPAC never drops their prices though, do they?
They do very slowly. There are products where they will reduce the price, but it takes a very long time.
Okay.
If the product literally doesn't sell out and it just stays and stays and stays, they will eventually drop it. But they take a very long time. So Eddie here saying, do you think he's generational in terms of Bedard? When I look at some of his best goals, even in the NHL, I see high-end talent. Generational's tough. But the thing is, there are moments where I'll see it. But the problem is, if I'm looking at the NHL, the other guys have already figured out what they need to do right now to stop him. If the team is not good enough, it's not that complicated. Like, honestly, I don't care what player if I stick a player on an island, I could take McDavid. Right now, that team is full of plenty of talent. Draisaitl's no scrub. Like, there's plenty of talent on this team. But if I stick him on an island by himself and there's literally nobody who can do anything, you pick some random. Listen, if I go get Eric and put him in gear, and he's the winger that McDavid's got to work with, this might not work out. He's had to replace Hip. This might not work out for us.
I could get a few points playing with McDavid for sure.
As long as you have a pulse, you might be able to get a few points. But the point is a few points as opposed to kind of what you expect from the guy. So you're going to see a definite decline in his capabilities just based on the line he's got to work with.
It depends what your definition of generational is too, though, for Eddie. Like, I mean, for me, the last generational player that came through, like, I think it's probably Kale. And before that, I might go back to like Matthews, But I mean, his definition might be different. I don't know. I mean, certainly there's a lot of really good players that come out, every year. But
I think one important thing also that's kind of worth noting here is that now there's so much skill in the game in general. The baseline's gone up. Like the gap between a very good player and an elite level player is actually smaller than it was once upon a time. So 100%. Now the guys who are the best of the best, you'll still be able to tell. But the guys who are still very good and the best of the best, the gap in that is narrowed a little bit. Yeah. Because the guys who are still very good can still be they'll pull off plays or dekes or passes, and you'll be like, wow, that's impressive. And they're not Connor McDavid. But they can still pull off these plays. It's like, no, there's still plenty of skill there. Tons of skill. You're seeing it.
I've been talking about that for a few years now, where like even with drafts, it's got to be so difficult for these scouts and guys to make the decision and make the pick, that just because of that, like the talent in the NHL, everyone is so close. Like there's guys in the A who could easily step in and play. Those guys aren't scrubs. They're not schmucks. But all these kids coming out are just so damn good. It's unreal.
Yeah. So like the reality is, just to put into context, there are second liners in the AHL who would humiliate a lot of good recreational players. They would like embarrass them in every way, shape, and it's like, oh, but I used to play in college. No, they'll destroy you. They'll humiliate you. They'll do anything they want, and you won't be able to stop them.
I play hockey. I played last summer, and he plays on a team. I spare with a few teams in this league, but anyways, Dale Weiss actually plays on it, and it's unbelievable watching an NHL player in real time, real life, and he's not even trying.
Yeah, and then you compare him to the elite NHL guys. Oh, he's like a third or fourth line, but it's like, no, I can get him in with competitive players in the lower level, and the gap will be so wide. You'll be like, they're an alien, and they'll do whatever they want, and they'll humiliate you. Yeah. And they're only going at 60%. They're not even trying. But then put them against the Connor McDavid or whatever. Oh, McDavid's another. Yes, I understand. But think about that. This guy just was in another level compared to you. But then McDavid's another level compared to this guy.
Exactly.
Which is scary. That's a multiple of a multiple. That's
it's
a
wild.
different thing. Yeah. Eddie says never got into 3-down football. I tried. It wasn't for me. I watched my fair share of games. It's not everybody's taste. It's okay. But it's never going to be my first choice. I've watched the games though. It's fine.
I just went to a Bombers game, not last Friday, the Friday before preseason game with my wife and my 2 kids, and we had a good time. Like, we have a nice stadium here, and there's certainly hardcore Bombers fans here, but it's also a good family experience, like family fun. I mean, obviously a lot of extracurriculars and beverages consumed. That's a lot of it, but I mean, it's a good time and people have fun with it. It's our, I would assume it's close to the same there, Carlos, but it's about the tailgating and the buddies, and guys are all about it.
Well, that's the thing. The reason why I give my buddy the gears for it, because he's a very hardcore CFL guy. He's a Hamilton Ticats fan. He's very into it. I die of so I had Argos season tickets for 2 seasons, and I did that because I knew. See, this is where we got to do the strategery. You got to do the strategy. So leading into it, I knew the 100th Grey Cup. So this is years ago now. The 100th Grey Cup was coming up, and it was going to be in Toronto. I go, all right, 100th Grey Cup in Toronto. All right, that's going to be a tough ticket. Sure. So I said, all right, people that are doing the season tickets for the year of the Grey Cup, it's like, yeah, you're going to be limited on how many tickets you can get. But if I get season tickets the year before that, I bet it'll give me a little credit for that. So I did 2 years of season tickets, and I was able to get, I think it was 3 or 4 tickets to the 100th Grey Cup.
Okay.
So I went. Right. So here's the thing. I've attended preseason. I've attended regular season. I've attended playoffs and every single version of playoffs. And I was at the 100th Grey Cup. So I was at the 100th Grey Cup with my buddies. Although I will say, for the record, and I've said this a couple of times, when those tickets came up and it was all going down and everything, and I saw what the secondary market was doing, and the 100th Grey Cup ticket, and I had decent tickets, and the 100th Grey Cup tickets, they were like selling for like $1,500-$1,600 a piece, and I had 4 of them, and I was just sitting there going, so boys, listen, I could just take you all to the bar. We could just watch the game, and I'll pay for drinks and food. It's all good. It's like Carlos is like, because you got 4, dude, $1,600 a piece. I got 4 of these fucking tickets. Yeah. Do the math, bro. Yeah. Do the math.
I was gonna say, if you got them 2 years before, like that, a couple of those Grey Cup tickets probably pay for those 3 years worth of seasons.
One of those Grey Cup tickets paid for both seasons.
Well, right there you go.
One. It was comparatively, it's so cheap. It was a joke. It was hilarious how cheap those tickets were. And the games, to your point, the games were fun enough for what they were. And this is at the Dome. And the Dome is one of the worst environments for a lot of things.
Right.
But even still, they were able to have it. So, like, I've been there. What I'll tell you, though, is if I'm going to go to a game, one of my favorites is that they would have some preseason games, and they do them at a couple of different places. They did, the Hamilton Tiger Cats did preseason games in the University of Guelph. So they actually, as part of that, they renovated Alumni Stadium in Guelph and upgraded it so that it was available to do that. And they actually did an Argos Ticats game this year. They did there. And the thing is, I attended the University of Guelph. So for me, it was an excuse to go back to the alma mater and go visit. And they had upgraded the stadium and everything. So I got to go hang out at the football stadium that I actually watched games in when I was in school. And then I was watching that was fun. That was a good time.
Cool. For sure.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Give me an excuse to go back. I loved Guelph. I told my buddies, like I said, another chance. That was a close one.
Jesus.
What I was saying to them, though, is that the timing on it was bad for me. Like this year, when I have my birthday, I'll be 42. When I graduated out of there, it was 06 when I graduated, the year before the iPhone. Literally 1 year before the iPhone, I graduated.
Okay.
Different generation because of that. But because it changed. As soon as the iPhone showed up, it changed the game on us. But the thing is that, so when I graduated, if we had been a little further along and we had been able to do the work from home, because the type of work I ended up doing, I can do from home. 4 out of 5 days a week, I'm working from home at the job I do, and it's no problem. It's easy. I was doing conference calls all day and all that today, no problem. But here's the thing. At that time, that wasn't available. I would love to have bought a property in Guelph because I could have gotten the thing for a song, but they were too far away from anything that would have made any sense at the time.
Yeah.
The timing was wrong. Like it was too soon. Years later, it'd be like, oh yeah, you can work from home and whatever. Where were y'all with the remote work? I would have bought a place in Guelph. I'd be living there right now, and I'd be living in a palatial estate.
Right.
I was like, geez, bad timing.
Power play Oilers. Over the glass.
Plays looking ragged. Yep. 2-minute power play for Edmonton. And they got less than 2 minutes left in the period. So let's see.
Yeah. Florida would very much like to just make it to the second overtime at this given moment.
Yeah. And for game one of the final, that's a very dramatic outcome for them.
So the last power play, they were just looking to get it to dry. Like McDavid, well, he shot that one. But he was working from this side, and I think he threw a seam pass over to Draisaitl. It was at minimum 2 times. I think it was 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
They're trying to get him. See what happens here. See if they can find him back door, and he would be a good pick at this point.
Yep.
Oh man, Perry got a stick on that too.
Sato says, but what about second overtime? Well, if they go another minute 20, it'll be second overtime. That's how it works. Yeah. We keep playing until someone wins or someone dies. That's the playoffs. That's how it's done.
Well, one person dying won't stop the game.
I was going to say we need a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm going to leave this in the fate of the hockey gods. I finished my beer. I cracked out my beer, at the end, middle point of last period. But if we go to a double OT, Carlos is cracking out another beer. It's happening. Lord of the Rings reference. Nice. I'll leave it in the fate of the hockey gods. But yeah, so that was my main thing when I was thinking about that. I was like, man, if you guys had been on this, if you had your work from home and technology set up at the time, I would totally have taken a gig similar to what I ended up doing. It would have, the cost of living was so cheap at that time. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'd be living like a king. It's the worst. I don't mind where I live. No, don't get this wrong. I've literally grown up in this neighborhood. I live like 2 blocks away from my parents' house. So whenever they need anything, I can literally walk over. But you get bored of the same neighborhood after like 35 years. Oh.
Yeah.
Draisaitl with the winner. Not McDavid, Draisaitl.
No, that's what I said, though. Getting it.
31 seconds to go. Florida man had his chance. He needed to stop it. Florida man.
Well, fuck. Power play, like puck over the glass with 2 minutes left in overtime. I mean, just shitty in overtime period, but yeah.
Shot number 46 is the one that ended that. Sorry, Bobby. No McDavid. Draisaitl, the other one.
Well, Edmonton can be happy, and like they should be, but I mean, at the same time, they were expected to win that game. So,
Amanda, it's like now you show up in the chat. God damn it, exactly. Amanda's an LA Kings fan, so the Salt Factory is working over there too. I respect it. Yep,
that was a great game, though. I hope the whole series is like that.
Yeah, 4-3 in game 1. So respectable, very respectable.
Yeah,
they did win.
It was fun to watch.
Well, yeah, I think it's good that both teams came out fresh legs and they actually were moving. So
yeah. Yeah, what a pass. McDavid, little sauce, and Dry ain't missing that.
So Eddie here says, Trivia Carlos, how many playoff games have gone to 5 OTs? It's like 2 or 3. I don't think it's that many. 5. Yeah, 5 OTs. I remember, like, so it's been years, but I laugh because when the Stars did win their cup, it was triple overtime. So obviously every overtime they keep showing the graphics, longest playoff games and blah, blah, blah. So I know there's 1 or 2 games of like ridiculous outliers. 5 OT periods, it's got to be, I feel like 2 or 3 is the right number.
I thought it was just, I mean, I can think of the Islanders and who was it?
Bobby says 31 Montreal Maroons. Yeah, one of them would have to be in the 30s because there were some ridiculously long games in like the 20s and 30s.
Right. So I would have no idea with those 5 overtimes.
Yeah, because it's very unusual to get that deep into the game. Usually 2 or 3 OTs is where most of them kind of top out most of the time.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody in the chat wants to take a stab at it.
Even if you have a vested interest in that game, you're usually wanting it to end.
Well, so that's basically what happened. That's basically what happened in the triple OT game. I remember it because it made me laugh because at the time I was sitting there and CBC did a thing where they were replaying old playoff games, and I accidentally was flipping through channels. This is years ago, but I was accidentally flipping through channels, and they were replaying the Stanley Cup from 98, 99, and I was literally flipping through, and I was like, what period is it? And they're like, it was late in the third. And I was like, am I going to get roped into watching this shit again? And I was like, oh, fuck it. So I'm sitting there. I'm watching another 3 periods of a game that I know how it ends.
Yeah.
I got roped in one more time. But I remember the first time, once we were in that third overtime, I'm like, for God's sake, just end it. Just end it.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it's going all night. Like it's been going already. You know, you're starting late and then you're already 3 periods in. And then you're in a third overtime. Good luck. Heinous.
So did we ever get the answer to this question now? So what's the answer?
I've actually queued it up here, so I'm going to take a look and see. I got to add up the periods, but I'll take a look.
Okay. I see.
Yeah. So 93 drought. Please bring back home Edmonton. Again, not part of Canada, but
so
I get what you're saying.
He thinks like 5, but that doesn't sound like an answer.
Well, no, I'm saying 2 to 3. That my answer was 2 to 3. That's basically the number I was looking for.
I know, but Eddie said I think like 5, but that
have gone 2 5 OT periods. 93 drought. Please bring back home Edmonton. Going off talking about your neighborhood. I live in the same town I was born in. I often think, am I really going to die here? Yeah, that's fair. I got you. I think like 5 games as well. Okay, 36 Maroons in Detroit. Yeah, so I'm looking at the longest OT lengths. So. Okay, so Detroit and Montreal Maroons, so this is overtime only, went for 116 minutes and 30 seconds of overtime. So 20-minute periods, you're talking, that's 6 overtimes. That's into 6 OT.
Yeah.
So that's one for sure. Boston Bruins and Toronto Maple Leafs, 104 minutes and 46 seconds.
Oh my God.
So that's 5 OTs in 4 minutes and 46 seconds. So that's 2. And the next longest is Flyers and Penguins in the year 2000. And that was 92 minutes. So you know what? 2 to 3 nails it. I got it.
Well, weren't those 2 that you said over 6? Because you said 2 were 100 minutes plus.
Well, it said, 2 5 OT periods. So you have to get to at least 5.
Yeah. Well, no, right.
Yeah. So right now I'm only seeing 2 where that comes up. Well, 5 OT periods, sorry. So 5 OT periods specifically. So that requires 100 minutes. So in order to get to 5 OT periods, you've got to get to 100 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
And you said those were when.
So one was 116 minutes and 30 seconds. One was 104.46. So those 2 definitely clear. No question.
That's 6 period. Those are 6 periods.
Yeah. The into the 6th.
Yeah.
And then the next one is 92.01.
Right. So that's a 5th period winner.
Yeah.
So it does make the 5th OT, as he said.
Yeah. So you know what? I'll say then that it's 4.
So anything 80 minutes, anything scored after 80 minutes would be
So then
the thing, right?
If we go after 80 minutes, then we'll say 5, because there's one that's 80 minutes and 48 seconds. Yeah. So 2 of them. So the first 2 are 1936, 1933. Those are the 2 longest of all time. Then that's the next longest is Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in the year 2000. Columbus and Tampa Bay in 2020. That was 90 minutes and 27 seconds of overtime. Then 2003, Anaheim and Dallas, because of course everything has to go infinitely with the Dallas game. That's 2003. That was that one. So early 2000s. Islanders Capitals. So I'm looking at specifically longest overtimes playoff history. So I'm looking at NHL.com records. So that's specifically where I'm pulling this from.
Yeah, that's the game I was thinking of too, is that Islanders Caps game. That was I don't know, that game-winning goal was absolutely comical.
Yeah.
But
so I'm just looking at the ones, and this is based on NHL.com. So that's my answer. If you've got a different response to it, point me to a cited source, and I'll be happy to pull it up. But that's what I've got here. There you go. Regardless, though, overtime in game 1. Credit to him. Good start. I'll give it to him for sure. But I love the fact the 2 longest NHL games in the playoffs of all time were both in the 30s.
Yeah. That Islanders Caps game was 4th OT.
4 OT. Okay, so not 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So still a long game. Like let's
and the big thing about that though is I actually forgot about this. That was game 7 in a Stanley Cup.
Oh, okay, even worse. Oh my God, a game 7 that goes multiple overtimes, that'd be heinous.
In Stanley Cup playoff history. Okay, wait.
The Stanley Cup playoff history was the same. Playoff games.
I'm just trying to see if this was a cup game. Game began at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
And Bobby, for the record, if you're still hearing me, 4 minutes to go till midnight. My FedEx package is still out for delivery. It says by end of day. You got 3 minutes and 50 seconds, FedEx guy.
Just go wait at the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I had the cell phone, I'd be like, all right, live streaming. There's no fucking package here. Jerk. End of day, my ass. Absolute lies. Absolute heinous lies.
Okay, no, it was a Patrick Division semifinal. Okay, I was trying to clarify. I'm like that couldn't have been a cup game.
Yeah, well, that's not a playoff game though. The original one.
Playoff game.
Yeah, the original was. Yeah. No, it wasn't. Yep, final countdown. True. Will be delivered by McDavid. At this point, that might be my best hope. Maybe he's got to walk it over. Jesus. Unbelievable. Yeah. Now regardless, I'm gonna have to set this up so that they at least drop it off in the other drop-off location. This is the thing that makes me mad about these things, though. It's like if they completely didn't meet the service standard by any stretch of the imagination, what recourse is there? I was like, this is you guys. You're the ones who said you had it in the truck for delivery all day. It's a waste of my time to be waiting for this thing. It's like if you say you can't deliver it, you say you can't deliver it, but this doesn't even show an attempt. What are we talking about?
Oh, I worked at Canada Post for a few years, so I definitely know what it's like with scanning and stuff. So I'm guessing that this package either got left in his truck or it's at the depot to go out tomorrow, and they forgot to put the last scan, the end of day scan, to change it.
Oh yeah,
but
that's my expectation. Yeah,
it's sitting on a desk somewhere waiting for tomorrow morning, and by tomorrow morning, I guess you'll probably get another out for delivery scan the same way you did today. And who's you said it was UPS?
This is FedEx.
Or FedEx. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how FedEx works internally like that, but I would assume and hope for your sake it should show up tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, for me, my main issue was just that I was here and I had been kind of waiting around. Like I was going to be here today anyway, regardless. But it's the way the office thing works is that I come in a day a week. Yeah. But if it's a situation where it had been pushed a day or two, I would have gone to the office today.
Yeah.
So, but it's like, so I kind of rejigged my schedule to fit it. It's like, because I wanted to make sure I was here for the whole day just to sign for it because I set it up for signature. So otherwise you just drop it off wherever.
Well, Carlos, you'll learn your lesson for for adjusting your life to FedEx.
I would love to tell you that's
for FedEx and Canada Post. I think that's on you.
Well, I would love to tell you that that's the case, but I've literally had 100 packages sent, and for the majority of them, they manage.
Right.
So, like, let's put it this way: right now they're at about 99 out of 104 packages.
Yeah.
So it's like the bulk of them tend to be. That's why I say there are 3 drivers that I tend to deal with, and 2 of them are good, and 1 of them is questionable.
Yeah.
And the problem is if you draw the wrong one, tough times.
Yeah.
Tough times. See here, Zach says, I work for the post office. It's not hard to accidentally hit out for delivery. Yes, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Package probably came off the truck after the delivery man left for the day. It could be. Yeah. It happens. If you don't get the scan in there, that is true. It does happen. Well, we'll see. I'll set up the drop zone just to make sure that I can just go pick it up because the drop zone is literally down the street, which is a joke. It's like if you do the drop zone, then you make sure that they actually will go and drop off multiple packages in the one spot. And it's literally, they do like convenience store drop-offs. And I was like, it's down the street.
So what is it? I've never heard of this. Like,
so what happens is you can have something delivered to your place if you're good. But you have options if you say, oh, I'm not going to be, say I did have to be in the office and I didn't have a choice. And it'd be like, and it has to be signed for. So they're not going to leave it unless I sign for it.
Right.
So you can say, oh, hey, leave it, in this FedEx on-site location.
Yeah.
And they've got certain ones they do business with.
Yeah.
And that allows them then to be like, they'll sign for it on your behalf. You go there with your ID, you show the ID, here's your package, sign for that, you're good, take it easy.
Yeah.
So that way you don't have to be physically there. It's if you know that you're not going to be around for it, that's usually a good choice. It's a good option. But like I said, since I was in a position technically to do it, I was gonna do it myself. Tomorrow, technically, I'm going to be here, but there's no sense in me sitting around if I need to go run some errands or something. No, I'm gonna do my other stuff.
Yeah,
I got a package that I got to send off too, so I'm like, no, you drop it off there, and then I'll get to it when I get to it. All right, FedEx is tomorrow officially. Yes, have a good night. FedEx driver with a CT scanner, none shall pass. Ooh, I like the combo. I respect it. See, at least I'd respect that. I like that. It's fair.
He's thinking.
Yeah. So before we go, I've still got to make fun of Upper Deck Innovation one more time before I log off for the night.
Yeah.
So I looked at that website one more time, just look at the images and everything, and it still makes me laugh. They got like 15 images, and most of them are crummy. It's fantastic. Yeah. And I'm like, space? It's about space? I literally looked at Photobug and I go, you can get 1 terabyte of space for a pretty nominal fee, and they can hold hundreds of thousands of images.
Jason Mosher said that in like 3 different interviews.
It's fantastic.
You're like, it's like innovation. Like server space. That's your real innovation is fucking learning how to buy server space, purchase server space to hold 10 terabytes of photos.
Oh, I wish it was. There's no way it's anywhere close to 10 terabytes. If it was 10 terabytes, I would respect it more. But there's no way. There's a 0% chance it's anywhere resembling that. It doesn't require that. It just
I'm
doesn't.
just saying, if they were to scan like the cup high res, and apparently there's like 15 photos for each of those cards.
Yeah, but they're not high res.
Such.
They're not high res.
I thought they were. Are you sure?
I can do one better. I'll literally pull one up.
Okay.
Yeah, like listen, don't take my word for it. I'm literally going to pull up a certificate number and we can look at it ourselves.
Okay.
We can confirm. Let's see here. I just pull this up here. All right, perfect. I've set up that thing for tomorrow. So good. All right. So let's look. I'm going to share the screen here and I'll show you guys because I bookmarked this shit. I do my research, sir. I do my research.
When you have technological innovations like this happening, you should probably have it bookmarked.
Yes. So here is an example. This is one Connor Bedard RPA that you can pull up. This is one of the ones they use for the different demonstrations that they've had on there. If you punch in at theauthority.com, you punch in the number, you will get this certificate. This is one of the options available. This is one of them. So here is your first image. There's your high res.
Oh, I would swap that patch so fast.
Yeah.
I'd get a 6 color in there.
Yeah. But my point is, like, yeah, it's, you know, it's decent resolution, but let's not act like you need 10 terabytes for that.
But I thought Upper Deck said in their release specifically that it was the high res photos, or I mean, maybe they're using that synonymous. Like, I don't know.
Define high res. Define high res.
Sure, that's fair.
Listen, based on 1998 HTML standards, this is super high res.
But look at that. They do have like 15, right? Is it 15 photos, or
it's a bunch? Yeah. So you got a whole crap ton of them.
That's 18 photos there.
Yeah.
Actually, are those bottom two the same, or are those different?
There's slight variations in terms of the tilt.
Yeah, it looks like it's just angles there.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. Yeah. So you're getting the same image scanned or taken a picture of from slightly different angles so that you can see, hey, look, you can see the corner. You can see this other corner. And I'm sitting there like, so we're clear on this. The reason the slab. So I want to say this seriously. My inclination is to be very sarcastic about this. I'm going to try to be nice. So stick with me on this. The argument here was that we are not putting a grade on the slab because we're not concerned about the grade here. We're trying to authenticate. We want to, mitigate against patch swapping. But it's not about the grade. This is what was stated in a few different ways. But yet, when one singular image showing the front of the damn card with a serial number in the patch is all we actually need in order to accomplish this one specific feat, we have all these additional images which are to help us assess the grade when that wasn't the point.
Right.
So what was the point again? I'm sorry. I'm losing track. So is it about the grade or is it just about patch swap? Because if it's about patch swapping, this is actually all I need. Right here. Zooming in on the patch, zooming in on the serial number, we're good. We've accomplished what we needed to accomplish.
I don't get it. I just don't understand it.
Like, this is actually all we need. Like, I'm being serious. Like, I don't even need the full card. I literally just need the serial number in the patch. If you show me a zoom in on the serial number in the patch, I can cross-reference the card in question with the patch and confirm. And if the autograph gets modified anyway, this image will also resolve that for me. I fixed it, guys.
Sounds like there's got to be a better way, though, that includes encapsulating, and we need to do more stuff. That doesn't sound like enough, Carlos. Need more stuff.
Well, listen, based on the years of development they've worked on this, I feel that if this authority site included an under construction GIF, if it included under construction GIF circa 1996 HTML, because I remember making websites on GeoCities in 1996, but if it had an under construction GIF, man, now I'm in full bore. Let's go.
Well, so when I was on Phil's show, we were talking about this, and I mean, I'll keep it short, but I just think there was a real opportunity for Upper Deck to do lots of stuff, with just those images. And it's so easy to catalog those images. You don't need to be, why are they doing only the Cup True Rookies? Because they put this fucking piece of plastic on it and it costs them money. Why don't they take pictures of everything? Like, it's absolutely mind-numbing. But there's so many opportunities, like so many things you can do. They could make an e-pack, a physical e-pack, like make, achievements. What's that going to do? It's going to get more people buying their shit. Isn't that what they want? Like, there's opportunities here, but instead they put it in this plastic case and they're like, here you go. Now people can't tamper with it because we encased it in concrete. It's like, was that really the easiest solution, or perhaps there were opportunities somewhere? It's all, I'll stop because I'll just fucking go on and on. But it's unbelievable. And some people are like happy. They're like, well, at least Upper Deck's doing something. And I do fall in that category. I am happy that they're they're protecting.
Well, I went out of my
They just
way.
take
I
the
went out of my
picture.
way in that video, where at the same time I'm poking fun at it, I went out of my way to say about 14 times, it's better than nothing. It is, and it is an attempt. I'm trying to give credit that, hey, the alternative was do nothing. Fair enough. So you did take a step, but I'm sitting there like, but I don't feel like for the amount of energy you put into this, you got the payoff here. Because you could have a couple of different ways accomplish a lot of what you were trying to do. But the irony, and again, bless them, bless their hearts. Since it is Cup release day, Billy has been doing the interview circuit with a lot of different people related to it. And I want to say it was Center Ice. He was talking about how, this was something that they were presented with. He said, they had made the decision to go this way. And he was basically outlining this and explaining it. But he goes, yeah, no, it's good in the sense that, in the past I had taken some images of some of the, some of the patches and stuff. And I'm sitting there and you know what thought comes to my mind? I go, so in other words, if you still have those pictures, you actually have a back catalog of some of these images. Wouldn't it be nice if you took those images and made them available in said site, even from the previous ones? Even if you had 1 or 2 years worth, you already have a catalog.
Mashra commented with, I can't remember if it was Sports Card Nonsense or Jeremy. I think those are the only two I watched, so it had to be one of them. But he said, and I'd have to go back to look at context because obviously that matters. But he said, we have these images referring to past Cup releases.
Yeah, I think he mentioned Nonsense for sure because that's the one I listened to. But yeah, sounds about right. And I'm sitting there like, so.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I feel like the problem solves itself.
And why wouldn't they try and market that or monetize it, or like there's things that you can do with that? That has a lot of value. I mean, Christ, now they're putting these things in plastic. Like just show us the pictures. It'll solve lots of problems, lots of headaches. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the argument, because by doing it this way, you've increased costs in a certain category. You've limited it to if you happen to have that code. There's also all the other different subs brands, sub insert sets that also have patches. Limited logos is patches. There's plenty of incentive to mess with those patches too, and they're not part of this program. Saying that, we can revisit it down the road. I agree with you, but the thing is, we know limited logos is not a year or two. We didn't just start it. It's been going on for a while. So realistically, the danger isn't just on the RPA. And by the way, to be clear, this doesn't apply to any of the lower numbered RPAs. Right. It doesn't apply. It applies to the 99s and 249s. It doesn't apply to the out of 12 version. It doesn't apply to the the shield. It doesn't apply to anything else. And so I'm sitting there like, so you could mess with the out of 12.
Well, okay. they had to select. They had to, this plastic isn't free, and they had to draw the line somewhere. So, if we could only think of just a way to do this without having that plastic cost.
It's genuinely hilarious. I just enjoyed it on so many levels. Innovation.
Will Connor Bedard's limited logos sell for more than his true RPA?
It shouldn't. I wouldn't say why would.
Do other players though? Do you know? You don't know?
No. Generally, if you have a rookie who has an RPA in it, the RPA should always sell for the most. I can't think of an example where it would be the other way around.
Okay.
Now, the only thing I will say is that some of the limited logos, there were some year, like what I will say that I think was good in this year. So again, the sandwich. I'm criticizing something, but I also want to give credit where I believe it's due. I'm glad you did something as opposed to nothing. All the criticisms that we're talking about because they're legitimate. But let me give you credit for this. The Bedard for this RPA is actually game used. So to their credit, they took advantage of the delay. It is actually game used and written and acknowledged as such.
Right. Because they released it 2 years after he played his first game.
But if you're going to do that anyway, then giving me the game used, that at least is a value add. That means it's enhanced versus just the general version of it.
And that's apparently just his though, right? It's either his or okay. Yeah.
So I'm glad. Look, at the very least, if this is going to be with the delay and everything, you gave me a game used piece there. Good. Great. At least it's something. With the Crosby and Ovechkin, they had the same thing because of the double cohort. They actually had game used for them, but that's the exception, not the rule. That's not usual for them. So I was like, all right, well, I'm glad. That's at least something that's additional that's on that one. Great. But the rest of it is like, we're making this so hard when it really shouldn't be that difficult. I can poke fun at it, but the reality is like, no, this doesn't have to be this hard. The solution, you didn't have to over-engineer the solution. You want to do something fancy after the fact, great, but for the moment, then don't brag to me until you reveal the fancy part. I'm waiting for the fancy part. When does that kick in?
Do you think they have more up their sleeve? Upper Deck does.
I don't. but people genuinely, like, they've convinced them. I've spent too much time in this space. Like, just being serious. Like, I don't want to say that I'm overly cynical, but like, I've listened to so many versions of innovation in this space. I'm sitting there like, I'll give you a simple example outside of sports cards. One of my favorite things, I've worked at the banks over the years. This has been where most of my career has been the last decade or so. I remember when this is maybe 2015-ish time frame, they decided they were going to start using the VoIP phones, the voice over IP phones. Yep. So instead of having a physical phone that you dial in, they would give you a headset and you connect it to your laptop, and you can call people in the company or outside of it directly into your laptop. This is good. Like today, it's the standard. Like I'm on Teams, or if you need to do a call, you can do it all on the laptop. Pretty standard. Even in 2015, that technology has been around for 10, 15 years, even at that point.
Right.
But it was pitched to us like this great innovation. I'm sitting there like, voice over IP I was making internet phone calls 10 years ago. What are you talking about? Yeah. Like, this is not innovation. It's new to you. It is new here for what we're doing here, because a bank tends to be more conservative with the technology it's implemented. It waits until it's already been vetted. It's been used for a long time. There are several iterations that have passed. And at this point, it's a pretty solid technology, and then they'll use it. But it's not innovation, is my point. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it an improvement? Yes. It was an improvement over what we were doing before. We had to dial into the physical phone. That is 100% true. But it is not innovative in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's where my head goes. Like when I hear this, that's what I'm thinking about, because I literally lived it. I'm like, I had them try to convince me this is innovative. So guys, I literally was making voice over IP phone calls 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So I agree that it's better than what you were doing before. And I agree that it is new technology you haven't used here, but it has been used many times by many companies.
Yeah.
But it's something, it's better than nothing. I get it. Put better patches in all RPAs. Don't need to swap them out. Well, that's another way you could go with it. If you do player warn, though, here's the thing. I will agree with Eddie on this. If the patch is a player warn, then there's no excuse for not every patch being the greatest patch of all time.
Right.
Because you could literally have a player wear a jersey that is only chest patches.
So you probably didn't see the chat we were having in.
You mean the war you were having? I did skim quickly, and I saw that you were battling with your own Discord
about the patches.
Yes,
about game worn player.
I think you were. I don't remember the whole thing, but I know you were making one pitch that obviously they were arguing with you with about this specific thing with game worn versus player worn or something. What was this?
Yeah, well, so fake hockey patches. I believe that's his name on Instagram. He does a great service. Has a great Instagram account. All the hockey patches that are swapped out, like he does a lot of work and does good shit. But what I was getting at is I posted a story on my Instagram actually, which it was an Erik Karlsson patch. Okay. And one of them was like a napkin, white piece, and it was swapped out and known to be swapped out. And there was another nice eye piece of like he was with the Senators at that time. So it was like a logo. Anyways, nice patch. Mm-hmm. And so my thing is like, if I was an Erik Karlsson collector and even if that original patch was game worn, like, I like the patch that it was swapped for. Like, I would pay money for that. Now, if that patch was player worn or event worn, the napkin was player worn or event worn, like that to me is exactly zero value. So I like swap it out for me. Maybe there's like a place out there. Now this will get maybe I shouldn't even say that because it'd be so controversial. But like swap me out a patch. I'll take a good patch. I'll give you a Mikko Rantanen. I'm not a patch guy. I like patch autos, so I wouldn't swap out of a patch auto. I don't know why. But a patch card, if you're going to give me a patch card, like I want a beautiful patch. Like, look at this. Like this is like, that's a patch. Like, give me that.
Okay.
With my patch card. I think there's a market for that. And so we were just talking about, would you want the original or do you mind the swapped out version, all things being equal? Does it matter if it's player worn, event worn? If it's game used, that's where we all seem to be sort of on the same page, where most people with a game used patch like the game used, but then other people have different value that they put on the player worn or event worn patches, where, like I said, to me, absolutely no value. It's it's a piece of the card. It's no different than the ink on it. But anyway, so we got into that, and it was interesting, but there's certainly more people than you think, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you would know. But people, there were certainly people who were with me who would rather have the nice looking patch than the napkin that is event worn or player worn or something.
So what I'll throw in here to kind of follow up what you're saying is that, so your position is not dissimilar to what Carvin Chung, who was originally the one who did Exquisite at Upper Deck and the Cup, and he was responsible for a lot of that and stuff at Panini, Immaculate, and things like that. We had a few extensive conversations back in the history of the channel. We spoke for many hours. Carvin has plenty of things to say when you pose the question to him, but we actually talked about the idea of the aesthetic of the patch versus the game worn piece. Specifically, this discussion had that back in the heady days of 2020, back in ye old 2020. So, but his angle was he likes the aesthetic about it, kind of discussing what you're talking about. So your direction is kind of similar to what and he's the guy who developed the Cup and Exquisite and stuff. But I think this is an important caveat here. I'm not doing the all things being equal thing. This is important. I agree with you that if we're talking about the difference between game worn and event worn, player worn, then if it's event worn or player worn versus just a nice looking patch, I agree. There's not much of a difference to me. I'd co-sign on this. No problem.
Right.
If we're talking game used, then I will always give that preference. That has priority. Game used has priority. Legitimate game used. But I think this is important. The aesthetic piece is fine, but then it could have the fanciest patch in the world. But if we're talking about a swapped out patch or like just a patch in general that's literally off a rack, but then I'm not paying a premium for it. This is key. If we're talking, especially if we're comparing it, if it's a napkin, but it's a game used napkin, at least it's game used. If it's literally a piece of patch that you got off a rack, it may as well be a manufactured patch. So you may as well have just made the patch yourself, literally, and just tacked it on there. And most people don't like manufactured patches. Like they won't put any value to it. But if it's literally, I'm just finding a jersey somewhere that has a patch and cutting up a piece and gluing it on there, that's a manufactured patch effectively. So there is still a market for it. There's still a place for it, but I'm certainly not going to pay a decent amount. So that's where I kind of differentiate the two. The game worn is its own thing. We separate out the game worn, then it equalizes it. Then we can be a lot more even. Then sure. I care less. It's less of an issue from that perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure. No, it makes sense. I mean, I think I see the player warning and everything other than the gamer. Like
the gamer was separated out into its own thing.
Yeah. The event and the player, I don't see as very different than a manufactured patch. I mean, all these jerseys that they're getting these guys to wear at an event or however they're going about doing this are just going to be like replica jerseys that are basically off the shelf of your Jets store or your Leafs store or whatever. So what's the difference? I mean, there are some manufactured patches where they're just like, they're not on a jersey. Like, I don't like that, even if it's really cool. That's what I think of when I think of a manufactured patch, is like, it would be a Colorado Avalanche patch, but like it was never on a jersey that they wore this year or last year or the year before. Like that, I don't like that stuff. That makes no sense to me. But if it was on the jersey, a piece that was on the jersey, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see those sort of the same, just, I guess, just nuance in verbiage where you almost got a, I don't know, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What is a manufactured patch to you? You know,
Yeah.
so it's sort of one of those things. And
yeah, well, that's the reason why I made that distinction. As soon as we separate out the game use and separate it out and treat it as its own thing, then the other one is like, yeah, then it becomes more of a personal preference thing because it becomes very very limited. I'll throw in one more wrinkle though. This was something Carvin threw in, which was valid, and it was a valid point, and I just thought it was very entertaining that he brought it up. And I did enjoy that even at that time he threw a little grenade in there for the game use crowd. So we all agree that if all things being equal, if we compare all these different things, the game use, like a legitimate game use, is preferable. If we all things being equal, if we're going to purchase this item. But then Carvin threw in a valid point. So what constitutes a game? And what I mean is this. A lot of us associate, we say, oh, you're talking about like an NHL game. You're talking about like, you know, a regular season game or whatever. Okay. But is a preseason game good? Because it's a game. The player's suiting up, he hits the ice, he does whatever. Is an exhibition game considered? Is a, is a charity game where these players suit up and are playing, you know, like Wayne Gretzky Charity Challenge, and we get patches from these jerseys. Is that a game? I guess it is, but you know, it's not an NHL like game. So what constitutes then a game? So I love that he threw in that little wrinkle, which by the way, you could technically get game used jerseys from these. The player wore it. He was on the ice. Maybe he scored a goal, you know, did whatever, but is that game worn?
Right. Yeah.
Kind of is, but not exactly in the way you're thinking.
And it's almost just, I mean, all this is, well, it seems a little bit fun, maybe. Like, it's just really horrible it has come to this. That this is really where we're at with these patches and that. Like some of the, I'm not big into other sports, but these Tops Now patches where, you know, that player wear it on his debut, or doing things to link that patch to a specific game or series of games. Like in the NHL, they have sets generally 1, 2, 3, home and away. So they play a series of games in them. But like having some provenance, like to the jersey and where it came from, I can see some of the logistical challenges, obviously, when these things are getting chopped up at some factory in Italy or wherever they're doing this. But at the same time, you know, Topps is doing it. Like they're well, I guess that Topps Now patch is a single patch, but you know what I'm saying? Like it would be cool. Like I think Fanatics is pushing the envelope in that way anyways. And I don't know the good or the bad. I don't really have an opinion there, but I listen a little bit from the outside. I think it's really interesting, some of the things that they're doing and coming up with, for sure.
Well, I think the accessibility is the big thing they have. The biggest edge they've got over everybody else is the accessibility to be able to manufacture this for themselves, as opposed to being a manufacturer that has to go and buy these jerseys or do some kind of a deal where like, okay, here, we're going to get it from wherever. Maigret Group used to be one where a lot of jerseys were sold through, and you could buy, and their game use, you know, that's great. The teams would supply them. But then if you're Upper Deck, you know, that would be one avenue that you could buy these jerseys from one way. And then, of course, you can have private collections and everything, but then you've got to make sure the provenance is good. You got to make sure you're actually getting these jerseys from a reputable source. Where are you getting them from? Whereas Fanatics can be like, okay, hey, we literally make your apparel. We're partnered with the leagues. The leagues are literally part of this business. Hey, guys, can you give us some jerseys? Oh, hey, guys, can you wear this patch? You know, Michael Rubin picks up the phone, makes a call. I go, hey, guys, we got an idea. Give you a simple example. WWE has become one of their big licenses that they're really pushing hard with the Fanatics Fest and everything. That's one thing that a lot of people really like. Well, they've got Raw and SmackDown debut patches, similar to kind of the MLB one. Well, what happens? They've got pictures of the WWE superstars wearing the patch on their gear. It's attached to their gear, so they can tell you exactly which show they wore the specific patch to. And then it's literally, they take it off, they can put it on a card.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
So they know when, they know where, they know how.
Like that's collectible, right?
The collectors are going to love it.
Of course. I mean, a patch from like, it's just, to me, if I was to really simplify it, is I would have Lapper sports cards or hockey cards, probably. Lapper hockey cards would have game-worn jerseys that are game-worn either preseason or regular season, or maybe playoffs in some cases. That's it. You don't need much more provenance than that. But then other than that, patch cards would be purely replicas and they're a card aesthetic. That's it. And it's simple. You either have a piece of the jersey that the player wore in an NHL game, or you have a cool looking card that is from a jersey of said player's team.
And I think that's fair. I think the ambiguity has been beneficial to the manufacturer, though, that they can word it in about 12 different ways and have fun with it. It's been entertaining to watch the way this is played out. But again, it's like we actually will never know. Even if you say it's game used, I have to take your word. I have no way of I can't check that. How would I find out? It seems good enough to me. Like the patch piece seems like it's coming from the real thing. I think but that's the best we can do. We don't know for sure. Like that's why I always laugh. At the expo, I joked with guys that I ended up buying this.
Yeah.
Picked up that jersey. So this is the blackout jersey was my favorite. This was my personal favorite. And this is back. This was made by Starter. So this is back when they made it with Starter. I love these jerseys are actually very nice. The patch on this is actually pretty decent. And the front crest on this is pretty decent. Well, here's the thing. This, if you were an expert, you could probably tell me with stitching and everything, we'd really be able to get this down. This is not a official in terms of, doesn't have the fight strap on it. Yeah. But like this is actually stitched in. This has actually got a little bit depth to it. So it's not like today's where they're little, like some of them are just like pressed on and all that.
Right.
So this, if I cut up a piece of this, could you really tell me that that's that far off from some of these? Because this is an older one.
Yeah.
Could you?
No,
some people could. Some people could, but there are other folks that be like, and then what if you get the tag, right? There's the cards where they put this is the starter tag. Well, guess what? Back in the day, to a certain point, this was the starter tag that came in the real jersey.
Yeah.
This is, again, if you're a super expert and you're really down to the super details, you could probably, but it's pretty damn close. And if it's not a new jersey, are you sure it's not? It's pretty close. So that's why I say, like, it's like there is a level of expertise, but on a card, the rank and file average collect, could you honestly tell me it's not?
Yeah. No,
that's where we're at. That's why I was thinking it's funny. But we'll wind down on that. But it's good food for thought, though. Good food for thought.
Yeah.
Paul here says, did Migrate have a scandal in 2010, 13-ish over game use? They might have. I don't recall specifically. It wouldn't surprise me, though. Like, there's been scandals for everything. Better Ryan says, a defined list of what is game used, player war, and others might be called for. Oh, my God. If we try to define it, like, truly today. Oh, man. Yeah, no telling the honesty of game users, player worn. That's the thing. Like, to a certain degree, we are putting a certain amount of faith in the manufacturers. This has been the great sin of the hobby. Like even this thing, like I showed it earlier tonight. This is from the Cup, triple patch piece, nice patch pieces. So like, what's the word? And this is from 09-10. This is from years ago now. You've received a trading card with Mike Bonanno, Brad Richards, and Jamie Benn, game used and event used hockey memorabilia. So which one is event used and which one's game used? There are 3 patches on here.
Oh,
that's the word on here. So it says the memorabilia has been certified to us as having been used in official NHL game or rookie photo shoot. Now, to realistically, this is Ben's rookie year. So if I'm going to guess which one is the rookie photo shoot, it's probably Ben. Brad Richards and Bonanno are more likely to be the game use pieces. Ben being his rookie year, the rookie photo shoot makes more sense. So we can use logic here and probably narrow it down. But can I tell you that for sure? I can't.
Yeah.
Probably? Question mark. That's where we're at. And this is 15 years ago. Try it now. And they gave you more information back here than they usually do today. They at least told you there was a rookie photo shoot involved in there.
So rip them all off and put the coolest patch you can find in. I mean, that's the only answer.
You're all still here? I thought you were done 30 minutes ago. Listen, man, we got into actual hobby talk at the end. We were focused on the overtime, and then we were trying to solve the problems of the hobby.
Yeah.
Is that exactly, Carlos? I think it's he signed it, or I think it's a real patch. I think it hasn't been tampered with. Lots of I thinks. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the way this hobby works. That's why I always poke fun at the hobby. Don't take it too seriously. Don't lose your mind over it. Try to have some fun with it, but most of people are never going to know. Can you live with blissful ignorance? That's the question I have for you. Can you live in blissful? Because unless you were there when the guy signed it, you don't know if he signed it. Unless you can tell me exactly the chain of custody from the moment the jersey left the players, he took it off, handed it to the trainer, then where did it go? Unless you can follow the chain of custody, you know exactly where that jersey's been. There's no way for you to know where that jersey came from.
Yep.
It is what it is. Aaron, a pleasure. This was great. I appreciate you joining in. Thank you to Bobby for joining in. Eric, rub mayo in your eye. Keep it up. It'll heal you. Probably fix what ails you. But I appreciate you joining in, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hopefully we do it again. I have a golf tournament on Friday, so Friday's game I won't even. Well, that's not true. I'll get to watch. I'll probably watch on my buddies after, but yeah. But then it's Monday and Thursday. So if you're doing shows there, let me know.
Yeah, Monday would normally be our podcast recording episode, but I think everybody would have more fun. We'll just do it as a live, and it'll make more sense to do it as a live. That way, it makes it easy day for us. We'll basically combine the two. I've done this before. Where we have a little bit of fun. We're be doing it. We've done a watch along during a podcast episode. We'll record a couple of topics, and we go, all right, the podcast is now over, and the live stream continues.
Yeah, right.
And then I just cut that piece, and that becomes the podcast, and the rest of it's the live stream. We just go.
Right.
Yeah. So listen, the content, man, you gotta have the content breakup so that everybody gets the whole thing. That way you're all good to go. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'll leave a link in the description to Lapper's channel. When he gets back from being busy at work, you can check out some of the previous videos on there. There's a Discord in there if you want to talk the hockeys. You can try to convince. There's a whole group of people there who are convinced the hockeys is real. Eric has been able to convince them. I'm not completely convinced, but we managed to talk about it anyway. So you never know. Aliens, hockey, is it real? I don't know. But anyway, all right, folks, have yourself a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.